How to Square Your Grouper, a June Nash Mystery. June Nash Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Cassandra Metcalf. For Jerry, Carolyn, and Linda. No time, no distance. Smooches to Mark. 1. I was hungover, and on a boat. That much I knew without opening my eyes. I could feel the deck sway below me, and a light breeze scented with salt and the stench of decay was spritzing my face with drops of ocean. Somebody close by was fishing. I needed to sit up so I could call them over and puke on them. I peeled open an eye, lifted my sunglasses, and squinted at the black blob that hung in the air just above my face. Ew. Nobody was fishing. A greyhound was breathing on me. The blob bounced on the end of its muzzle, and a fat, wet drop of nose juice slid off the tip, splashing onto my cheek. Blast. There was only one person I knew who ran with a greyhound. Morgan? I croaked. My throat was scratchy, and my tongue felt like it was wrapped in sticky layers of cotton. June, you're alive! A pair of bright green swim fins slapped into view. I opened my other eye. There was Morgan, my brother's best friend, and until recently, my arch-nemesis. He was wearing a black diving suit unzipped at the chest. Those abs still looked rock solid for such a skinny guy. And holding a mask in one hand and a funny-looking backpack in the other. His wiry brown hair was back to normal and sticking out in every possible direction. A few weeks ago, I'd nearly scalped him with a jumper cable, resulting in a partially shaved head and a whole lot of stitches. In my defense, I'd been stuffed in the trunk of a car and had mistaken him for the crackpot who'd kidnapped me. In the end, he'd been a good sport about me trying to kill him. I'd about given up on you for the day. Just past him, I could make out my reflection in the sailboat's white fiberglass hull. My curly black hair, normally controlled in a long ponytail, was loose, and thanks to a healthy dose of sea air, had achieved frizzying heights I'd never dreamed possible. I propped myself up on elbows, fought the urge to spill my guts, and realized I was wearing a teeny-tiny bikini. I stared down in horror at all my exposed flesh. Am I wearing sunscreen? Of course. I let out a little sigh of relief. Thanks to a chunk of Greek my misplaced father had grafted onto my family tree, I didn't burn as easily as my red-headed, lily-white mom. Still, I didn't want to end up with leather for skin in 30 years. I put it on you myself, Morgan added. And the horror returned. I didn't want him touching my... Wait, what was Morgan doing here? He was the reason I'd come to Key West. Thanks to a recent mishap, that was all his fault, I'd become a reluctant YouTube star and I was currently on vacation, and not hiding out at all. I fought the continued urge to puke and peered up at him. What are you doing here? He got a canister labeled CO2 from a nearby storage bin and began to hook it into the backpack. You invited us. That didn't sound like me. You called and told me to get my butt down here pronto, and to bring Cyrano. The greyhound let out a whiny little roo, and a drop of nose juice hit my shoulder. Then I heard you shout something about Zacapa, he continued, and the line went dead. Okay, that sounded like me. When some people drink, they get silly. Some get mean. I get friendly. Not in the I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours kind of way, though that has happened, but more in a let's go shopping and do lunch kind of way. For some reason, alcohol made me want to be friends with people I normally avoided, like my mother, and apparently Morgan. If I'd called him, I must have been drinking for at least a week. I had a vague notion of a cabbie taking me straight from the airport to a bar, and then nothing. Maybe I needed to lay off the Zacapa for a while. I tried to lean out of the path of Cyrano's dripping nose. What day is it? Friday. Wow, I'd been drinking for a week and a day, which explained my throbbing headache. Then he grinned and added, the 27th of April. Make that one day. I'd arrived on the 26th. It really was time to lay off the Zacapa. I didn't want to wake up someday and find myself on a month-long European riverboat cruise with my mother. How did we get a sailboat? I asked. Did I buy it? Another sometime side effect of my drinking. It's Matt Faye's. Who? I know I'd never heard that name before. He's one of the lawyers with the show. You're staying at his house, though it looks like you slept on the boat last night. I flashed on a business card with fancy gold lettering. Yeah. Matt Faye something or other works for the production company that owns Gone Herpin', my twin brother's TV show. I'd needed to get out of town, and he'd had an empty house. I tried to picture the address written on the back of the card, which I hoped was still in my purse, and then I tried to picture my purse. Or, rather, its location. Lately, I'd had a problem keeping track of it. Are you staying at Matt Faye's too? I asked. Morgan's face lit up with a lopsided grin. Would you like that? No. I tried not to look at his abs. Life had been so much easier when he'd been my arch-nemesis. I've got a room near Mallory Square. Oh. Wait. Something about this didn't feel right. I leaned on my left elbow and pushed the hound's nose away with the other. I called you yesterday? Before lunch. How'd you get here so fast? We lived in the same sleepy little town in southern Arizona, and a last-minute flight had taken me 13 hours and 3 connections on 2 different airlines to reach the island. The jet? Yeah, that would do it. Thanks to the popularity of Dewey's TV show, the Roar and Soar network had given him unlimited use of a fancy jet. Of course, it hadn't been available when I'd needed to get out of town. Is Dewey with you? I tried to look around the hound's nose, which was back in my face. Nah, he dropped me on the way. To where? He doesn't have anything scheduled. And I would know. I'm his assistant. I set up his appearances, answer his fan mail, and run interference from his weird hardcore fans, the Dewzers. Currently, Dewey's show was on a 3-month hiatus, and when my brother wasn't at work, he was out hunting the snakes and other creepy crawlies that he talked about on the show. There was nothing else in his life. I couldn't imagine where he might have been going. Morgan shrugged. He didn't say. I didn't ask. I'd have to call Dewey when I got back to land. Are we done diving? I asked. I felt done. Morgan slipped into his oxygen-toting backpack. We're having too much fun. I'm having fun? I was pretty sure I wasn't. You are. You've been watching Cyrano. You two are bonding. Really? I couldn't imagine how. It wasn't like I was in any shape to stop her if she decided to jump in after her daddy. I'm gonna get in a couple more dives before the sun goes down. Don't sail the boat away. Right. I didn't think I could, even if I'd wanted to. I craned my neck to watch Morgan's green swim fins slap across the teak deck toward the back of the boat. There was a whirring noise, and a chunk of the railing began to lower itself toward the water. Huh. That was convenient. Kinda like the tailgate on my pickup. I let my neck drop back onto my pillowy hair and stared up past the folded sails to the poles and wires above. How many dives was a couple more? I lifted my sunglasses, and then let them drop right back into place. The fiery red ball was still pretty high in the sky. A couple more dives probably meant a couple more hours, which was actually a good thing. I could get in a hangover-reducing nap. There was a splash, and Cyrano let out a sad little greyhound roo, and a couple of drops of nose juice dripped onto my stomach. And then she poked me with her muzzle. So much for my recovery. I drew up my knees, grabbed the underside of my thighs, and ever so slowly rocked myself into a sitting position, and got a better look at Morgan's greyhound. Some sort of orange foam thing covered her back, clipped under her chest, and featured a convenient carrying handle on top. I couldn't imagine why someone would want to carry a greyhound around like a piece of luggage. Then I noticed a rope dangling from the handle. My eyes followed it down her side, onto the deck, and over to my foot, where the other end was tied around my right ankle. No wonder she'd stayed on the boat. Morgan was using me as a greyhound anchor. Cyrano rooed a couple more times, and I rubbed the soft, brindle-colored fur on her neck. It's okay, sweetie. Your selfish jerk of a daddy will be right back. She laid her long nose across my shoulder and purred, not unlike a cat. Or a motorboat. Wait. I squinted past her at the ocean. It was a motorboat. Headed our way. Fast. It zoomed around to Morgan's diving spot, and I used Cyrano's handle to steady myself as I climbed to my feet, and kept holding on as the waves hit, rocking us from side to side. Down in the little boat, 3 white guys, who looked like they'd just stepped off the set of a hair-banging music video, clung to the edges of a black tarp that covered a massive bumpy shape in the center of the boat. 2 of them leaped up onto the tailgate thingy that Morgan had dove from. 1 continued up onto the deck, while a 3rd, still in the motorboat, ripped away the tarp and tossed up a lumpy bed pillow wrapped in plastic. The guy on the tailgate caught it and tossed it to the guy on the deck. He dropped it by my feet and turned to grab the next one. Uh-oh. Presents from random strangers were never good. The guy, still on the motorboat, waved a hand at me. "You shouldn't let your dog sample the product. It could kill her." I followed his line of sight to Cyrano. She had that first pillow between her front paws, and her teeth were well into the process of tearing away one of the corners of the plastic. "Hey!" I snatched it away from her and was smacked in the face with an odor that could only be described as a family of skunks on holiday. I gagged and poked a finger in the hole. This was not good. I'd been around enough stinky Gone Herpin' crew members to know what was in the pillow. Blast. Less than 48 hours in Key West, and I was a drug runner. 2. Don't panic. If they find out they've made a mistake, they'll probably shoot you. Stay quiet and let them finish. They'll go away. Motorboat guy propped his foot up on the tailgate thingy of my boat and motioned to his coworker to take over the tossing duties. "Did she eat any?" he asked, bobbing his head in Cyrano's direction. Blast. I didn't want to talk to the guy. That wasn't going to make him go away. I tugged my little finger out of the hole and tried to ignore the musky odor while I examined the damage. No crunched up buds in or around the pinky-sized tear, just torn plastic. I gave it a few shakes over an open palm. Nothing came loose. I don't think she got any. "I'd better fix the damage. Toss it here." I did, and Motorboat Guy ripped some duct tape off the tarp. Cyrano scrambled around me to keep her chew toy in sight. "Maybe you should check her teeth, just in case." Anything to get them to leave. I pulled Cyrano to one side of the guys piling illegal drugs on my sailboat and attempted to pry open her muzzle. She wasn't having any of that. Her mouth clamped shut, and her lips took on a life of their own, wiggling, compensating, and finally forcing my fingers away with a snort and a gust of hot, ocean-scented breath. In the end, I never even saw her teeth. She's fine. Probably. The hole had been tiny, and while the smells coming from her face were disgusting, they were typical for her. Chances were slim that she was going to OD. So, Motorboat Guy tossed the repaired pillow from one hand to the other, and Cyrano bounced on her front feet, ready for a game of fetch. "Do you think you'll be around after this?" I felt a breath catch in my throat. Did he mean alive? Were his words some sort of challenge? He shrugged and offered me a sly grin. "'Cause maybe we could get a drink later." Oh, he was asking me out. Lucky me. I'm still recovering from too much fun yesterday. I made an I could throw up thinking about booze face and patted my hair like I was comforting a hangover, which I was. As I sunk my fingers into sweaty strands, I felt a prick, and a toothpick dropped onto the deck by my feet, followed by 3 more. Okay, that was weird. And I might have been more interested in how they'd gotten there if it hadn't been for the throbbing in my brain. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wait, was my pain getting louder? Motherboard Guy's arm shot out toward the horizon. "Coast Guard!" he screamed. I followed his line of sight to the red and white boat headed our way. I was saved. The drug guys didn't share my enthusiasm. The two who'd been stacking scrambled back to their boat. My would-be date hit the gas, and they all zoomed away. Morgan's hound let out an angry woof. Motorboat guy still had her pillow. And she took off, at full speed. All I could do was look down in time to see the rope around my ankle go taut, and my foot was yanked out from under me. My butt hit the deck, and my scream was full-pitched by the time I'd slid the length of the sailboat, bounced off the tailgate thingy, and dropped into the sorta warm yet mostly cool Atlantic Ocean. Going under, my howl became a gurgle as salty bubbles forced their way down my throat and set my lungs on fire. Thrashing my arms, I pushed my head above the waterline and spit out a mouthful of ocean. Coughing and gasping, I caught sight of Cyrano's orange life vest and the toes of my right foot as they zipped along the surface of the water behind her. She was going after the motorboat and taking me along for the ride. I shouted out the first syllable of her name before she kicked up a burst of speed and I was dragged back under. I was going to drown by greyhound, if I wasn't eaten by some sort of sea creature first. Twisting my body, I tried to fold myself in half, my hands sluggish in the thick water as I searched for my ankle. Where was it? A sit-up put my head back above water, my eyes searching for my foot. Instead of my toes, I caught sight of the sun, hurling itself at my face. Wait, was that a bunk? The floaty ring hit me square on the forehead, and back under I went. I felt pressure around my waist. Something had me, and I was pushed up through the middle of the ring as I sucked in a lungful of liquid-free, fresh air. Flashes of red and orange under the water brought back my screams as a monster broke through the waves. Horned head, giant bug eyes, black paws reaching out to lift the swim mask from a very human face. I wasn't being attacked by a sea creature. I was being rescued by a rather good-looking Coast Guard diver. Chiseled features, rounded jaw, piercing dark brown eyes. Korean, maybe. A hottie, definitely. "Are you okay?" he asked. I could only nod. Gulps of salt water and choppy waves from the boat were pushing my hangover into dangerous territory. Coast Guard Hottie's mouth broke into a playful grin, and I was thankful that I couldn't move my hands, or I would have stuck a finger in one of his adorable dimples. Not the best way to walk your dog. Dog? Hey, I wasn't tied to Cyrano anymore. I tried to look around for her, but I couldn't get my body to move, which was okay. Coast Guard Hottie made for great scenery. Is Cyrano okay? She's good. He grasped the floaty ring and gently spun me to the left. There was Morgan's hound, in her orange life vest, still frantically swimming after the long-gone motorboat and her chew toy. The rope that had been attached to my foot was now attached to a pole held by a sailor on the Coast Guard boat. Another diver was swimming over to her. Cyrano wasn't going anywhere. And then I was being spun, and there was the gorgeous guy again. Since I felt there was a deep personal connection between us, I went for it. "So," I asked, "you think you'll be around after this?" He gave me another playful grin. "Are you asking me?" And then it was like he lost his train of thought, and his head tipped to one side. "Oh my God." Uh-oh. "Good adventures!" The slogan my brother proclaimed at the end of every episode of his show. "You're June Nash." No, this was not happening. His mouth made a little O, and he rapidly patted my floaty ring for emphasis. "Oh my God, I love Gone Herpin'." He twisted to look back at my sailboat. "Is Dewey Nash with you?" Blast. The Dewzers were everywhere. The best commentary on the situation was to give in to my stomach's request, and I puked. All over poor Coast Guard Hottie. I'd like to say that I remembered about Morgan after they'd gotten me and the hound onto the rescue boat, but I was a tad distracted. Seriously, how was I recognized in the Atlantic Ocean, soaking wet and half drowned? Thankfully, Morgan had put a floating, "Hey, I'm diving here," flag in the water. Somebody had fished him out. I wanted to make sure he knew it wasn't my fault that Cyrano'd been a few chews away from death by pot, but the lady in charge of the boat kept me busy with questions that I couldn't answer. Like, have you got any ID? Standing there in my teeny tiny bikini, and then later an extra long t-shirt that hit the top of my thighs, I just shrugged. I had no idea where my purse was. Probably still on the sailboat, which was now gone. While they'd been fetching Morgan, another boat had shown up and taken it away. I'd heard the words evidence and impound, and then we were back in Key West pulling up to the dock. Coast Guard Hottie gave Morgan and Cyrano a ride to the vet, and I ended up in a bland little meet-and-greet style room, all alone. Desk, chair behind it, chair in front of it, couch, coffee cart, with a half-pot of inky-looking stuff on it. I sat in the visitor's chair, but thought about stretching out on the couch. My hangover was really itching for a nap. I was trying to decide if the stains were enough of a deterrent when a black woman about my age stepped in. She was decked out in blue camo and looked as tired as I felt. She tossed her hat on her desk and ran her fingers through her short natural hair. "I'm Ensign Dyer." She sank onto the I'm in charge chair and tipped a duffel bag over the desk. My purse fell out. "You found it!" I unzipped my hobo bag and dug out my wallet. "See, I'm June—" A few of my favorite words slipped out of my mouth as I discovered that the slot that normally held my driver's license was empty. So was the spot for my credit card. What the— I'd flown. I would have had to show my ID to security and used my credit card in overpriced airport bars. And then bars on Key West. I shook the contents of my bag out all over her desk and began tossing things back in. Hairbrush, pack of hairbands, flip-flops that went directly onto my bare feet, headbands, a hat stuffed inside another hat, a plastic lobster tail key ring full of keys I'd never seen before that opened who knew what, and a cardboard receipt of some sort. My captor chuckled. "You flew on Aeolus." "How did you know?" "That's an IOU for your luggage." Blast. I dropped it into my purse and continued the search. 4 mostly crushed carb bars, a half-eaten pickle in a plastic bag, a cell phone charger cable, 2 lip balms, a giant purple paperclip, my iPhone in its ruby red case, and half a dozen burner cells. A few weeks ago, there'd been life and death issues. All because I hadn't been able to make a phone call. Something I never wanted to go through again. Ever. I leaned back in my chair and shrugged at the lady. "We didn't find your ID either." "You went through my purse?" "You were on a boat full of drugs, so yes." She went over to the little cart and tipped the pot over a mug. "Hey, they just showed up. I didn't ask them to start tossing stuff on my boat." I mouthed no to the cup she offered, and she took it back to her chair. "I think they thought I was someone else." She stared at me over her coffee. Uh-oh. "I would never buy drugs." I dug through the cell phones on the bottom of my purse looking for mine. "You can talk to Warren." My mom had been in some sort of relationship with Warren Mitchell, the sheriff in our hometown, for about 20 years. He was almost a surrogate. Wait. If the Coast Guard lady called Warren, it was bound to get back to Mom, and I was never going to hear the end of how I was the reason that Western civilization as we know it was about to collapse. Better to go to jail. "Who's Warren?" Ensign Dyer asked. This is really a case of mistaken identity. Another long stare, and she nodded. That does seem to be the case. She took a sip of her coffee, and then another. It must have tasted better than it looked. "So, did you catch those guys?" I asked. "'Cause they gave me drugs that I gave to you. What if they come looking for me?" The thing about drug runners? She leaned back in her chair for another sip of coffee, and seemed to forget about me. "The thing?" I asked. If it involved somebody getting even with me, I really wanted to know about it. "Yeah, the thing is that they use a lot of disposable foot soldiers." She propped her ankles up on a corner of the desk and yawned into her sleeve. My mouth felt compelled to join in, so I stood up. "Can I go? I really needed to get some sleep." I did have a couple of questions about all the cell phones in your purse. And sat back down. And started blathering about Mexican gangs and tacos. She held up a hand. Which were all answered to my satisfaction. I wanted to ask by whom, but I knew better than to open my mouth. If the person with the questions was ready to let you go, you went. Can I keep this shirt? I asked. I wasn't interested in wandering Key West in my teeny-tiny bikini. Consider it the Coast Guard's thanks for your participation in the recovery of illegal drugs. Cool. Being a hero had its perks. Can I get a ride? Another yawn. Sorry, I can't spare anyone. So much for my hero status. Back outside the gate to the facility, I dug a gold-lettered business card from my wallet. Matt Fay Utkin Enterprises, Key West, Madrid, Odessa. My host, who I hoped was absent. I flipped the card over. 1 nickel key, wherever that was. I squinted at the map that had been my parting gift. All it did was make my hangover worse. I was in no shape to wander, and I couldn't call a taxi. That left one option. I got out my phone and dialed Morgan. If the hound was doing okay, he'd be in a good mood and I'd get a ride. My purse began to vibrate and I peeked inside. One of the phones at the bottom of my bag was dancing around, and I could see my caller ID on the screen. Blast. I had Morgan's phone. Miss Nash, get in. I looked up at the baby blue sedan idling in the street beside me. Okay, things had just gotten worse. The man behind the wheel was an unwelcomed blast from my past. Crotch guy. 3. That wasn't his real name, of course. A couple of weeks ago, Morgan and I had accidentally ended up in the middle of his undercover operation in Mexico. Crotch Guy, who I'd nicknamed after he'd offered me an inspection of his merchandise, while he was still undercover playing the part of a bad guy, was with some 3-lettered government agency. Maybe American, maybe Mexican. Even after it was all over, I hadn't been completely sure. He'd never properly introduced himself. Since I couldn't call him Crotch Guy, I tried a workaround. Why should I get in your car? If this is something official, show me your badge. Wait, would his name be on that? Show me your ID. He took a moment to frown at my hair, and I might have run a hand over it mentally, wishing it was a few miles flatter. Then he scrunched up his eyebrows. Get in the car. Why? I want you to look at some photos. If we'd been back in Horseshoe Bend, I'd have told him to buzz off. And not necessarily that nicely. While I was still on a no-cursing kick, I did save my personal favorites for special occasions, so I muttered a few under my breath. And then, sure, for a ride to Duval Street. Tourist Central was probably my best bet for finding Morgan and/or my ID and credit card. Crotch Guy grumbled something under his breath, and I got in and clicked on my seatbelt. As we eased past the biggest iguana I'd ever seen, Crotch Guy glanced over at me. What are you doing in Key West? I could ask you the same thing. No, you couldn't. He hit the brakes and waited while a dozen or so little chickens chased their mom across the road. Were you the one who told the Coast Guard to let me go? I asked. He ignored my question and hit the gas, accelerating to the intersection just as the light turned red. A couple in the street jumped out of our way as we roared around the corner. A few turns and 8 iguana sightings later, we hit the palm tree-lined tourist drag. And saw a lot more chickens, haphazardly darting underfoot, along crowded sidewalks, past lots of tacky t-shirt shops, patio bars, and crowds that were oblivious to the usefulness of crosswalks. Crotch Guy cursed under his breath every time he had to brake for someone casually strolling in front of us. He stuck his head out his window. This is a city, not an amusement park! He returned a few rude gestures and pulled onto a residential street and parked in front of the first driveway we hit. Letting the engine idle, he lifted a thigh and yanked a folder out from under his butt and waved it in my direction. The photos. Ew. Why am I looking at these?
You owe me.
For what? He jabbed a finger at his left leg.
I've got 2 more weeks in this thing.
I leaned over to look at the walking cast. Oh, yeah. I'd broken his foot in Mexico. I guess I did owe him. Fine. He held out the folder, but I kept my hands to myself. No way was I touching it. He watched me for a moment, and a look of disgust settled on his face. Back at you, buddy. Crotch Guy set the folder on the console between us, opened it, and spread out the first 2 sheets. They were wanted posters. I'd seen quite a few in my time. Thanks to Mom's thing with Sheriff Warren Mitchell, Dewey and I'd spent plenty of afternoons over at the jail waiting for her to finish a shift in the ER. She claimed she hadn't wanted to turn us into latchkey kids. I figured she hadn't wanted to pay anybody to watch us.
Do you recognize either man?
I scanned the sheets. No. Is this about the guys on the motorboat? I asked, because they were young and white. These guys were Latino, and well into their 40s. Crotch Guy ignored my question and replaced the photos with 2 more. Are you undercover on a case? I mean, what should I call you if we run into each other again? He tapped one of the stacks.
We won't.
I scanned the photos and shook my head. He replaced them with 2 more. This continued until we reached the last set. When I signaled my last no, Crotch Guy lifted his thigh and shoved the folder back under his butt. Then he shifted the car into gear and looked over at me.
You can go now.
With pleasure. I got out and the sedan zoomed away, honking at another couple as they scrambled to the safety of the sidewalk. If Crotch Guy was trying to keep a low profile, he was doing a crappy job of it. Now that I was actually on the main drag, the whole idea of running into Morgan seemed nuts. Everybody in the world was on the island right now. Well, not everybody, just the happy drunk people. And a bunch who were dressed as pirates. Also incredibly happy. After the 5th high five from a guy in eyeliner, I stepped back into the shadows of a cigar stand. Maybe I needed a plan. Chances were good that I'd opened a tab. Somewhere. My credit card might still be there. How many bars could there be? I glanced left, then right, and counted 6 within eyesight. Blast. I stepped around to the front of the stall. How many places are there in Key West that sell booze? The girl in charge of the cigars squished up her mouth, eyed my hair for a moment, and then shrugged. Gee, I want to say like 300? That could take a while. I found one of the hats in my bag, without looking, and tugged it on. Are you kidding? Her look told me she wasn't. I glanced down at my phone. 5 of 5. It was going to get dark. Eventually. Maybe the better idea was to find Matt Fay's house, put up my feet, and call bars to check for the card. Morgan knew where I was staying. If he needed to, he'd come find me. Do you know where One Nickel Key is? I asked Cigar Girl. Other side of the island. So, is it close enough that you'd walk? She shrugged. I have a bike. Which didn't help me at all. Unless she was a Dewzer. I gave her the smile I reserve for people who bring me good things to eat and drink. Do you watch Gone Herpin'? In the past, I'd traded 8x10 glossies of my famous brother for things I needed. She frowned at me. There's a line behind you, so if you don't want a cigar... She didn't say go away, but it was implied. She obviously wasn't a fan. Which was okay, since I didn't have any photos on me anyway. I stepped to one side and watched a couple pick out their smokes. The lady dug a bulky man's wallet from the bottom of her purse and looked over at the guy beside her. You're out of cash. Which card should I use? I felt a pang of nostalgia for my brother, Dewey. He was always getting me to hold his stuff. Wallet, organizer, comb, lizard. If ever a guy needed a purse, it was... Wait. Men were all the same. If I was holding Morgan's phone, I probably had his wallet, too. I dropped to a knee to poke around in my bag and found a narrow leather billfold inside the other hat. I chuckled at Morgan's license photo and then liberated a whole bunch of 20s. My fee for spending the afternoon as a Greyhound anchor. and gadget locker. I did a quick check of the street and headed to my right. I'd need a few things before I went out to Matt Fay's place, and I wanted to find a shop selling more than just tacky t-shirts. Bar, art gallery, chickens underfoot, cigar stand, tacky t-shirts, another cigar stand, more chickens, another bar, another... Wait. I backed up a few steps for a better look at the 3 drag queens wowing a crowd in front of a packed bar. One looked a whole lot like a pineapple. Another like she'd just stepped off the cover of a 1960s soul album. And the third was a Korean Marilyn Monroe in a sequined covered short red dress. There was something familiar. Wait, I knew those eyes. Marilyn threw her arms up in the air and screamed, "It's Dewey's sister!" Huh. Coast Guard Hottie was a drag queen. She gave me a long, deliberate once-over, turning me around not once, but twice, and shook her head, while the other queens tisk-tisked me. "If you're here for the show, you're gonna need to march yourself right back to your hotel and change into something that says sex appeal, and not preteen at the pool." The airline lost my luggage.
"Eelis?"
The Pineapple Queen asked. I nodded. I could not take my eyes off Hottie. She was so sparkly. And a drag queen. And just as sexy in a dress as she'd been in all the water rescue gear when she'd been in her other form as a Coast Guard diver. I shook away the mouth-watering image and got back to what I needed. If I can find Morgan, I can probably borrow something. We were surprisingly similar in size despite the fact that he was taller than me. And a guy. Like Hottie. Blast. Were drag queens gay? It was probably impolite to ask. At least around a crowd. And then I realized they were all staring at me. Had someone asked me a question? Hottie took my hand. "You in man jeans? I think not. Come on." She dragged me through the front door. Hey, there was Morgan. At the bar. I didn't get a chance to call out to him because Hottie was weaving me through the crowd toward a staircase at the back, and I couldn't take my eyes off her toned legs. I'd never looked that good in a dress. Being attracted to someone and envying their outfit at the same time was throwing me off just a bit. Hottie glanced back over a shiny shoulder. "You should seriously call Dewey. He could do one hell of a show down here. We've got chickens and iguanas and feral cats and gigantic tarpon and..." Hottie kept throwing out show ideas as she led me up 2 flights of stairs. When we hit the 3rd floor, I got a brief view of a stage surrounded by tables, and then I was steered down a dark and narrow hall and through a door. A light flipped on. It was a dressing room. Makeup stations lined the left wall, and racks of sparkly dresses the right. Hottie led me to a ratty-looking sofa under the window and rolled a rack over.
"I like the yellow one."
Morgan had followed us up, a drink in one hand, a bowl of popcorn in the other. He plopped down to my right, and Cyrano snagged the spot on my left. She flipped onto her side and stretched out across me until her head was on Morgan's knee. He set the popcorn bowl on her back, and her nose didn't even twitch. She looked tired, but okay. He bumped my shoulder with his.
"She's fine."
I bumped him back. Despite her trying to drown me earlier, I liked the hound. Not too long ago, she'd even saved my life. Over at the rack, Hottie held up a sleeveless blue dress. There were a lot of rhinestones. And not much fabric. "This is June's color." I squinted. There were a lot of rhinestones. Hottie gathered a few accessories and added them to the hanger, and then looked down at my feet. "9s?" They were. "We've got nothing that small in here." She waved a finger at Morgan. "I'm going to send you down to Vignettes. Take everything with you so you can find a match." Hottie rummaged through a closet I hadn't noticed and found a garment bag. Then she waved that same finger at me. "You get in a little cat nap before the 10:30 show." Morgan wriggled out from under Cyrano. I dug his wallet and cell phone out of my purse and felt a tiny twinge of guilt. "Hey, I've got your stuff." Minus a few 20s, which he didn't seem to notice. He shoved both into his pockets and held a finger over the light switch. "On or off?" I bobbed my shoulders. Off, I guess? It didn't matter. I was horribly uncomfortable. The couch was springy, the dog was bony, and I'd forgotten to ask Morgan if he'd seen my credit card or ID. Blast. I was never going to fall asleep. When I woke up, I was alone. Cyrano? I pushed myself to my feet and felt the floor vibrating. The drag show was obviously in full swing. Hottie and Morgan must have decided that I needed the sleep, which I had. I stretched. Hey, my headache was gone. I licked my lips. I was parched, and 2 fingers of Zacapa sounded good. Hopefully the bar stocked it. 23-year-old would be good. XO would be better. That stuff was finished in cognac casks, which gave it an extra sweet finish. I unzipped the garment bag and took everything out. The dress was really sparkly. Over on the windowsill, by my purse, there was a shoebox and a note.
You wouldn't wake up, but if you do, Jay thinks these'll work. See you downstairs. If not, we'll catch the show tomorrow night. Morgan.
Who was Jay?
P.S. Jay is the Coast Guard guy in drag.
Ah, Hottie.
P.S. I know you'll hate the shoes, but they'll look great. Don't wear your flip-flops.
I couldn't find my flip-flops, so I checked out the shoes. Morgan had picked out a sparkly ice blue high heel with an open toe. They were nice. And really high. I was going to kill myself in them. I pulled the blinds and peeled off the Coast Guard t-shirt. A piece of paper crumpled past my face. I turned the shirt right side out to read the note it was wearing.
We want our cash. You want your dog. Don't call the cops. 327.5 Bayberry Street, 11 p.m. Come alone.
Blast. It wasn't over after all. 4. I unplugged my phone from the charger that someone had put it on and dialed a 9 and a 1, and then stopped. My dog's been kidnapped. Just didn't seem like something that the police would consider a priority. And the note didn't help. I'd just convinced the Coast Guard that I wasn't involved with the pot, and this made it sound like I was. Probably better to scope out the address and see if they really had Cyrano. Morgan could have taken her. But if they did have her, I could call the police and report a crime. Though, what if they showed up with guns blazing? Morgan might have forgiven me for almost poisoning his dog with pot, but he'd draw the line if I got her shot. I needed reinforcements. I wiggled into the dress, skipped the accessories, dropped my phone in my purse, and draped the strap over a shoulder. It clashed with the rhinestones, but it was better than the tiny little one that Hottie had set out. I caught sight of my hat hair and used a few palmfuls of water from a bottle near the sofa to plump the curls back into shape. None of the drag queen's street shoes fit, so I carried the heels, just in case I needed footwear later, or a weapon. Out in the hall, I hugged the stairwell and scanned the crowded showroom. Hottie was up on stage dancing while the Soul Queen was belting her heart out. She was amazing. Most of the audience was on their feet, but I didn't see Morgan anywhere. Blast. You, June? I about jumped out of my skin. The waitress waited for me to catch my breath and then offered a folded piece of paper. Morgan asked me to watch for you coming downstairs. I unfolded the note.
Hit on a sure thing.
Probably kinda like ladies' night at the strip club.
Can you take Cyrano overnight? If I could get her back? I'll meet you for breakfast at the place down the street from the Hemingway house.
Did Morgan have his dog? I asked the waitress. What dog? No help whatsoever. When's the show over? Hottie was Coast Guard. That was like the military or the police, right? In about an hour. Blast. The druggies had written 11, and it was already 11:20. I was on my own. I caught a taxi and asked to be let off 1 block shy of my destination. I'd seen enough movies to know that the good guy always did that. And so had the bad guys. I was 1 shoe into considering the merits of bare feet versus heels when Motorboat Guy and one of his friends stepped out of an alley between 2 dark buildings. He grabbed my purse and looked inside, then tossed it back to me.
Where's my money?
Do I look like I have cash on me? I held up my hands, shoe in one, nothing in the other.
One of these days, I needed to stick to my original plan and just call 911. I glanced up the empty street. Wasn't there supposed to be some big celebration going on? Where was everyone? An island full of people, and not one crazy doozer to spare. Motorboat guy bobbed his head. I like you. I was really looking forward to that drink later. Jeez, the guy was good at sounding ominous. I tightened my grip on the shoe. I was pretty sure I could throw it hard enough to do some damage to his face. Trouble was, I still had to worry about his friend with the gun. If you haven't got the cash, we'll need the product back. That could work. Okay. No more being stupid. I'd play along until I could call 911. I need to see Cyrano first, though. She's not with me. Behind us, a soft roo drifted out of the alley. He rolled his eyes, and I tried not to smile. That kind of sounds like her. Motorboat guy sighed, and Cyrano leapt out into the light, followed by the third guy from the boat. Rip, you were supposed to keep her out of sight. And she was supposed to come alone. Rip waved his gun at the dark street, and Crotch Guy limped out into the light. The jerk must have been following me, and had gotten himself caught. What an idiot. Motorboat guy raised an arm. Great. Now he had a gun, too. You a cop? Uh-oh. If they shot Crotch Guy, it was going to get back to Warren, and he was going to tell my mom, and I was never going to hear the end of it. I needed to think of a cover story quick. Ooh, tell them he's my brother. He's my ex, I heard my voice say. Wait, where did that come from? I tried to bite my tongue, but it was too busy stringing together outrageous words. You followed me to Key West, didn't you? Shut up, June. You just can't get over me, can you? I needed to stop talking. I slapped a hand over my face and choked out a pathetic wail. No woman would have fallen for my fake crying, but the dog-nappers did. They all turned to look at Crotch Guy, waiting for his answer to my anguish. He frowned at me and sighed. I love you with all my heart. He wasn't even a little bit convincing. To me, anyway. The guys all seemed to buy it. Maybe they'd been in similar situations. You loved someone so much you hated them. Of course, that wasn't the case with us. I was pretty certain our relationship was based solely on hate. Crotch Guy dropped his hands and turned to look at Rip. Would you put down the gun? He didn't. You want your product or not? We do. Motorboat Guy fished a set of keys out of a pocket and tossed them at me. They bounced off my arm and landed in the dirt by my feet. Crotch Guy shot me a look, and I shrugged. I hadn't been ready. Take the van. It's parked 3 up. He gestured, and we all looked over at the beat-up VW. Ooh, a getaway car. We could just drive to the police station. I'd load it up fast, Motorboat Guy continued. You've got an hour before I shoot the dog. Or not. I looked over at Cyrano. Her mouth dropped open, and her lower lip began to quiver, like she knew what was going on. And then she leaned against Rip and sighed contentedly. Morgan really needed to train that hound to bite on command. Motorboat Guy tapped his bare wrist. You'd better get going. You've got 58 minutes. How do we do the trade? I asked. We'll be in touch. I snatched up the keys, and Crotch Guy hobbled over. Come on, love muffin. He took my hand, and my stomach gurgled. Ew. 5. I thought I was never going to see you again. I was driving. Crotch Guy was navigating. Watch the road. I turned back in time to swerve around a pirate who was in the middle of the street playing with what I hoped was a stuffed parrot. I glanced over at Crotch Guy. I don't understand why we're doing this. You're... What was he? DEA? FBI? CIA? Who knew? I went with the easiest assumption. The law. You could have just arrested those guys. Or shot them. Don't you have a gun? I do. He kept his eyes on the road, so I hit the brakes a little too hard at the next light. He recovered from the whiplash and shot me a brief, I'll always hate you look. You could have shot them. That would have been noisy.
So your plan instead is to just give these guys back their drugs?
My people are on it.
And your people are... The light had turned green, but I was waiting for an answer.
On it.
So much for answers. I hit the gas.
Take it right up here.
I got halfway into my turn, and the headlights lit up a dozen wobbly pirates dancing a conga line across the street. We weren't going that fast, but I slammed my bare foot on the brake anyway. The three that I almost hit grinned and waved. Now there were people everywhere, when I didn't need them anymore. I get the whole island thing, but this is a lot of pirates.
It's the Conch Republic Independence Celebration.
That's what the Coast Guard lady told me. What is that? Crotch Guy reached over and hit the horn.
An excuse to drink.
Most of the group gave us the bird before they disappeared down a path between two houses. On the next street, we found the party-leaking pirates. They were packed into a tiny front yard and threatening the integrity of a second-floor balcony. Crotch Guy pointed.
Take the alley.
What alley? Parked cars lined the narrow street, and leafy trees blocked out most of the moonlight. It was impossible to see anything just off the road.
There!
I spotted the turn he'd wanted as we passed it by. A slice of empty pavement about as wide as our van and bookended with bumpers.
What are you doing?
Crotch Guy slammed his foot into his imaginary brake several times.
Just back up!
And hit one of those cars? I took us around the block and then slowed the van to a crawl as we passed the pirate house again.
Here, here, here!
Crotch Guy spit out a few of my favorite words. I wasn't lined up all that well, and there was no way I was going to be able to just turn. I put the van in reverse, cranked the wheel, and tapped the gas. We got about 3 inches, and I hit the brakes. Back in drive, I cranked the wheel and took us 3 inches forward. Cranking the wheel again, I shifted into reverse, looked over my shoulder, and Crotch Guy growled.
Get out.
I growled back, but I was actually okay with letting him do it. The last car I'd hit had belonged to a Dewzer, and between their insurance company and my mother and her anecdotes about how the free world was going to enter into a zombie apocalypse because I'd dented a fender, I'd been ready to give up driving completely. Fine. I slid out my seat and wiggled the rhinestone dress back down into place before Crotch Guy made it around the front of the car. He wasn't any better than me at the whole multi-point turn thing. Nice 5-point turn. That got me another growl. He gripped the steering wheel a bit tighter, and we rolled up the dark, narrow street until it curled to the right, and we left the cover of the trees. Just ahead, a tall metal cross sparkled in the moonlight. We'd come to a cemetery. We were idling at the T-section. I glanced left, then right. What now? Both sides of the road disappeared into more tree-lined neighborhoods, and nothing that I could see had a stuff is secure here feel to it, except maybe the crypts that lined the fence in front of us.
We were followed.
I twisted in my seat to get a good look around. We were? Motorboat Guy and his pals were nowhere in sight. Just a lot of tombstones. Which didn't bother me. Dead bodies were preferable to live Dewzers any day of the week.
Get out.
Unless I was standing next to a couple hundred of them, in the dark. Why?
We need a plausible distraction.
They sent us here. They know what we're doing.
But they don't know how we're doing it.
And how are we doing it? I asked.
By creating a plausible distraction.
With me in a graveyard?
Yes.
Crotch Guy held up his cell phone and blinded me with a bright light. Hey! I rubbed my eyes and blinked a few times, trying to clear away the flash. Crotch Guy tapped at his phone and then turned it toward me. I blinked a few more times and stared at the website on the screen. IHateJuneNash.com. Blast. I hated that site. Dewey's die-hard fans, the Dewzers, had started it as a way to share absolute lies about me. Yes, occasionally when I interacted with my brother's fans, a foot might get stepped on, or a tooth knocked out by a stray elbow. But I was always cordial and completely professional with the idiots. I pushed his phone away. Posting on there isn't going to help us. We're on a tiny island. There can't be that many people who live here and hate me. Crotch Guy raised an eyebrow. Key West gets 40,000 visitors during the Conch Republic Independence Celebration. I'm guessing a few of them hate you too. That idea seemed to make him happy. You're making that up. Assuming even 10% of those people watch TV, and 10% of those are fans of your brother's show, there are at least 400 people on the island right at this moment that hate you. And then his eyes twinkled, not counting those who already live here. Geez, that was a lot of haters for a tiny little island. We just have to hope that 10% of those are awake, he added. Go stand by the fence. Fine. I dropped the high heels in my purse, pushed open my door, and wiggled over to the edge of the seat. Just come up with another diversion, because as much as the Dewzers hate me, there's no way that 4 people, let alone 40, are going to show up here in the next few minutes. I put my weight on the door handle and did my best to swing myself out of the car. I might as well have slid out. My dress ended up around my waist anyway. As I tugged it back over my hips, I glanced over my shoulder to yell at Crotch Guy for looking at me, but he wasn't. The jerk gunned the gas, and the van took off for the other side of the cemetery. I tiptoed across the road and perched on a strip of concrete that formed a sort of bench along a section of the fence. A little sign above me announced the visitation hours, sunrise to sunset. I guess the dead didn't like to chat after dark. I dug my cell phone out of my purse to keep an eye on the time. I'd give it 15 minutes. 8 minutes proved me wrong. 6. It started with crunch, crunch, crunch. Someone was running. Nearby. On gravel. You see him? It was a whisper. Loud. Female. Probably drunk. Another voice whispered back, Hey, over here! A light blinded me. A voice shouted, Good adventures! And I shielded my eyes. Oh. The voice was ripe with disappointment. It's just her. For some reason, the Dewzers didn't like using my name, like they thought it amplified my powers over them. The light dropped down, and I caught a brief glimpse of my brother's face smiling back at me from a hat that covered the woman's head. I gave her a small wave. Hi. So much for Crotch Guy and his 10% of 10% math. While it was plausible that 2 of Dewey's fans might kill me and bury me in the convenient cemetery, it wasn't going to be much of a distraction. Motorboat Guy and his friends would have no problem watching Crotch Guy and my murder at the same time. The woman's friend aimed the light from her phone past me, then back to my face. So, where's Dewey? She tried a little too hard to sound casual. I shrugged. I'm on vacation. The woman with the hat smirked at me. I know he's here. Because you can't pull anything over on a Dewzer. The woman raised an eyebrow at me. Had I said that out loud? The cabbie insisted that Dewey was here. To prove me wrong, she held out her phone. There was the photo that Crotch Guy had just posted. I squinted at my shiny blue dress and confused expression. Below it, the text read, Just dropped you-know-who off at the cemetery. She met a guy with a snake hook. It was dark, but is Dewey in town? Blast. Dewzers who hated me were one thing. Dewzers who thought they were about to have a close encounter with my brother were another. This could get ugly fast. A high, squeaky voice blurted out, Maybe he's in the cemetery! I looked up. The 2 women had turned into 6. Geez, they traveled in packs. While they aimed their cell phone lights at the dark patches around the tombstones, I took a step to one side. They didn't notice, so I kept going. It wasn't like I could run in my dress. It was too tight. But all Crotch Guy said he needed was a distraction. A lot of nutty women chasing me qualified. Hey, a voice shouted. Where's she going? I made the mistake of looking over my shoulder. Those 5 had morphed into Crotch Guy's 10%, and more were streaming out of the little neighborhoods around us, all headed this way. I'd had enough of being a distraction. Crotch Guy would have to think of something else.
I yanked my skirt up another inch, kicked up my speed, and headed for the van, which was now gone. Blast. When had he skipped out? Where was I going to? Wait. There was a building that had been hidden by the van. It didn't look like the rest of the neighborhood, probably because of the fence. Tall, chain link, very industrial, safe. Though that might have been because of the guard who was staring at me with wide eyes. I got to the keep out sign, and he shined his flashlight over my shoulder.
What the?
Let me in! Let me in! I yelled. He fumbled with his keys, and I had visions of the mob catching me and making lamps out of my thighs. He got the lock on the third try, and I was yanked through. The first Dewzers arrived, and he slammed the gate shut. It was like a zombie movie. Fingers trying to reach through the links. Dewzers climbing the fence. Cell phone camera flashes blinding my eyes, and the horde screaming their collective love for my brother. 2 spotlights lit up the mob as a second guard appeared, wearing a gas mask and holding some kind of sci-fi-looking machine gun, which seemed extreme, even for Dewzers. "Are you going to shoot them?" I yelled. He pushed me back and a mechanical voice crackled out of his mask.
It's a pepper ball shooter. Been dying for a crowd control situation.
I let the first guard drag me back toward the building while the one with the gun strode to the fence and aimed at the ground to his left. He pulled the trigger again and again, swinging his weapon left to right. White puffs of smoke exploded out of each impact point in the driveway. When the cloud hit the Dewzers, it turned into a whole lot of welt-inducing, eye-tearing, snot-blowing, respiratory-abstracting fun. For the guard, anyway. He danced around, pretty pleased with himself. I didn't realize I was smiling too, till the Dewzer with the hat, who had somehow avoided the cloud, shouted a few of my favorite words at me. Uh-oh. She was taking photos. I had a feeling that the admins for IHateJuneNash.com were going to be busy for the next few hours. And I was pretty sure that none of the stories that they were about to get were going to mention the fact that I wasn't the one who fired the shots. 10 police cars, 5 ambulances, and 3 hours later, the mess was cleaned up. Dewzers who weren't taken away crawled back under their rocks. Neighbors drifted off to their houses, and I found myself all alone outside the locked gate, still tucked into the blanket that an EMT had wrapped around me. Because of my trauma, which I didn't feel at all, it had actually been a bit therapeutic for me, seeing the Dewzers get what they deserved. But since it was almost 3 a.m. and I was in a sleeveless short dress, I happily faked some distress to stay warm. A familiar roo echoed in the deserted streets, and I looked over at the cemetery. Crotch Guy was leading Cyrano my way. I'd almost forgotten that this all happened because of a dog. "It worked?" I asked. He nodded once. When they reached me, I crouched down and hugged Morgan's hound. "Did you finally arrest those guys?" Crotch Guy ignored me and started walking away. "Hey!" I tugged on Cyrano's leash and followed. "You just gave those guys back their drugs?" He nodded. "And you didn't arrest them?"
My people are
"On it, yeah," I finished. "So what now?"
We're done. There's my ride."
A taxi pulled up, and Crotch Guy yanked open the door. He paused and looked back at me.
"And Miss Nash?"
"I know. We won't be seeing each other again."
"No. You might want to fix your dress."
I looked down at my exposed hips. Blast. I really needed to get some underwear. I'd thought about asking to share Crotch Guy's cab, but after flashing him, I felt like we needed some time apart. Besides, we were on a tiny island, and I was feeling antsy. It couldn't be that far to the cafe where we were meeting Morgan. My hangover was long gone, and my stomach was in a feed-me mood. If I didn't eat soon, I was going to die, and die again. One quick Google search later, and we were on our way. Of course, the cafe wasn't open when we got there. I perched on the steps that led up to the patio, the blanket still tightly clutched around my shoulders, my legs stretched out in front of me. I didn't need to flash anybody else. If anybody else came along, it was pretty quiet out there. Cyrano curled up beside me, and we waited for the sun to come up. Well, I waited, and reread the cafe's menu on my phone, about a dozen times. The hound snoozed. Until the chickens showed up. Moms and babies squawked and flapped and strutted around, and Cyrano's nose wiggled a bit, but she was too wiped out to chase after them. The early morning joggers were next, followed by a couple of guys sweeping trash off the sidewalk into the noisy brushes of a slow-moving street cleaner. Every now and then, a tourist wandered past. No pirates, though. Probably all sleeping it off. Around 6:30, the cafe staff began to wander in, and no one seemed even a little surprised to see a greyhound and her blanket-wrapped human waiting on a table. 30 minutes later, when they officially opened, I finally got a menu. I had no idea when Morgan was actually going to show. He hadn't said. So I ordered for both of us, just in case he arrived hungry. Coffee, water for Cyrano, and the special of the day. Steak and eggs with a side of applewood smoked bacon. Extra crispy. And if he was late, I'd make sure none of it went to waste. The bacon, anyway. It was the least I could do for the environment. June! I looked up as Morgan wandered over to my table. I was sad about the bacon, but cheered up when I spotted Hottie behind him. I almost hadn't recognized him out of his dress. Dewey's sister! Blast. If our relationship was going to work, he needed to stop talking about my brother. And then he dragged an extra chair over to the table, sitting close enough that I could have fondled his thigh, which brought the smile back to my face. The waiter appeared and poured a cup of coffee for Hottie. You want the special too? He shrugged. Sure. She nodded and reached into her apron for a set of napkin-wrapped silverware. Hottie took it and made a face. Can I get a regular knife? Sure, be right back. He shook the silverware free and then used his napkin to move the wood-handled steak knife to an empty spot beside him. Is it dirty? He shivered and then blushed. Don't laugh. Never. Morgan held up a hand. I might. I ignored him and gave Hottie my best, "You're the sexiest man I've ever seen," smile. Tell us. I don't like to touch wood. Of any kind? I asked. What about trees? It was kinda weird, but he was cute. So, whatever. Hottie shrugged. I haven't been able to touch any kind of unfinished wood ever since I was a little kid. It gives me the shivers. Morgan caught my eye, and I knew what was running through his head. Hundreds of dirty jokes involving the word wood. And touching. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he kept them all to himself. And then he tilted his head and pointed at my chest. Why are you wearing a blanket? I peeled a bit back to reveal sparkly blue. Morgan grinned at me. Walk of shame. Nice. Not even close. I didn't want Hottie to think I was that kind of girl. Unless he was that kind of guy. Morgan dumped a sugar packet into his coffee. If you didn't get lucky last night, why are you still wearing that? I ran into somebody, and then I didn't get back to the bar before it closed. Probably better to leave the dog-napping part out of it. Because you got lucky? No. Ew. You remember the undercover cop from Mexico? Morgan selected 2 more packs of sugar, and I cringed. Coffee was meant to be bitter, like my mother's soul. Yeah, you broke his foot. You broke somebody's foot? Hottie leaned in, and I caught a whiff of spicy sweetness. Maybe aftershave mixed with whatever he might have had on last night? When he was playing girl. I flashed on how great his legs had looked. I held up an index finger. I broke his foot accidentally. Morgan snorted. Yeah, accidentally on purpose. He flipped around a nearby chair so that he could prop up his legs. And sigh. Me and June were down in Mexico a couple of weeks ago. He looked like he'd had a really long night, but I knew without asking that mine had been longer. And a lot less fun. As usual, hindsight told me I should have called 911 as soon as I found the note from Motorboat Guy. Cyrano probably would have been okay. A few weeks ago, she'd been just fine after getting dog-napped in Mexico. I dropped a hand to scratch her head.
The hound had more lives than a cat. Then we spent all afternoon giving statements. It was crazy, right? June? Hearing my name brought me back. Hey, Morgan had used my name. Maybe Hottie had noticed. Wild, Dewey's sister. Or not. So, where was he drinking? Morgan asked me. Who? The guy from Mexico? The guy we've been sitting here talking about. He lifted his cup and waved it at the waitress. I bet he's an artisan beer kind of guy. We weren't in a bar. He was waiting for me outside the Coast Guard place yesterday. Morgan pushed his cup to one side and sat up. Really? How did he know you were here? No clue. He wanted me to look at a bunch of mugshots. Why? He wanted to run me through all the details of the case he's working. Graphs, charts, his thoughts on each suspect. Wanted to know mine, too, of course. Then we waxed each other's legs. Morgan squished his face up at me. After the waitress came by with his refill, he went back to stirring his coffee. What did he do after he showed you the mugshots? He left. No need to mention the bit with Cyrano in the cemetery. I wonder if he's still in town, Morgan asked. Hottie picked up his cell phone. Easy enough to find out. Who cares? I tried to sound casual, but it was better if they didn't look for the guy. Questions might lead to answers that involved details about last night's activities. Hottie got out his cell phone and tapped on the screen. I'll just check with a friend. I waved a hand at his phone. No, you don't need to. He held up a finger. Hey, can you put out a bolo? He looked over at me. Describe the guy. Blast. Hottie's eyes were so beautiful. A deep, dark brown that was almost black. Eyes I could lose myself in. If I didn't have a third wheel at the table, and a greyhound licking my knee. Hottie turned to Morgan. What's the guy look like? Mexican, dark hair, a couple of inches shorter than me, a few pounds heavier. Any distinguishing features? I offered one. He's a jerk. Hottie smiled. How about something that a cop can spot from a distance? I patted the blanket that covered my thigh. He's still got a walking cast on his left leg. Over Morgan's shoulder, I could see the waitress step out onto the patio. A whole mess of plates stacked along her arms. Even from here, the bacon looked incredible. I tuned out the guys and was trying to decide what I was going to eat first when I felt a hand on my arm and I was pulled to my feet. Morgan was dropping bills on the table and tugging Cyrano toward the patio steps in the street beyond. What's going on? I asked Hottie. I liked all the touching, but we were moving away from the food. He pocketed his phone. Got him. So soon? That didn't seem right. He'd just called his friend. Hottie grinned and bobbed his shoulders. It's an island. I glanced over at Morgan. Why are we going now? The waitress had almost worked her way to our table. Aren't you curious? He asked. Not before bacon. But my words were lost to the crowd that now covered the sidewalk in front of the cafe. Morgan and Hottie slid us into the flow, and I lost sight of my breakfast. The only consolation was Hottie hooking his arm through mine. Pretty exciting, huh, Dewey's sister? Blast. 7. Hottie's friend had tracked Crotch Guy to a motel just off the main drag, the opposite direction of the bar where my bikini and thanks for being a hero Coast Guard t-shirt were waiting. While the guys worked on their how do we get into a hotel room without anyone seeing us plan, I slipped into the tourist shop next door. I traded out the blanket and rhinestones for a sundress covered in palm trees, and a pair of pockets, woohoo! Undies proclaiming me to be da bomb, a new pair of flip-flops, and a box of some sort of coconut candy, which I polished off before I left the store. Morgan might have fed some to Cyrano, which would have been really unhealthy for the dog, and Hottie was probably worried about keeping his figure in top Maryland form. Better not to tempt them. Back outside, I stuffed the blanket in the trash, the dress in my purse, and found Morgan perched on a low brick wall outside some sort of government building, all alone. He grinned as I searched the crowded sidewalk for Hottie. Jay had to go to work. Blast. My life sucked. I got out my cell phone and typed Key West cabs into Google. No point in sticking around just for Morgan.
What are you doing?
I waved the phone screen in his direction. Getting a ride?
I thought you were curious.
More like angsty. The guy's a jerk. And I didn't like the idea of Morgan running into him. Crotch Guy was probably dying to spill the beans about Cyrano's kidnapping, just to make me look bad.
Come on, give me 15 minutes.
I shrugged. Okay. I'd leave as soon as he was out of sight.
Great.
He leaped up, backed through the crowd, giving me 2 thumbs up, and then forced his way through traffic and disappeared into a hedge that surrounded the motel across the street. I redialed the cab company. Morgan could do whatever he wanted. And so could I.
Ooh.
I looked down. Cyrano was on the sidewalk beside me, her brindle fur blending beautifully into the brick wall behind her. I'd been stuck with the hound. Again. Once I'd figured out how to undo her leash, Hottie must have used some sort of Coast Guard knot to tie her to a stay-off-the-grass sign. Cyrano and I fought our way across the street. For such a small island, there sure were a lot of cars. I led the hound through the opening that Morgan had taken, and we ended up in a simple courtyard of tiny cottages outlined by the hedge. It created a pretty good sound blanket. Most of the noise of the crowded street was gone. Cyrano spotted her daddy first and whined. He was over by one of the rooms, trying to fool the key slot with a piece of cardboard. He wasn't having much luck. Cyrano let out a roo that echoed through the little courtyard. Her jaw dropped open, and a big grin spread across her face. Her next roo brought a couple of guests out of their rooms. I offered a timid wave and let the hound happily drag me over to her human, where she leaned hard against his hip.
"What are you doing, June?" he hissed at me. "People are watching."
Big deal. People were always watching me. Are you done? I asked.
I'm not even in yet. Get out of here before someone recognizes you.
And just because he'd said it, a maid pushing a cart full of towels stopped to look at us. Morgan pocketed the cardboard and knocked on the door, then actually waved at the woman. Way to draw attention to yourself. The maid gave Morgan a "he's kinda cute" look. She even licked her lips. Ew. I got a double take, and her mouth formed a little O. Blast. A doozer. I dove into my purse and pretended I was looking for something. Maybe she'd go away. She just moved closer. Hey, sweetie. Huh. A polite doozer. Your boyfriend left about an hour ago. You get locked out? I looked up from my purse. Okay, she must have mistaken me for someone else who was staying in Crotch Guy's room. What woman would hook up with him? The maid unlocked the door, and Morgan shoved me and Cyrano inside, then wagged a finger my way.
I knew that was a walk of shame this morning.
He danced around the room, making obscene gestures.
You're doing the cop!
Ew. No. He ignored me and headed for the bathroom. I dropped into a chair by the bed. The place was a wreck. The blankets and sheets were tangled, clothes dropped here and there. Both end tables were covered with food wrappers and half-finished drinks. Over at the dresser, more wrappers, more drinks. And beside me, a blanket covered some sort of box. Wait, it was a tiny refrigerator, filled with sandwiches labeled turkey and cheese on sourdough and wrapped in clear plastic. My stomach did a, "Hey, remember me?" rumble, so I dropped one in my purse for later. He'd never miss it. Cyrano gave my bag a sniff and I shooed her away. The hound rued her displeasure and then leaped up on the unmade bed. Ew. She was going to need a bath before I pet her again. She did a few turns and a bunch of photos slid out of a fold in the blanket before she flopped over on top of them. Ooh, pictures. Probably weird ones. This was Crotch Guy's room. Morgan would want me to have a look. I tried to push the bony dog to one side. Move. She closed her eyes and ignored me, so I gathered her front paws in one hand and her back ones in the other and flipped her over like a steak on the grill. She didn't even open her eyes.
The photos were all of Crotch Guy, and some woman in an ugly gray and white striped dress. She had the same idiotic look on her face and every— Wait, that idiot was me. But I didn't own a gray and white striped dress, and my head looked weird, like it was too big for my body. I turned the photo this way and that. Huh. I'd been photoshopped. I thumbed through the rest. Crotch Guy and me at the beach. At dinner. At a bar. Fishing. No wonder the maid had thought we were together. I'd been photoshopped into his vacation. Why would he— Ew. Crotch Guy was in love with me. No wonder he'd followed me to Key West. The mugshots had been an excuse to chat. He'd trailed me to Cyrano's dog nappers to make sure I was safe. When he'd told Motorboat Guy that he loved me with all his heart, he'd meant it.
Nothing in the bathroom,
Morgan called from the other room. Blast. I'd forgotten he was there. I really didn't want him to see these. I'd never hear the end of it. I gathered up the pictures, stuffed them into my purse, and then flipped Cyrano to get the rest.
Did you check the toilet tank?
I yelled back. Isn't that where they always hid stuff in the movies?
Oh, good call.
I heard porcelain clanking, and I tiptoed to the door. Cyrano never lifted her head as I slipped out. 8. While I waited for my taxi, I tried the number on the back of the cardboard receipt from the airlines. An answering machine picked up. Of course. I left my info and asked if they'd found my bag, which they probably hadn't. My luck lately sucked. Then I dropped the receipt and my phone in a pocket as the taxi showed up. On the other side of the island, we crossed a short bridge and pulled into a gas station.
$12.57.
I couldn't place his accent, but it had an old world feel to it. Are you filling up? I asked.
No, 1 nickel key.
I took another look at the station. A single pump fronted a worn-out-looking 2-story convenience store. Off to the left, a pier stretched away from a tiny strip of beach and bent around the back of the building. At the front door, a faded blue sign promised kayak rentals. Torn red curtains hung in the second-floor windows. I flipped Matt Fay's business card over in my hands. Yep, it said 1 nickel key. I'd hoped the cabbie had gotten the address wrong because this didn't look anything like the luxurious getaway house I'd been promised. I leaned forward in my seat. Are you sure this is it?
Yes.
The cabbie pointed his index finger at a generous blob of bird poop on the windshield.
Nickel key. $12.57.
In the United States, we call that a gas station.
My English is not good looking. In Ukraine, we call it—
And then he spit out a bunch of sounds that could have been words, followed by a few more that might have been directed at me personally. In English, he added,
1 nickel key. $12.57.
I'd have to call another cab. I paid and got out. And felt silly. About a football field length away from the shore, there was a little island surrounded by trees that appeared to be growing out of the water. It must have been hidden from view by the bird poop on the taxi's windshield. Blast. 1 nickel key was an island. I was already on an island. How was I supposed to get to this new one? I started for the pier. Maybe it went all the way. I paused, mid-step, and squinted at the little beach in front of me. It was about 10 feet wide and covered in chickens. As soon as the first one alerted the others to my presence, it was like a run on the bar for last call. They were coming at me from all sides, dancing around my feet. Shoo! I waved a hand in the air. That seemed to be the international signal for, yes, I have food, but it's hidden, so please peck at my body parts till you find it. Which they all started to do. I turned and they chased me to the safety of the convenience store. I beat them inside, and they eventually wandered away, leaving behind a skinny rooster. He looked up at me and pecked at the glass door. Was that some sort of challenge? I stamped my foot and lunged. Another peck, and he zigzagged after the ladies. I see you met the flock. The female voice was flavored with the cab driver's accent and made me think of that cartoon with the flying squirrel. I leaned around a rack of sunglasses and spotted a woman about my mom's age on a stool behind the register. Her skin had a brown leathery look to it, like she'd spent too many hours in a tanning booth. I made my way over through the packed little store, thinking about different ways to cook chicken. Hello, June Nash. Uh-oh, she was a doozer. I swiveled my left foot and put a bit of weight on it, ready to flee. My brother's fans were weird. And mean. Occasionally, they tried to feed me to wild animals. Matt Faye, text me your picture. She jabbed a thumb against her chest. I am Iggy. I make care of his house. And sometimes, people were innocent bystanders. Javi met you with keys. I had no recollection of anyone named Javi, but it did explain the plastic lobster tail keyring. I dug it out of my purse and shook the set in her direction, and silently made a promise to myself to swear off Zacapa for at least a week. How could I forget meeting somebody? Javi say you went straight to sailboat yesterday. You stay on it last night? I did, apparently. Is beautiful, yes? She leaned on an elbow. It goes fast? I did a bit of a head nod. The Coast Guard had impounded it rather quickly. You have groceries? Maybe need more. I probably did. If I'd spent the day drinking and the night sleeping on the sailboat, it was a safe bet to assume I hadn't shopped. We have not so much. Some frozen stuffs. She pointed at a refrigerated case behind me. They actually had quite a few frozen stuffs. Instant mac and cheese, pizzas, TV dinners, and a wide variety of one of my favorite food groups, burritos. Each individually wrapped for easy access. I bought 6. The sandwich I'd stolen from Crotch Guy was kinda small. So, to get to the house, I wagged a finger in the general direction of the ocean. I just follow the pier? Yes, if you walks on the waters. She laughed at her joke, hopped up off the stool, and motioned for me to follow her outside. I checked for chickens before I did. Silver keys to bike. She gestured to the plastic lobster claw keyring still clutched in my hand, and then to an adult-sized trike, complete with a wicker basket, padlocked to a rusty no parking sign at the head of the pier. I can't remember the last time I rode a... I looked around, but she was already down the pier, setting a long, narrow death trap thing in the water. It wobbled from side to side, and didn't look all that stable. I saved 2-seater, in case. She glanced behind me, then did a little shrug. Maybe you meet a nice man later. I stared down at the bobbing boat thing. Maybe there was an ocean taxi. Like in Italy, where I should have gone. Somebody else would have driven me to my hotel, and I could have gotten gelato at a cafe, nowhere near the water. Now, no forget, it floats. What? She'd changed the subject, and was holding up a long aluminum stick with shallow shovels at both ends. Always put the paddle in before you, for when waves make spills. As in, tip over? I leaned a bit to eye the bluish-green water below us. It was clear, with lots of little fishies darting over a rocky bottom. Falling in the ocean and getting eaten by little fishies was not on my to-do list. You swims, yes? She helped me into a life vest before I could answer. There is lights on kayak for night. See switch? I didn't. And loop to make dock. She pointed a foot to the far end of the boat, where a thick piece of orange rope dangled in the water. Put over pole so kayak stay. You okay, yes? I considered the paddle, the kayak, the island, and the idea that my only way out to Nickel Key was via a water-based mode of transportation that was prone to spills. I looked up to answer her, but she was gone. Just the skinny rooster in her place. Where'd he come from? Shoo! I fanned the air with the paddle. He bobbed his head at me and started flapping his wings, like he was about to take off. Wait, Could chickens fly? He rose into the air and sailed over my head, catching some of my hair in his claws. I dropped the paddle and threw my arms over the back of my neck, and probably screeched a bit. By the time I'd straightened up, he was gone. To where, I wasn't sure. I glanced up and down the pier. I was alone. Just me and my paddle. Over on the beach, his harem was pecking away at the sand, careful not to stray too close to the water's edge. The water. I felt a moment of panic. Had I knocked him in? I scanned the nearby ocean. Nothing floating. Or sinking. He must have made it to the beach. I sat down on the metal pier and dropped my purse and the paddle into the boat. So far, so good. Then I scooted to the edge, slid in a foot, and let the rest of my body follow. I clunked down hard on the seat, and the world rocked from side to side. Water splashed up over the edges, and my back with a vengeance hangover threatened to empty my stomach into my lap. I hated kayaking. I clutched the sides of the boat until the world was calm again. Letting out a cleansing breath, I reached for the paddle, and got stabbed in the back of my hand. The rooster was in the boat. I kicked a leg in his direction, and a few of my favorite words echoed out across the water. The bird ignored me and settled into the other seat. Shouting at him didn't help. Neither did waving the paddle at his head, which was just out of range. He was in it for the long haul. I narrowed my eyes at him. I've taken one cooking class in my life, and guess what we'd made? It involved red wine and nasty old roosters. I got out my cell phone and Googled French dish with old chicken and wine. I held my phone out in his direction. Coq à vin! Ha! He squawked and shook his feather. Well, that's how an American says it. He gave me another squawk and started preening himself. Okay, you can stay, but if you fall in, I'm not saving you. He ignored me and continued his bath. Your funeral. I pushed off from the pier and dipped the paddle into the ocean. Drawing it back with a wobbly motion, it bounced along the top of the water. The rooster dropped off the seat and tucked himself into the nose of the boat. I'll get the hang of it. Another attempt, and the paddle went deeper, and we zipped toward the little island. Ha! I'm doing it! And it was fun. I liked kayaking. I pulled the paddle through the ocean a second time, and the boat turned away from the island. I was heading out to sea. The rooster squawked, and I did a couple of quick pulls on the right side of the boat. The island came back into view, and stayed in pretty much the same place as I alternated between the right and left sides of the boat. By the time we reached Nickel Key, my arms were jelly, and I hated kayaking. I aimed for the dock and let the boat drift the last few yards. We hit with a bump, and I grabbed for the pole. We'd made it. Okay, Kokavin, how do we get out of this thing? He hopped up onto his seat, wound up his legs, and lifted up to drift over to a little strip of beach between two bunches of water trees. Dropping onto the sand, he did an elaborate dance, circling and pecking, until a dozen or so hens darted out from the cover of the trees to greet him. No, don't worry about me. I tossed my purse onto the dock and stood up. The kayak swayed from side to side, and I froze. When it stopped rocking, I set my right foot up on the metal dock and then gripped the pole and yanked myself up and out. My left foot caught on something as I lifted my leg out of the boat, and I watched my flip-flop fly over my head and land on the beach, much to the delight of the chickens, who all rushed over to peck at it. Crouching down, I examined my toes. The big one was missing a patch of skin. That was going to hurt later. I left the life vest with the kayak and climbed down to the beach. Mine! I yelled at the chickens. They squawked and scattered. I really should have gone to Italy. There was no way they had chickens. A path led away from the sand, and a sign pointed to the cuckoo's nest. That had to be the house. I followed the patterned stones to the interior of the island, which was just as tree-filled as the water surrounding it. The house, which hadn't been visible from shore, didn't disappoint. It was a single story and painted a shade of pink that worked well with the thick green hedge that ran up the side and across the front. At a central spot in the yard, a pole with a bunch of wooden signs labeled the various paths. One in particular caught my eye. The boat barn. I almost did a little dance. I was more than done with the kayak. I dug the plastic lobster tail out of my purse, and after brushing a few lizards off the front door, unlocked my new digs. I was hit with an overpowering scent of musty air, fresh paint, and chickens. Wait, they were fake. And everywhere. Roosters were grouped just inside the door and continued along the walls. Wooden, bronze, clay. At eye level, the theme continued. Paintings, sketches, papier-mâché. It might have been weird in any other city, but considering how many of the cluckers roamed Key West, the collection made sense here. I yawned and pet a few as I made my way up the hall looking for a bedroom, which turned out to be the first door on the right. I certainly didn't need to flip on a light. The ceiling was alive. Someone had painted a sky of glow-in-the-dark stars over the bed. I dug the dress and shoes out of my purse and tossed them on the dresser. Then I dropped onto the edge of the mattress and wiggled the cell phone and cardboard airline receipt out of my pocket. I dropped the phone in my purse and the cardboard receipt on the nightstand. I'd call them again in the morning. I laid back and sighed as I squinted up at the make-believe stars. It was like I was back home in Horseshoe Bend, stretched out in the bed of my pickup. Except there was no hot, dry air, or smelly wild pigs, or even Horseshoe Bend. Unlike my brother, I'd never quite taken to the sleepy little town where we'd grown up. I thought about all those days I'd had nothing to do but follow him through the hills as he searched for snakes, and lizards, and toads that were big enough to arm wrestle. All those winding roads that Dewey drove, searching for yet another creepy crawly, calling them by scientific names that I couldn't pronounce or remember. And why would I need to remember any of that? I was only his... A rooster crowed, and I bolted upright. That beach sounded a lot closer than it was. I checked my watch. I'd been asleep for 2 hours. I stretched and frowned. There were little brown spots all over the front of my dress. What the... I glanced around and spotted my purse. There was a rooster butt sticking out of it, and brown specks flying into the air. Blast. My burritos. 9. I shrieked, and Kokavin bounced up and out of my hobo bag. His feathers were covered in more brown blobs, and there was a cheese slice stuck on his beak. No, wait. Maybe it was a piece of paper wrapped in plastic? There was something written on it, but after the rooster'd had his way with it, most of the letters had been replaced with holes. I didn't remember having any notes in my purse. I leaned in for a better look, and he flapped out of the room in a flutter. I'd deal with him later. Right now, I needed to see what kind of damage he'd done to my bag. It was worse than I'd imagined. Everything was coated in burrito, and melted into a massive blob of yuck. It took about an hour to peel it all apart and clean what I could. In the end, my cell phone had taken the worst of it. The screen looked like it had been hit with a bunch of tiny hammers, or pecks from a skinny rooster's beak. When I hit power, it came on, so there was that. If there'd been any bars, it probably would have worked. No cell service. Another check in the should have gone to Italy column. Just in case the damage was more than superficial, I broke out one of the packaged burners. While it charged, I ran my clothes, purse, and the bedspread through the wash. In the shower, my stomach reminded me I'd missed breakfast and dinner the night before. Wrapping up in a thick, fluffy towel, I wandered, and found the source of the paint smell. The living room looked like it was halfway through a makeover. Everything was covered in sheets, and a stepladder had been left out with 3 paint cans and a takeout soda on a tarp at the bottom. Nobody had mentioned the house being renovated, but I couldn't remember getting the keys, so maybe they had.
I touched the wall, just inside the archway, with the tip of my little finger. Nothing came off, so it wasn't all that fresh. I continued my wandering and found the kitchen. It was huge. Lots of counter space filled with lots of fancy appliances. A whole bunch of shiny copper pots and pans hung on a rack over an extra-large farmhouse table. I was staring into the big empty fridge when Coca Vin strolled by. The plastic-wrapped note was still stuck on his beak. I stuck out my tongue. Serves you right. He made a pathetic little noise, and I hated that I felt sorry for him. Let me get that. I reached for the paper, and he took off. Fine. There was no way I was chasing a chicken, even one trapped in the house. Instead, I opened the back door so he could find his way out, and decided to hit town for some lunch. I repacked my freshly laundered hobo bag with everything that had made it through the baptism by bean, locked the front door, hoped that no one went around to the back, and followed the sign to the boat barn. I ignored the jet skis and paddle boat. I'd just fall off one and go round in circles with the other, and headed straight for the 3 shiny boats docked in the center. I skipped the 2 with fishing poles. They both had motors at the back, and there was no way I wanted to fiddle with things you had to start by pulling cords. I tossed my purse in the one with the fancy white leather captain's chair. I'd never driven a ski boat, but it didn't look all that difficult. If you had the key, which I finally found on a rack back in the kitchen. It was easy to tell which ones were for the boats. They had floaty things hooked to them. None had labels that made sense, so I grabbed them all. Plus a few others I found and added them to the plastic lobster keyring. No sense wasting energy making the trip every time I felt like being spur of the moment. Back in the captain's chair, I hit the garage door opener and eased out of the barn. Turning the wheel to the right, I let the boat drift in front of the water tree line along the shore until the little strip of sand appeared. The hens were out, and they fussed as I went by. "Sorry, ladies, he's in for the day." Past them, I could see the pier. The empty pier. Uh-oh. Where was the kayak? I'd tied it up. I was sure I had. Pretty sure, anyway. I steered a slow 360 and came back, letting the boat drift in. A few feet from the pier, I spotted the paddle. Floating. Just as the gas station lady had said it would. When I was close enough, I leaned over the side, careful to hold on to the edge, and scooped it up. I set it on the seat behind me and got pecked on the back of my hand. "How did you get in here?" Coca Vin blinked at me. The note was still stuck on his beak. "Don't move," I whispered. He moved. I spent a few minutes chasing him around the boat and finally gave up. Stupid bird. I dropped back into the captain's chair to catch my breath and took in the view. It was calming and beautiful and missing something. Land. We were drifting out to sea. I gave the boat a little gas and spun the wheel. Now I was aimed at the pier next to the gas station, and I was moving. Way too fast. 10. I spun the wheel at the last second, and the boat rammed the beach. The chickens screamed and scattered, and Coca Vin flew off to comfort them. I rubbed my forehead where I'd connected with the windscreen and leaned back in the captain's chair to catch my breath and mentally add ski boats to my never again list. When my head stopped throbbing, I stuffed my flip-flops in my purse, hung it around my neck, did a quick check for sharks, and then dropped over the side into the shallow water. It was bathtub warm. I pressed a hand against the boat to steady myself and keep the slipping to a minimum as I waded to the shore. I stepped up onto the sand, and my purse began to vibrate. Over in the shade of the convenience store, I dug out my cell phone and tilted the screen this way and that, trying to read around the cracks. I had missed calls and texts from Morgan, Dewey, and Mom. I'd run into Morgan sooner or later, and Mom was Mom. It was better just to avoid her completely. I tried my brother. Dewey didn't answer, so I waited for the beep. "Tag, you're it." I disconnected and did a Google search for a taxi service. I was about to call them when my phone rang. I tapped the green button. That was a quick game.
Where are you?
Morgan sounded like he was in the middle of a war zone. An old lady pumping gas gave me the "you're talking on a cell phone in public" evil eye. I moved to the other side of the bike. "Stop shouting!" I yelled into the phone. I turned down the volume and put him on speaker. His voice screamed up at me.
And it's noisy 'cause of the drag races.
"They're racing cars?" The island seemed kinda cramped for that.
It's a drag queen obstacle course.
Okay.
June, I have something you need to see.
No thanks. I've had enough fun for one day.
Really, you need to see this. Where are you?
Can we do this after lunch? There was nothing he could show me that was more important than food.
I'm sending you a photo.
Unless it was the picture of a menu, I didn't care. Okay, thanks. I hung up and dialed the taxi company before he could call back. The dispatcher said it would be about 15 minutes. I went over to the pier to wait. I did a quick check for sharks, then dangled my bare feet in the water. The sun overhead was warm, and despite my grumbling tummy, I could feel myself starting to sink. Maybe a nap was more important. I propped my hands behind me and leaned back a bit. Could I sleep sitting up? I never got the chance to find out. My phone dinged. Morgan's photo had arrived, and it didn't seem all that interesting. Just a piece of paper that had been folded a bunch of times with a whole lot of tiny words crammed all over it. Some were circled, some underlined. Most went off in a zillion different directions like the author had been randomly filling up the sheet. I tilted the screen trying to see around the cracks, but nothing that I could read made sense. Why would I care about this? I set my phone down and looked out at the water again. But it wasn't calming anymore. I picked my phone back up and didn't even give Morgan a chance to say hello when he picked up.
I don't get it. That Mexican cop has been following you.
I already knew that.
So? It's more than that. Take another look at the paper.
I did. This time I saw my name. A lot. In fact, there was only one other word written more often. What's a TEGU?
A type of lizard?
Huh. A lizard. For some reason, that triggered something in a foggy back corner of my brain. Why did I know that word? Other than the obvious "my brother works with reptiles" answer.
Maybe he wanted one. There's a lot of notes about it.
Geez, I couldn't completely fault Crotch Guy being in love with me. The heart wants what the heart wants. But if the guy was into creepy crawlies too, it would never work between us. Not that I'd consider it, of course. He was a jerk.
I can't figure out why he's following you, though.
I think the guy's got a thing for me. Morgan snorted.
What?
I keep accidentally running into him, and now you find a... What had he found? I twisted the screen again. There isn't much of a structure, but I guess it could be a poem. Morgan thought that idea was hysterical.
You think the guy's in love with you?
He asked when he caught his breath. I could feel my cheeks start to burn. Yes! He photoshopped me into a bunch of photos with him, like I was his girlfriend. That killed Morgan's glee.
What photos?
The ones I found in his hotel room.
I didn't see any photos.
Because I took them.
Why would you do that, June?
I didn't want anyone else to see them.
Now he's gonna know someone was in his room.
Who cares? My stomach kicked its grumbles up a couple of notches. Besides, you took that note.
No, I didn't. I found it in a sandwich, took photos of it, and put it back.
Whatever. I got up to brush sand off my dress and felt a little woozy. The taxi was taking forever. I really needed to eat. Soon. Maybe I could grab something in the convenience store to tide me over. I thought about the lovely variety of burritos they'd had in their refrigerator case. Wait. Burritos? I flashed on the mess that Coca-Vin had left in my purse. It had destroyed everything. You said you found a note inside a sandwich in Crotch Guy's fridge? You really need to learn people's names. That explained the plastic-wrapped paper I'd seen on Coca-Vin's beak.
There'd been a note in my sandwich, too. Maybe I needed to catch that rooster after all, at least to figure out the extent of Crotch Guy's love for me. Hang on. I dropped the phone in my purse and scanned the beach. The rooster was strutting for a couple of his girls. His beak was empty. A quick search turned up the note near the water's edge. I peeled away the plastic and carefully unfolded the chunked-up page. Something slipped out and landed on my foot. It was an ID. Or what was left of one. The rooster had done a number on it, too. I couldn't make out the issuer, or the name. Not much had survived the rooster's beak. Just an eye, forehead, and ear where the photo should have been. Crotch Guy would have to stay that way for now. I dropped the ID in the trash and then scanned the chunked-up page. It was just like the one in Morgan's photo, except for all the beak holes. What it might have said was anyone's. Wait. Hole, E.G. hole. Hole, E.G.U. Hole, G.U. And even one that was complete. T-E-G-U. The lizard he wanted. The foggy patch in my brain nudged me again. "Are you still there?" Morgan's voice was muffled. I tucked the page under an arm and dug my phone back out of my purse. Hang on. I did a Google search. When the results came up, I tilted the screen. The lizard was from South America. And got big. I swiped up, looking at web page options, and stopped when Dewey's face appeared on the screen. Dewey did a show on tegus. No wonder the word was familiar. Really? I didn't work on that one. When did it air? About a year ago? In August. Huh. A year ago in August. A year ago. Oh, I know. That was when I was in San Diego. I picked up some stuff for Dewey and ended up staying an extra week. There was this girl. He started to drone on about her particular brand of bendiness, but I didn't hear any more of it. I was too busy looking at the next link. There was a grainy photo of a dark-haired man staring at the camera. I knew his face. I'd seen it yesterday. It was one of the photos that Crotch Guy had shown me when he'd picked me up outside the Coast Guard station. Below it, the website headline screamed, "Multiple murder suspect Tegu Bresino still at large." Tegu wasn't just a lizard. He was a person, too. And we had a connection through Crotch Guy. My shaky finger clicked the link as I flashed on a hotel room back in Mexico, all those weeks ago, and the gangster who had decided I'd owed him money. "I've sold the debt to a business associate," he'd said. I'd protested, of course. "I'm not giving anybody $50,000. You misunderstand," Suit Guy had continued. "Tegu's not coming here to collect the debt. He's coming here to collect you." Crotch Guy wasn't in love with me. He was using me as bait to catch one of the criminals he'd been after in Mexico. "Morgan?" I pressed the phone back to my ear, but all I could hear was a lot of shouting. I hung up, scrolled to my phone contacts, and dialed. It rang once. "Charter Direct, this is Edith. What's your destination?" The voice oozed charm. "I need to get the hell out of Key West. Now." "Oh, hello, June." The voice on the other end had lost all of its charm. "2 days ago you were begging me for a ride there. Well, now I gotta leave." More silence, and then, "Actually, we're dropping a client on the island today." "Fantastic. What time?" "You're in luck. Wheels down in about 20 minutes. Shall I tell the pilot to wait?" The jet was already parked when the taxi dropped me off. I jogged over and took the stairs 2 at a time, and almost tumbled back down when I reached the top. Mom was standing in the open door, holding an overnight bag. "So, this is the great Key West you insisted I had to see." Blast. My worst fear had come true. I'd finally consumed enough rum that I'd drunk invited my mom on vacation. I raised 2 fingers and silently swore off Zacapa. Forever. 11. "Why did you let the cab go?"
Mom asked, and then she squinted her eyes at me. Why are you holding up 2 fingers? I stuffed my hands in my pockets. Arthritis. Blast, I needed a drink, and a seat on that plane. But Mom was standing between me and my getaway. Just over her shoulder, I could see the safety of the jet's cabin. So close, yet so far. I considered my options. Part of me wanted to tell her about Tegu. She was my mother, after all. She'd probably want to protect me. I'd get shoved in the plane, and we'd hightail it back to Horseshoe Bend. The other part of me wasn't crazy about the lecture that would last for the duration of the flight. June, most people remember when they're sold to a dangerous criminal. Geez, Mom, not always. Maybe I could just stay and take my chances. I'd been in Key West for almost 2 days, and apparently I'd been plastered on Zacapa for a good share of it. It's not like Tegu hadn't had plenty of opportunities to strike. And if he'd really wanted me, he could have nabbed me back in Arizona. I'd been home from Mexico for weeks. Dewey and I lived in a stupidly tiny town with nothing around for miles. I should have been easy prey. Maybe he'd forgotten all about me. Or maybe he was distracted by the fact that he was a multiple murderer on the run. What is wrong with you? She leaned a bit my way, and might have sniffed me. And then my third option appeared. Sheriff Warren Mitchell joined Mom in the open doorway, in board shorts and a flowered shirt. He looked as uncomfortable as I felt seeing him in board shorts and a flowered shirt. But no matter. I was saved. I'm so happy to see you. I threw my arms around him. Before I could whisper, "Don't tell Mom, but a killer is after me," in his ear, he pushed me back and patted me on the arm.
Thanks for feeling that way.
He maneuvered around me to follow Mom down the stairs. The pilot waved at me.
Hey, June, do you have any luggage?
Mom turned to look back at us. She's not leaving. She's just picking us up. The pilot gave me a questioning look.
But I thought that you called and asked
where the jet was, yeah. I gave him a play along with me look. I was expecting Mom hours ago. Why? Mom asked. You booked the flight. I did. I made a mental note to get even with Edith at the charter service. The client shouldn't be a secret from the drunk fool who made the reservation. The pilot cleared his throat.
So, are you getting on the plane?
He'd obviously missed my play along with me look. Weren't you listening? Mom asked. Maybe you could order us a car, since June let that cab go. He got out his cell phone.
Doing it right now.
And on cue, a taxi pulled up, which was amazing because it seems like the pilot was still dialing his... Wait, was that Morgan getting out? Mom met him at the bottom of the steps and pulled him into a hug. She'd always had a soft spot for Dewey's best friend. He'd been a hard luck case when we were growing up, having a deadbeat dad and an alcoholic mom. Even with all that, I'd been jealous. His childhood had been free from parental judgment. Mom kept her arm around his neck and twisted enough to look at me. I didn't realize you two came down here together. She gave me a little smile, and so did Morgan. Ew, there was nothing going on between us. She winked at me. Oh my God, ew. Warren and I shouldn't stay with you after all. They were staying with me? Under normal circumstances, that would be terrifying. But I liked the idea of Warren being close. Now I just needed to tell him about Tegu. Over drinks. Lots of drinks. My no more Zacapa oath could wait a few days. Morgan and I aren't together that way. Stay with me. It's a big house. Oh no, we don't want to impose. Huh. When did my mother ever not want to get in the way? The pilot pushed his hat back on his head.
You're not going to find any hotel rooms on the island. Not with a Conch Republic celebration going on. This place will be packed until Monday.
Perfect. They'd have to stay with me. I was happy. And a little sad. They'd have to stay with me. Warren cleared his throat.
You know, my buddy Hank's up in Marathon. I was thinking about getting a little fishing in while you and I are down here, Wendy. I bet we could stay up there with him.
Oh no.
And come back down after the crowds clear out.
That was a terrible idea. Wherever Marathon was, it was too far away. Morgan cleared his throat.
Matt Fay has a houseboat here in Key West.
I didn't remember seeing a houseboat on my host's little island, which meant even that was too far away. I needed to think fast. I shifted my purse to the other arm and heard a metallic rattling. "Keys!" I said, or possibly yelled. Everybody looked at me. I dug the loaded-up plastic lobster tail ring out of my purse and shook it for everyone. I don't have keys for that." Morgan selected one of the keys in the bunch.
"That's it, right there."
Blast. It was probably one of the spur-of-the-moment keys I'd added back in the kitchen. That's what I got for being lazy. He worked the key off of the ring and handed it to my mom. "Perfect." She gave him a peck on the cheek. "It's even got the address on the back." She did a little show and tell, then dropped it into her purse. "Matt Fay is always so organized." Warren waved a hand at me.
"Help me with the luggage."
Perfect. I followed him to the side of the jet, where a dozen bags had been lined up. Just how long were they staying? I grabbed the two smallest ones. I needed to make this quick. Geez, how to begin? "Help, Warren, I was sold to a gangster for $50K. Huh. Not ideal, but it was definitely a conversation starter. I moved over to Warren, who was kneeling down, fiddling with one of the bag's locks. I leaned over and whispered, "I need help, but I don't want Mom to know." "Right." I looked up and he gave me the cop face that he saved for desperate occasions. I almost sighed with relief. It was like he already knew what I was going to say.
"It's okay, June. The bags are heavy."
Or maybe not.
"Morgan!"
Warren stood and waved an arm at the cab.
"Come help me with these while the ladies get a seat."
He winked at me, so I gave him a little grin. "Thanks. For nothing. What do you say we all go get a drink?" If I could get a few shots of Zacapa into Mom, I could talk about Tegu right in front of her and she'd never remember.
"Sure. And, June,"
I turned back.
"should I ask when Dewey's getting here, or will the pilot have better information?"
That explained all the calls for my brother. How many people had I drunk invited? Better ask. I bobbed my head at the jet. Mom put Morgan in the back of the cab with her and Warren. She said she wanted to catch up. I sat in front, happy to be ignored, and watched the little island roll past. Tiny houses, quaint restaurants, sidewalks stuffed with ambling tourists, most of them clutching a cell phone as if their life depended on it. Some taking selfies, most just texting. It was like watching a fish tank. Pleasantly relaxing. Till we hit the first red light. "June?" Mom's voice broke into my thoughts. "June, are you listening?" Of course not. I sighed and twisted in my seat. "June, Key West seems a bit small. Where do you plan on having this party you talked about on the phone?" Party? I was throwing a party? "Don't make it for tonight. Your brother won't be able to get here until sometime tomorrow. But he's sure it will be well before dinner, so we'll need a table for at least—" She began to count on her fingers. "Me, Warren, Morgan." She turned to smile at him, and he smiled back. "Dewey, Lolly." Who was Lolly? And, of course, you. I seemed to be a last-minute addition. At least it was a small party. "I think most restaurants can seat 6, Mom." I knew better than to ask what we were celebrating. "You should make a reservation." Okay. I got out my phone and Googled restaurants. A cell phone isn't going to show you the size of a venue. You need to go look at places in person. For a table of 6? There are things like flow to be considered. How is it going to be if, here we are, all together, and you're delivering a lovely toast— There was toasting at this party? And then a busboy starts stacking dishes at a table that's smack dab next to us, and all we can hear is the rattle of plates and glasses clicking and clanking against each other. The moment will be ruined forever. What moment? Maybe Dewey knew what kind of party this was going to be. I'd call him as soon as we hit the bar. I promise to listen really well when I call for reservations, and if I hear lots of clinking and clanking, I'll cross them off the list. Mom cleared her throat. Honestly, June, do I really need to tell you about the time that Hazel Underwood met Martha Gregor at that old diner near the Cactus Rose Motel on 93? I had no idea who either women were, and as the anecdote progressed, what a flamethrower could possibly have to do with reserving a table for 6 in Key West, I nodded along, waiting for her to finish. She didn't. The story was still going strong when we'd hit our third red light. Only now, Mom's index finger had begun to punctuate each sentence. I'm a patient person when it comes to my mom. For all of my 28 years, I've lowered my head and ridden out her many. These stories have nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I'm using them to illustrate why everything is wrong with the world because of you, tales. Today, though, I'd had enough. There was no way I was sticking around for the end of the story. This was my vacation, and it was turning to crap. I'd nearly drowned in the ocean. The hottest guy in forever was fixated on my brother instead of me. A creepy law enforcement dude was using me to bait a multiple murderer. A rooster had nearly destroyed my cell phone and eaten all my burritos. And I'd gotten so toasted on Zacapa that I'd drunk-dialed not only my former arch-nemesis, but also my insane mother. And invited both along for the ride. Enough was enough. How about I go find that table? The light was still red, so I threw open the passenger door and hopped out. I heard an exasperated, "June!" and the signal turned green. Behind us, cars began to honk, and as Mom was struggling to climb over Warren, the cab took off and was quickly lost to traffic. I let out a breath and jogged over to the safety of the sidewalk, after waving my angry finger at the car honking at me. At least Mom was out of my hair for a bit. Wait, so was Warren. And there was still a multiple murder suspect out to get me. Not a good time to go it alone. I pulled out my phone and dialed the charter service again. "The jet should be there, June." "Oh, it's here, but you didn't tell me the client on that flight was my mom." "We don't discuss clients." "But it's my mom." "Who is a client?" "Because of my brother. And I booked the flight." "I don't look at billing. Do you need anything else?" "I'm not at the airport anymore, so I need the pilot to wait for me." "If you left, then he did too. The soonest I can get him back there is—" Some papers rustled in the background, and I imagined her pretending to look at her calendar, just to mess with me. "It'll be at least 48 hours. "But he was booked to take me home. "And if you didn't get on the plane, it became his time. He doesn't need to check in again until the next booking." "Which is confidential. Can't you fly commercial?" "It's a long story." I didn't want to explain my lost ID. "What did you do before your brother got famous?" Was that a dig? I hung up. I drew back my arm to launch my phone into the grass and thought better of it. Instead, I turned a little circle, stomping my feet.
Feel better?
I squinted at Morgan, who was shouting at me from across the street, and holding my purse. Blast. I'd left it in the cab. Why did I have such a hard time holding on to that thing?
"How come you didn't tell me that you invited your mom and Warren down?"
he asked. I pretended I couldn't hear him over the traffic. I wasn't about to admit to drunk inviting.
"It was the Zacapa, wasn't it?"
Unless he figured it out. Shut up. He slung my purse over a shoulder and cupped his mouth to shout,
"Your mom invited me to Christmas."
"It's only April, and would you come over here? I'm not going to keep yelling at you." He pointed, and we met down the block in a crosswalk. I followed him back to his side, and we fell into the flow of the crowd. "Why were you at the airport?" I asked. I slipped an arm in his. If Tegu or one of his people tried to grab me, at least Morgan would notice.
"The charter service called to see if I was coming back on the jet with you."
Blast. It wasn't about confidentiality at all. Edith just hated me.
"What did you spot in the note?"
Morgan asked. "What note?"
"The note I found in the sandwich. I sent a photo of it, remember? 1 minute we're chatting, the next you're trying to skip town. It has to be because you saw something in that note."
It's a long story. It wasn't. But I was tired, and I really wanted to sit down. How about we go somewhere? Okay, let's get out of the sun, cool down with a drink. Finally, something I could agree with. Breezy's on Green has a fantastic smoothie. How about some rum instead? Are you sure? Bad things seem to happen when you drink. I was willing to risk it. I want a drink. Okay, he shrugged. How about Eros? I was going to meet Jay there later anyway. Who? He shook his head. The Coast Guard guy you keep drooling over. He's in the drag show at Eros. Oh, hottie. That's a great idea. Actually, that was a great idea. He's Coast Guard. I know. I just said that. No, he's Coast Guard, as in law enforcement. That's like 2 steps above sheriff and 1 right below the CIA. What do you think the Coast Guard does? Help with stuff? Morgan pulled me to one side of the crowd. What stuff? I took a sandwich from Crotch Guy's room. He narrowed his eyes at me. So you took photos and a sandwich. I wagged a finger at him. Don't start. I fished the pecked-up paper out of my purse. Here, there was a note inside. He took a minute to look it over. Maybe we should try to catch up with Warren. I shook my head. Warren would tell Mom, and I'd never hear the end of it. If we can't find... What was his name again? Jack? Gene? Jay. You want him instead of Warren because you think that getting naked with you will be first on his "How can the Coast Guard help my new friend June" list? I smacked Morgan in the chest. Hey, just Google the fastest way to that bar. And getting naked didn't have to be the first thing on the list. As long as it was there, somewhere. 12. Eros was packed, and we had to work our way through the crowd to get the bartender's attention. Behind him, on the shelf, a lovely bottle of Zacapa caught my eye, and I felt a wave of sadness wash over me. I'd never be able to get any without an ID. We're looking for Jay, I told the guy. I don't think he'll be by today. You want the usual? Unless I was mistaken for a regular. I nodded, and he reached for the Zacapa bottle. I'll get the drinks, I told Morgan. You get a table. Call Warren, he mumbled to me. Not yet, I mumbled back. He pointed to a spot along the back wall. I'll just have water. A few minutes later, I dropped a couple of Morgan's 20s on the bar in exchange for a bowl of pretzels, 2 waters, and a half-dozen shots of Zacapa. It would be polite to have extras in case Jay showed up. What was in the note? Morgan asked when I joined him. I did a shot and started in on the pretzels. Do you remember Mexico? It was only a couple of weeks ago. Morgan ignored the Zacapa and went straight for the water. What was in the note? I scooted a bit closer. You know how that gang in Mexico was after you? All I did was pick up a hitchhiker. After she'd stolen 50 grand. Thanks for reminding me that I'm an idiot for offering someone a ride. He took a quick sip of his water, then sighed and leaned back in his chair to finish it off. I was sold to a guy named Tegu to cover the debt, and now I think he's here in Key West to collect. I leaned to one side as Morgan spit water all over the table. You can't sell people. Apparently, you can. Why didn't you say anything? He caught a passing waitress and made a napkin request. I got distracted by everything that came next. What's this guy look like? Morgan slouched down in his seat. I pulled my cell phone from my back pocket and Googled my multiple murderer on the run. I can't read your screen. He got out his own cell and reached for his shot as the Google search results came up. I never met Tegu. We got out of Mexico before he showed up, but that's the same photo that Crotch Guy showed me this morning. No need to mention that I'd forgotten about the whole being sold for a debt thing until today. Crotch Guy must think he's in town. We both did a shot and turned our glasses upside down on the tray. We need to find Warren, right now. Not while he's with my mom. Besides, Hottie's local. He'll be able to do stuff that Warren can't. Hottie? Really? Morgan rolled his eyes and continued. What if this Tegu guy shows up before Jay can help? He took another quick glance around the room. Nobody seemed all that interested in us. You'd really gamble your safety, and now mine, since I'm sitting here with you,
Because you don't want your mother to find out that you're in trouble?
Yeah. He'd known me since we were 5. Hadn't he been paying attention? Morgan ran a ringer around the rim of a shot glass.
How about this? We call Warren.
And as I took a breath to protest, he held up a finger and continued.
I'll ask him not to talk in front of your mom. If he doesn't answer, we call Jay.
Call Jay first, then call Warren. Another sigh.
Okay.
He dialed, and waited, and hung up.
Jay's not answering.
Text him.
Fine.
While he did that, I dug around in my purse and found a burner phone. Use this to call Warren. If Mom's around, she won't recognize the number.
You're overthinking this.
I looked up Warren in my contacts. Let me read you the number. He dialed, then set the burner on the table between us. A soft ring drifted up. There were a couple more, and then a click, and a woman's voice answered. Hello? It was Mom. What was she doing answering the phone? I hit the end key.
Why didn't you let me ask for Warren?
She knows your voice.
I could do a fake voice.
You're right. Sorry, I panicked. Morgan hit redial.
If she answers again, don't hang up.
I hit the end key before she could. Check to see if Jay wrote you back.
June, he's probably on a Coast Guard boat in the middle of...
His phone chimed, and a text message popped up. I leaned over to read the screen.
Hey, dude, where are you? Come cheer us on.
For what? I asked. Morgan sighed and downed another shot.
Jay's doing the bed races.
The what races?
Bed races. People dress up in costumes and race beds decorated with a theme.
Key West was weird. Wait, he didn't tell you where he is. Morgan picked up another shot glass and swirled the liquid. You knew where he was all along. Why did we come here?
To get out of the sun.
Morgan added his empty glass to the tray. Interesting. He didn't want me around Jay. I picked up one of the last 2 shots and tried to suppress a grin. Are you jealous because I wanted to ask Jay for help? He slouched down in his seat and looked away.
I was just trying to save you some embarrassment.
Really?
Yeah, Jay's gay.
He told you that?
He's a drag queen.
Doesn't mean he's gay.
Yeah, it does.
He's not gay.
Yes, he is.
No, she's right. The waitress dropped a pile of napkins in front of Morgan. Jay's not gay. Something about her smile told me she had first-hand knowledge. Now I was the one who was jealous. So, I smiled at my competition. Where's this bed race? Morgan led me on a short hike, 1 street up and over. Eventually, we fell in with another crowd that spilled out onto a wider street. No cars in sight, just packed sidewalks and people stretched out along the curb. I maneuvered around a couple who were more invested in some severe PDA and got a clear view of the empty street. Up the block, to our left, a UFO zoomed into view. 4 purple men in shorty shorts and floppy antenna were steering the saucer along its route. In front, a banner invited folks to stop by Eros for the best drag show in Key West. On top of the UFO, there was an area about the size of a love seat where another guy in a silver metallic jumpsuit with purple hair was lounging and snuggling a... Hey, that was Cyrano. What was she doing on the... Then they passed in front of us, and the lounging dude flapped a hand in my direction.
Hey, Dewey's sister.
It was Hottie. We'd found the bed races. 13. In his natural state, as a Korean-American 20-something male, Coast Guard Hottie was hot. As Marilyn Monroe, he was confusingly sexy. But in his current incarnation, he was off the charts. Either I'd watched too many shows about ancient aliens, or I was way past due for some of that stuff that happens at the end of a really good date. I was going to return the wave, but Hottie and his UFO were already out of sight. Morgan slipped a hand on my back.
Let's find the end of the race.
It was harder trying to weave back through the crowd, so we dropped down into the street, and got yelled at by a lady waving an orange stick. For your safety, please stay on the curb. I imagined one of the beds running her over and clung to a chunk of Morgan's shirt as we dove back into the throng. After we wove through a billion sweaty bodies, we stumbled out into an empty patch of sidewalk near a couple of food trucks. I gulped up a few lungfuls of taco-flavored air and followed Morgan past a mermaid in a bathtub, an all-male crew in tutus and green hair, female footballers pushing a referee on something that looked more like an elaborate bike than a bed, and there it was, Hottie's out-of-this-world UFO. Morgan got a handshake and a "hey bro." I got Cyrano's leash.
So happy you made it, Dewey's sister.
I basked in his smile for a moment, then, screw it. I was going in for the hug. Morgan got in my way.
We might need your help, bro. In a law enforcement capacity.
Hottie nodded. He did a quick, "is anybody listening?" glance around, and then led us to a relatively empty spot of sidewalk in front of a tacky t-shirt shop.
This about the guy in the walking cast?
Hottie asked.
He's using June to bait a drug dealer.
I might have eased into it a bit, but Hottie took it all in stride.
This drug dealer have a name?
Tegu, I started.
Brasino?
Hottie finished.
You know him?
Morgan asked. Hottie ran his tongue along his bottom lip, and I almost moaned.
He's big time. Runs his operation out of Belize. Uses locals to move product through the area and up to the mainland. I've been trying to put his people out of business for quite a while.
Hottie looked over at me.
So, your cop friend is after Tegu?
He's not really a friend.
You mind telling me why you're the bait?
It's a long story.
Any part of it illegal?
Aside from breaking into Crotch Guy's room and stealing stuff that wasn't even valuable to begin with? I shook my head. No need to go into that.
This have anything to do with a speedboat full of pot yesterday?
That was just me in the wrong place at the right time. He shrugged.
Okay, what do you need from me?
Besides your eternal love? Morgan leaned into my space.
Any way to find out if Tegu is in Key West right now?
I'd like to avoid running into him, I added. One of the purple UFO pushers came up behind Hottie and held out a little cup of Italian ice topped with a small wooden spoon. Hottie shivered and pushed him away. The guy snickered.
They want us for photos. Give me a second,
Hottie told him. When the purple guy was gone, he dug a cell phone out of a pocket and tapped an earbud.
Let's see what we can find out.
We want to thank you for doing this. I looked over at Morgan, who was talking to one of the mermaids. I turned back to Hottie. I want to thank you for doing this. He held up a finger and got a faraway look in his eye.
Yeah. You're missing out.
Yeah.
Listen, I need you to check on a POI. Last name Brecino. First name Tegu. Him, yeah. We know his whereabouts?
He covered the phone and leaned toward me.
They're checking.
He sighed and smiled at me like he was hoping I'd say something to keep him from being bored while he waited. I could do that. I twirled Cyrano's leash and racked my brain. Did you know... Uh-oh. That sounded like I was about to tell him a fact. Did I know any facts? I patted Cyrano's neck, and then words were coming out of my mouth. Greyhounds can hit 45 miles an hour in just 6 strides. Hottie nodded. Oh. How did I know that? And why was I talking about greyhounds? They just can't go that fast for very long. Probably something I'd heard Morgan say. They like to run. Forget the dog. Ask Hottie for drinks. But mostly they like to lean. I pointed to the hound, angled against my hip. Seriously, forget the dog and tell him you like Zacapa. Maybe he does too. Hottie patted the hound's neck.
Cyrano looks comfy.
He knew the dog's name, yet mine seemed to be an issue. Some greyhounds can't sit. I was babbling like an idiot. I needed to figure out a way to say my name, 'cause he still didn't seem to know it. Their butt won't go all the way to the ground because they have tight tendons. Why was I talking about greyhound butts? Hottie held up a finger, and the faraway look in his eye returned.
Yeah, you sure?
You rock.
Yeah, later.
He slid the phone back into his pocket.
No sign of him here.
I would have hugged him, but the leaning hound had me pinned. That's fantastic news.
Why did your friend think he was here?
Not my friend, and he never actually said he was here.
I thought he was using you as bait.
He knows my history with Tegu. No need to mention the sold for a debt thing. And he had me look at a bunch of mugshots to see if I recognized anyone.
And Tegu was one of them?
He was. I dug my cell phone out of my purse, and Morgan found this note. I showed him the picture. Hottie twisted up his face.
What happened to your phone? I can't see anything.
Ooh, I had an in. What's your number? I'll text it to you. Did I sound casual? I think I sounded casual. And then you can text me back, if you want. Blast. Had that sounded desperate? If it did, Hottie hadn't seemed to notice. He dug his phone out of his pocket, tapped the screen, and then held it out to show me. Score! I copied the number and sent the photo. Hottie's phone dinged, and he took a couple of moments to study the screen.
Is this written in code? That's what it looked like to me.
Morgan had returned. Tegu's not in town.
Now you can avoid your mom.
He knew me so well. Hottie tilted his phone screen as he read.
Maybe it's a poem.
I slapped Morgan's chest. I told you.
He wrote your name a lot.
He did.
Maybe he's just got a thing for you.
I slapped Morgan again. I told you.
This is kinda creepy.
Jay! The purple pushers were getting impatient.
I'd better get over there. Maybe you should call me if your friend in the walking cast brings up Tegu again.
I was going to have to track down Crotch Guy so he could. Hottie shook Morgan's hand, then flashed me a shiver-inducing smile.
Later, Dewey sister.
And then he bent down to scratch Cyrano's ears before he jogged away. I grabbed Morgan's shirt and tugged his ear into my mouth. Say my name. I don't think he knows my name.
All right.
He wiggled free and yelled June Nash at the top of his lungs. A female voice yelled it back. Uh-oh. I stood up on tippy toes to see over the crowd and spotted a head full of red hair. Blast. It was my mom, and she was waving at me. Now that I didn't need the protection, I felt an urgent desire to get out of there. Ditching the dog would make it easier. Morgan, can you... I held the leash out to the empty air next to me. Where'd your daddy go, Cyrano? The hound whined a pathetic little roo and sniffed the air. You gonna hunt him down, girl? And she took off, yanking the leash from my fingers, and I raced after her. We parted the crowd and erupted into the street, barely missing a sleigh and the angry reindeer in shorty shorts pushing it. Cyrano dashed one way, it went another, and the lady with the orange stick lunged for the hound. She missed. I threw a sorry over my shoulder and turned back in time to see Morgan's hound leap into the air and land on a bed that was squared with brass poles, and still moving. Straight for me. I got out a few of my favorite words as the front pole caught me across the boobs. I flipped onto a lumpy mattress, ending up on my shoulders with my legs in the air and my da-bomb underwear in full view of the spectators. Bikini girl! Motorboat Guy's smiley face leaned into view. It was covered in red paint, and there were little horns on the top of his head. He was kneeling on the bed beside me, one arm around Cyrano, the other clutching a pitchfork. Oh, he was the devil. Behind him, I could see flashes of buildings and the tops of people's heads. We were still moving. And then we weren't. My legs finished their drop, and I ended up half on, half off the bed. And staring up at Mom. "Why did you call Warren and hang up?" she asked.
So much for my getaway.
14. Beside me, Cyrano was on her feet, digging at the bedspread. Motorboat Guy scooped her up, and all I could do was take the hand that Mom offered. She pulled me to my feet, and I apologized to the irritated angels who'd had pushing duties, as I followed Mom over to the sidewalk. Motorboat Guy passed me the leash, and Mom gave him a dismissive thank you.
You still owe me a drink.
He flashed a grin and chased after the angels in the bed. Cyrano pulled at her leash, trying to follow.
She had the worst taste in men. "So," Mom asked, "why did you call Warren?" I had a question, but I don't anymore. I wrapped my arms around the hound, lifted her up, and set her down facing a new direction. She took off, and I gave her plenty of leash. "June!" I could hear Mom's shoes clunking on the sidewalk as she struggled to keep up. "Would you stop for a minute? We never finished our talk." Better to keep her out of breath, then. "I'm walking the dog, Mom." Cyrano spotted a trio of chickens a couple of storefronts away, and she picked up her speed. One of the cluckers sensed the incoming danger and began to squawk and run in little circles around her friends. "Are you mad at me?" Mom finally caught up. "No, I was, but this was easier. You were upset as soon as you saw Warren at the plane." I was relieved. If she'd actually paid attention to me even a little bit of the time, she would have known that. Oh. She developed an interest in the clasp on her purse. "You were just unhappy to see me." "Mom, it really has nothing to do with you. There was somebody bothering me, and I wanted to talk to Warren about it. But it's resolved now, so there's no issue." "Was it about you and Morgan?" "There is no me and Morgan, Mom. We're just friends." "Is it because of the devil back there who you're supposed to have a drink with?" "That guy is nobody, Mom." The chickens decided they'd had enough of the dog and diverted down a narrow alley between another tacky t-shirt shop and a cigar store. Cyrano came to a grinding halt to watch them go. "If you say so." Mom rolled her eyes. "What?" "I've never taken a male friend on an expensive vacation." Hadn't I picked her and Warren up at the airport? "Neither have I. You brought Morgan to Key West at the height of tourist season. There's really nothing going on between us. Let's not fight in public, June." I glanced around. Everybody in town was back at the bed races. Her idea of the public consisted of us, the dog, a couple of chickens in the alley, and an old guy watching us from a table inside a cigar store. Make that a creepy old guy watching us. He gave me a little wave and blew smoke against the grimy window. "Well, what do you think?" Mom was looking at me like she was waiting for an answer. Had she been talking? Blast. I hadn't been listening. If I said yes, I was probably agreeing to something I shouldn't. If I asked what she was talking about, I was going to get a lecture about paying attention. I went with my third option, a non-committal shrug and a grunt. "You have no idea what I just said, do you?" Cyrano saved me from answering by coming to life. She rued at a chicken that had made the mistake of wandering out of the alley, and I was yanked along as she chased it through the front door of a nearby bar. The place was small and dead. Just the bartender, a guy on a stool, and a half-dozen empty tables. I had a feeling that as soon as the bed races were done, things would change. I hung my purse over the back of a chair, and Mom pointed at a spot closer to the jukebox. "That one's cleaner." It wasn't, but I let the dig pass and went over to the bar, and held my breath. "The usual?" the lady behind the taps asked. I was starting to really like this little island. Then she glanced over at the door. "Morgan's not with you?" Someday, someone was going to have to explain the mysterious power he had over women. I leaned in a bit closer, just in case Mom was eavesdropping. "Did I leave my ID or credit card here?" She shook her head. Another bar crossed off the list. I dropped a couple of Morgan's 20s on the bar and ordered Zacapa shots. The guy on a nearby stool caught my eye and then turned away to cover his face. It was Motorboat Guy's friend. The one who'd been in charge of Cyrano when they dognapped her. What was his name? It had been something stupid. "You want another one, Rip?" the lady behind the bar asked. "Oh, yeah." I giggled. What a dumb name. Rip mumbled something and took what was left of his beer to a table off the other end of the bar. I pretended I hadn't seen him and settled into the seat across from Mom. Cyrano stretched out underneath us. Mom glanced around. "This is nice." It did feel good to sit down. It had been a crazy morning. On the run from a drug dealer one minute and having a drink with my mom the next. What horrible thing was going to happen to me next? "Your brother said they'd be here in the morning." "Okay."
I wanted to ask who they were, but I had a feeling I was supposed to know, and I still wasn't interested in a lecture about paying attention. I'd call Dewey first chance I got and ask. The bartender brought us our shots, and I ordered another round as I picked up my glass. That got me a look from Mom. "What?" I asked. "Nothing." She took a sip of hers and set it back down. "I was just wondering how many of these you've already had today. I'm on vacation. You smelled like rum when you picked us up at the airport." I leaned back in my chair. So? So, nothing. I'm just making conversation. Let's talk about something else. I feel like you and I haven't spent much time together lately. We've never spent much time together, Mom. That's not true. What have we done together? Recently? She thought for a minute. Took another sip. Considered the jukebox. Took another sip. Finally, "We went to that thing with your brother." "What thing?" I asked. "Before you went to Mexico." "That dinner?" There'd been some sort of fundraiser. The promise of peach pie had gotten me to tag along. "That was with Dewey." And there hadn't been any pie. "You know," Mom clicked her nails on the table, "you used to talk about food a lot." She took another small sip of her rum and then slid the shot glass between her hands. "I used to only worry that you'd have weight problems." She glanced at my thighs like it was too late, and I scooted in closer to the table. "But over the last couple of weeks," she continued, "instead of giving me details about the amazing burgers at Millsy's, I'm regaled with stories about the latest sample from La Leche Celestiale." Ooh, La Leche. I missed the weird little distillery back home and their oddly addictive vegetable-flavored rums. I lifted my empty shot glass in the direction of the bartender, who was nowhere in sight. "How about some nice virgin pina coladas instead?" Mom eyed a cardboard menu that rested between the salt shaker and a sticky bottle of catsup. "So coconutty. Don't you just love those?" "No." Coconut was disgusting. "How about a nice glass of cranberry juice?" Also disgusting, and a pattern was emerging. "Are you giving me an intervention?" I asked. "Are you drinking too much?" "I'm on vacation, and I'm changing the subject." I held out my hand, palm side up. "Give me some quarters." Mom sighed, and then smiled. She liked music, especially if there was room to dance, which there was here. A few songs would keep her distracted. I got up and almost walked into a trio of 20-something goths. They were covered in black, head to toe, lips to nails, long-sleeved shirts to heavy black jeans. Egyptian eyes finished off the look. Was that even goth? Thanks to wigs, they could have been guys, could have been girls. They had to have been dressed for the bed races. The outfits looked too hot for a typical day in Florida. Sorry. They ignored me. One squatted to pet Cyrano, and the other two headed for the bar. I figured Mom could take care of herself, and went over to the jukebox to consider the options. Mostly, it was packed with stuff from the 60s. Perfect. I needed something bouncy, something to get her dancing, and off my back. When Dewey and I were little, Mom would sometimes surprise us with a trip to Millsy's for a late-night breakfast. We'd feed quarters into the jukebox, and she'd dance out the antsies she got from working a double shift in the ER, while Dewey and I scarfed down scattered and crisped hash browns and poached eggs. I think that must have been the beginning of my love affair with food. I dropped in the quarters and started making selections. The Who, the Rolling Stones, Cream. The first song began to play. Okay, one more choice. "What do you want to hear, Mom?" I yelled over the music. There was no answer, so I glanced back over my shoulder. She had her head turned. What was she looking at? There was no one in sight other than the bartender, who was busy with her cell phone. The goths were gone. Mom got up and went over to the bar, then around it. Stopped. She looked over at the bartender and shouted, "Call 911!" "What's wrong?" I yelled. "Stay there, June," she commanded. As if. I took a couple of steps and finally saw what she was looking at. The chicken that Cyrano had chased into the bar was standing on a table for two. "That's not a problem. We'll sick the dog on it." I whistled, and Morgan's hound didn't even look up. She was deep in nap mode. Mom punched the air with a finger. "Keep her over there!" "Why?" I took another step, and finally saw what she'd really been looking at. Next to the bar, between two tables, Motorboat Guy's friend Rip was stretched out across the floor in a little lake of red. He looked pretty dead. 15. It didn't take long for the place to fill up with cops. And Warren, which was good, because that chicken had hopped off the table and was tracking little bloody footprints all over the bar. I was well into my second root beer, Mom's idea, by the time they'd corralled it into a wire cage and it was taken away by a lady in a crime scene jumpsuit. Warren hung with Mom for her interview with the cops. Mine was long over. I'd been able to answer 2 questions. I hadn't seen Rip get killed, and I couldn't describe the goth trio, other than to say they were dressed in black. I got up when the detective walked Mom and Warren over to me. "Too bad about Rip."
You say that like you knew him.
The detective flipped his little book back open.
You didn't mention knowing the victim.
And that's what I got for trying to use someone's name. Blasted Morgan. June! Mom got that look on her face. Warren was in cop mode, but I figured he was disappointed too. I shook my head. I really didn't know him. The detective scribbled in his notebook and then looked up.
The way you said his name just now tells me you knew him. How?
We ran into him last night. No need to mention Cyrano's dog napping, or stealing back the pot with Crotch Guy.
We?
The detective stopped writing. I was out with somebody. Mom elbowed the man aside to get in a bit closer. "Were you with Morgan?" "No, Mom." "So you were on a date with your brother's best friend and left him to meet up with another man?" "There was no date."
Who's Morgan?
The cop asked. "Just a friend." "Then why did you fly him all the way across the country to be with you?" Mom asked. "1, I didn't fly him, he took the jet. And 2, I was drunk and wanted someone to hang out with. It's not like I have a lot of friends." "And whose fault is that?" Mom asked. The detective looked over at Warren for help. He slipped an arm into Mom's.
Why don't we let Detective Norris finish chatting with June?
He waved at the jukebox.
We'll be over there when you're done.
Detective Norris sat down and patted the arm of the chair beside him.
Why don't we go over your story one more time?
So we did. I took him through waking up in the drag bar, realizing Cyrano was gone, and then going for a walk and running into the nice guy who'd found my dog before crossing paths with Rip. I left out the note, Crotch Guy, the pot, and the cemetery.
Who were you with when you saw the victim?
A guy.
Does he have a name?
Probably. He gave me a "don't mess with me" look. I sighed, and made sure Mom was out of earshot. I don't know his name. He's just this guy I keep running into. That didn't change the cop's expression. I leaned on an elbow. I met Rip once, for maybe 5 minutes. I don't know why someone would kill him. He seemed okay, for a drug dealer, and a dog napper. Norris let out an old man sigh and got to his feet.
In case you remember anything else.
He dropped a business card on the table.
I might need to talk to you again. Don't leave the island.
As if I could. Warren and Mom weren't at the jukebox anymore, but there was a lovely side door that led to a patio. I threw my purse over a shoulder and steered Cyrano that way. No point in sitting around a dark, dreary bar all afternoon, especially when they weren't serving. A nice, warm breeze that smelled like waffle cone hit us as we stepped outside. Maybe some ice cream was in order. How about a cone, girl? I took a step to my left, and Cyrano pointed her long, wiggly nose to our right. And took off. I was dragged up a long, empty street and through an alley where we nearly trampled a dozen baby chickens that squawked and scattered as we pounded on through to a bit of weedy grass where a kid was waiting in a little plastic pool while his parents both got video. I thought I heard my name. It it was probably a Dewzer, and tossed out an "I'm sorry" as Cyrano leaped over the water, and I ended up with one wet foot. Back out on the street, Morgan's hound took a moment to slow for a sniff, and then she was off again. This time, the alley she dragged me through led up to a boardwalk. We were at the marina. "June!" And had been followed. Mom and Warren were getting out of a cab. "Didn't you hear me calling you back there? I thought you were a Dewzer." Mom made a face. She didn't like Dewey's fans any more than I did. What is wrong with Morgan's dog? I looked down at Cyrano. She had her muzzle pointed up in the air, and the black blob on the end was wiggling up a storm. And dripping. I think she's antsy from sitting so much today. I knew I was. Cyrano rued, and started to trot. How was she still moving? Stamina wasn't a greyhound thing. Warren waved a hand at the air. Let her stroll. We followed the hound down the boardwalk, past a sailboat advertising authentic tall ship adventures, charter boats seeking a third and fourth for fishing, and a trio of party boats offering sunset cruises, dinner dances, and unlimited spirits. Cyrano took us to the second-to-last boat in line and stopped to pant. And lean. I rubbed her neck, and mourned a little for my lost ID. There was no way I'd be mistaken for a regular here. And that was a shame. A booze cruise sounded like a great way to finish off a crappy day. You're drooling, June. I'm on vacation, Mom. A little Zacapa isn't going to kill me. You've been dabbling in quite a bit more than a little Zacapa ever since you and Morgan got back from Mexico, which is totally understandable, considering everything you went through. Huh. Mom was being understanding. But... And there was more, which I mostly ignored. It was easy to do if I just concentrated on her teeth instead of her voice. There was a bit of a gap between the two big ones on the top row. The rest were perfect, just like her. Are you listening to me, June? Not really. Why lie? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Warren toss his hands up and storm off. I couldn't blame him. I was about to storm off, too. Mom continued her rant, and I continued scratching Cyrano behind her ear. And then Warren was back. He slipped an arm around me, and then Mom. Ladies. And then he was leading us up the ramp to the party boat. Huh. This could be good. I think you two need some time to bond. Judgment-free. Or bad. What? Mom spit out the word before I could. And what better way to do that than to take a little boat trip out to a private island? What's wrong with just staying here on this island? He ignored my question and pointed a finger at me. You be nice to your mom and actually listen to what she has to say. Then the finger turned to Mom, who was busy showering me with a smug smile. And Wendy? His tone flipped her smile upside down. Stop being Mom for a couple of hours and promise to have a nice afternoon with a friend. If I'd have said that to her, the response would have involved hand gestures and ultimatums. From Warren and his twinkly blue eyes, it led to a soft, warm smile. Sounds lovely, I promise. Didn't matter, though. There was no way they were going to let us on the boat with Cyrano. And then we were at the top of the ramp, waiting while a woman in a pirate outfit asked the couple in front of us for IDs. If we got on, I'd have to settle for more root beer. And then it was our turn. Warren handed over our tickets. The pirate patted Cyrano on the head and then stamped my hand with a red octopus. Morgan's not with you? How many places had we hit before we'd gotten on that sailboat? I wanted to ask about my credit card and ID, but Mom was listening. The woman gave us each 2 drink coupons. Cool. A workaround. Don't forget, these only work on the boat. When we get to Contenda Key, you're on your own. She stepped to one side and motioned us through. Warren offered us a cheery wave and strolled away. Where's he going? I asked Mom. She watched him head back toward the charter boats. Fishing. Isn't it kind of late in the day for that? He's rather persuasive. That he was. Cyrano leaned against me to catch her breath, and I leaned against the deck railing. I was stuck in a confined space with my mother. There was alcohol. Still, My mother was by my side. Just past her head, I caught sight of a few partygoers already getting their drink on. It's a small boat. Truce. I could see she was weighing her need to nag against her promise to make peace. Finally, she licked her palm and held out her hand. Ew, I'm not 5 anymore. She sighed and moved closer. Fine. I licked my hand, and we shook. Let's drink on it. She had her protesting finger pointed my way when Cyrano caught her second wind. The hound pulled me away from the impending lecture and farther into the boat, past the welcome area, across a dance floor that was already filling up, around a bar where a crowd was waiting on cups of red liquid, to a set of stairs. They were narrow and steep. The hound took the first one and then looked back over her shoulder to rue at me. "What's downstairs?" I asked the bartender. "It's for anyone who wants a quieter spot." He dropped cherries into the round of cups and stepped back as they were all snatched up. "There's another bartender down there." He sighed, like he wished it was him. "Did you guys find an ID or credit card yesterday?" He shook his head. Ah, well, they were around somewhere. Key West was an island, after all. I squeezed around Cyrano and helped guide her the rest of the way down the stairs. Morgan's hound sniffed the air and pulled me past the empty bar and equally empty dance floor, down a narrow carpeted hall to a door marked "Keep Out." She bumped her nose against the sign. And rude. I don't think we're supposed to go in there. That got me another rue. "This is probably just a closet full of toilet paper," I told her. She looked up at me. Her jaw dropped open, and her bottom lip began to quiver. "You're gonna be disappointed." She was sure she wasn't. I checked for witnesses, there weren't any, and tried the door. It was unlocked. She slammed the side of her head against the door, and it flew open. And there wasn't a roll of toilet paper in sight. Just a narrow brass bed. Hey, it was the one I'd ended up sprawled over during that stupid bed race. What was it doing here? Cyrano tugged away from me, channeled her inner deer, and landed on it with one leap. She got half her body under the covers and started to dig. The blanket flipped over, there was a loud rip, and she came back up with a lumpy plastic-wrapped pillow dangling from her teeth. I knew that pillow, too. One corner was still wrapped in the duct tape that motorboat guy had used to fix the hole. Morgan's hound did another 360 and then flopped onto her side, her prize dangling from her muzzle. I'd been reunited with the pot. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to look at motorboat guy. He'd lost the pitchfork. And the makeup. "I'm afraid you're too late. I got another buyer." "That's okay." "Cool. How about that drink, bikini girl?" "Last night you were going to shoot Cyrano." "Bygones." And then he whistled, and Morgan's hound jumped up and trotted after him, the pillow of pot dangling from her jaw. Nothing to do but follow. 16. "You like square groupers?" Motorboat guy slid a glass my way. We were in the downstairs bar at a table by the windows, watching the ocean zip past. Cyrano had given up her chew toy and was laying across my feet, working on something better suited to a dog. A big, juicy brat, bun and all. I'd already scarfed mine. Beside us, island tunes played to an empty dance floor. Mom was nowhere to be seen, and despite my recent hangover, I couldn't bring myself to say no to a drink. I had coupons, after all. I picked up my glass and looked up at motorboat guy. He didn't seem upset. Maybe he hadn't heard about his friend. What was the best way to tell someone that kind of news? "I think your friend was stabbed in a bar." Best to go blunt. Motorboat guy leaned back in his chair. "Yeah, there's new competition moving in on the island." "So, not a good friend?" "Try your drink." Okay, we were moving on. I picked up my glass. What did you call it? "A square grouper." It was pretty. Layers of red and orange, twist of lime peel, and cherry. But something about the ice cubes made me pause the glass halfway to my face. Ew. They were covered in green fuzz. Could frozen water get moldy? I held my drink up for the bartender. "I think my ice is bad." The guy ignored me and continued to watch the stairs with the same grass is greener look that the upstairs guy had about this spot. So far, we were the only ones interested in quiet time. I'd have thought that would make the bartender happy. No crazies to deal with. Motorboat guy tapped his glass against mine.
It's not mold.
"You sure?" I swished mine and watched the fuzzy ice cubes float into each other.
It's crushed mint.
To prove it was safe, Motorboat guy took a sip of his drink.
My own creation.
The bartender cleared his throat.
I showed you how to make those, bro.
My sort of date waved a dismissive hand at him. "Can I get another one without the fuzzy ice cubes?" I held up my glass. Motorboat guy shook his head.
There's crushed mint in the cubes 'cause it's a square grouper.
"What's mint got to do with anything?" He sighed like I was a 5-year-old.
They represent.
I guess I looked as clueless as I felt. He set down his drink and leaned forward on his elbows.
When the bundles float on the waves, they're like fishes. Square groupers.
He took my drink and set it back down in front of me, and pushed it a bit closer.
If you order it on land, it's a beach bale.
He snorted, and then frowned, and held up a finger that he shook at me a couple of times, like it was helping him remember something.
Right. Your ex said that this was your first time doing a water delivery. Lots of...
He got a faraway look in his eye.
Employees find themselves with issues when they're out making a delivery.
Okay.
And sometimes you have to dump the product.
Or put it on the wrong sailboat. Wait, my ex said. What ex would he have been talking to? Wait. Crotch guy. When were you and my ex chatting?
Breakfast?
Motorboat guy drained his drink and wiggled the glass at the bartender.
Nother.
You two had breakfast? And discussed me? I felt my fingers curling into a fist. I needed to have some words with my fake ex.
Ran into him over morning mojitos, and your guy might have shared a few vacay photos.
He sucked his bottom lip into his mouth and chewed on it.
You're hot, but the camera does not like you.
That explained the photos I'd found in Crotch Guy's room. He was using me. The jerk. Could it get any worse? June? We both turned to look at my mother crossing the dance floor. The last thing I needed was for this idiot to start explaining square groupers to her. Gotta go. I left my drink and met Mom halfway. It's freezing down here, I told her. I need some sun. Aren't you forgetting something? Mom asked. That's not my drink, and I don't know that guy. He just sat down. She sighed. Morgan's dog? Oh, yeah. Cyrano had been so quiet I'd forgotten she was there. I turned back. Uh-oh. Motorboat guy was getting to his feet. Blast. I tossed my purse over my shoulder. I needed to get the dog and get out of there before he decided Mom was a business associate and started sharing. I didn't make it 2 steps.
Don't forget the pooch.
Motorboat guy handed me the leash and turned to Mom. And smiled.
Hello.
She slipped her arm into mine, gave him a curt nod, turned us both, and headed for the stairs. She was saving me. How sweet. June, you have the worst taste in men. Or not. 17. The rest of the boat ride lasted about a half hour. I bought a pair of sunglasses in the snack bar, and they came in handy while I pretended to listen to Mom's 22-step plan for my sobriety, which included the benefits of celibacy. All while she sipped wine, and probably thought about Warren in those board shorts. When the boat docked, the drunken horde rushed the gangplank, and I managed to lose Mom in the crowd. But this was another island. She'd find me eventually. I just needed to give myself a few minutes of peace and find the last place she'd look. Unfortunately, the crowd pulled me along to a bar up the beach, which was going to be one of the first places she'd look. After Cyrano had a sniff and a pee, we hid on the second-floor porch behind the thirsty boat riders who were all desperately trying to get the bartender's attention. I leaned on the railing and took in the salty sea air
while Cyrano stuck her nose through the slats and rooed softly at all the pelicans. There were quite a few floating in the water around the boats tied up at the pier. It was mesmerizing, and if I'd have had a chair, I could have fallen asleep. Something hit the water, and a bird dove after it. A moment later, something bounced off the roof of one of the boat cabins. I got a quick glimpse of a roundish brown blob before 3 pelicans swooped down from the sky to battle over it. A moment later, another bounced off the little orange "I'm drowning" ring on the side of the boat. Whatever the blobs were, they were coming from above me. I leaned on the rail to twist and look up. Hey, there was another deck above us. 3 hands appeared, and all threw more of those brown blobs. I turned to follow the trajectory. 2 hit the water, causing 4 birds to collide as they all went after the food, and the third landed inside the "I'm drowning" ring and stayed there. A chorus of cheers erupted from above. Ah, it was some kind of game, and it looked fun. Come on, Cyrano. I gave her leash a gentle tug. Upstairs, it was easy to figure out who the gamers were. A trio of giggling sorority-type girls leaned on the railing next to a couple of tall 2-person tables covered with empty beer mugs, crumpled napkins, and half-eaten plates of pretzels. Of course, that's what they were throwing. I watched one of them, a tall brunette, tear another chunk, shake off the salt, and then start to roll the pretzel between her palms. She caught sight of Cyrano and squealed, "Doggo!" They descended on Morgan's hound, petting and praising and kissing. She ate it up, leaning on a nearby thigh and licking salt off of various fingers. "She's so adorable. What's her name?" the brunette asked. "Cyrano." That got a round of laughs. One of them gently shook the hound's long nose. The brunette tapped her chest. "I'm Kelly. That's Ginger. That's Chris." "Hi." I waited for them to get back to the dog, but they all paused to look up at me. Waiting for my name, too. I took in their clothing and made a snap decision. Probably not Dewzers. I couldn't see my brother's face on anything they were wearing. "I'm June." They all nodded and turned back to the hound. "So what's with the pretzel bombs?" That got them giggling all over again. Kelly headed for the railing and waved for me to follow. "See that boat down there?" I looked down at the sailboat they'd been bombarding. A pelican had worked the "I'm drowning" ring off the wall, retrieved the chunk of pretzel, and was now stabbing the thing to death because there was no more. 20 points for hitting the name of the boat, 50 for hitting the deck, 100 for the life ring. That's what they were called. Everyone gets 2 chances. Loser buys the next round. That sounded like fun. Can I play? I still had a lot of the 20s I'd liberated from Morgan's wallet. Kelly slid the plate of pretzels closer to me. I peeled off a chunk and rolled it around in my hands till I had 2 workable projectiles. "Newbies go first." She held up a finger. "But just that boat. The one with the red trim." "Any reason?" All 3 girls started yakking at once. I caught enough words to figure out the gist. They were after a local who didn't like tourists. I'd had my own run-ins with the locals, so it worked for me. I took up a position and considered my options. The pelican had abandoned the life ring, but there wasn't much left of it. "Hang on." Kelly gathered her friend into a huddle and then came back to me. "New 100-pointer. Aim for the basket on the bike." "Which one?" There were 2. "The green one." It was a bit far, but I was willing to try. I wound up and let the pretzel ball fly. It hit the water about 3 feet shy of the boat, sending the pelicans into a frenzy. I sucked at this game. Behind me, one of the girls squealed again. "Ooh, I'm getting a Long Island iced tea with an extra shot." "I've still got one more." This time, I hit one of the floating pelicans. The girls laughed, and I stepped aside for them. Kelly went first. She hit the boat deck both times for 100 points. The other 2 tied for 120 points each. "What's everybody drinking?" I asked. I was worried for a moment that I wouldn't be able to get booze, but the red octopus on my hand did the trick. I dropped some of Morgan's 20s on the bar for 3 Long Island iced teas, a shot of Zacapa, and pretzels, which I almost forgot to order. While we waited, I had a nice time chatting with the girls.
They were on spring break and rattled on about their school and their studies and what they planned to do when they graduated that summer. After a while, they focused most of their attention on Cyrano. I needed to start taking her everywhere with me. The Dewzers might even start being nice if I had a doggy buffer. By the time the pretzels arrived, they'd finished their alcohol-soaked teas, and I'd downed my Zacapa. I was ready for the next round of the game. This time, Kelly went first. She hit the deck twice. 100 points. The other two followed with 40 points between them. My first shot hit the bike basket. Cool. 100 points. If I did that again, I'd win. I rolled the bread one more time and then took aim, and threw. My missile sailed in a beautiful arc. Cyrano rued, the ladies applauded, and down on the boat, the woman took that moment to step out of the cabin and stand next to the bike. Bonk. The pretzel landed dead on her head. Or rather, hat. Uh-oh. A hat I knew. It was the Dewzer from the cemetery. She lifted a hand to touch her head, but before she could, a pelican swooped down and grabbed the pretzel, and the hat, and what I hoped were hair extensions that waved in the breeze as the bird flew away. "It's a trifecta!" Kelly screamed. The Dewzer looked around, then up, then pointed. "You!" she screamed. I pushed away from the railing and tried to dislodge myself from my giggly new friends, who were now jumping up and down and hugging me. I grabbed Cyrano's leash. "I gotta go." The hound had rested up enough and easily raced me over to the stairs, and halfway down, we ran smack into the Dewzer with the hat. Well, now she was hatless, and hairless, and covered in bird poop. I should have looked for a back door. The Dewzer rubbed a hand over the bald spots on her head and leaned into my face. "I'm gonna kick your—" An arm draped over my shoulder. "Hello, ladies." Mom tipped an imaginary hat at the Dewzer. "Can I play too?" And then my mom chest bumped her. It was on. 18. I was a little freaked out. I knew this version of my mother existed. The, "in your face, I'm going to break all your bones so you'd better back off because I'm a scary mother when cornered woman." It's one of the few things she has in common with her boyfriend, Sheriff Warren Mitchell. When he'd been a rookie cop, he'd spent more time in the ER where she was a nurse than in his patrol car, because he was as bad as the criminals in our little town who took the saying, "Don't go down without a fight," to heart. So, like I said, I was a little freaked out. I'd never seen this version of Mom rolled out in defense of little old me. For Dewey? Yes, all the time. She really hated the Dewzers. And who could blame her? It was one of the few things she and I had in common. The Dewzer blocking our path leaned her weight on her back foot, like she was getting ready to throw a punch. Mom did the same. Cyrano was leaning on me, so I couldn't move. I had to settle for giving the group my best "I hate Dewzers forever" look. And we waited to see what the lady would do. After what felt like an eternity, she dropped her eyes from Mom's and stepped to one side. Her friends started fussing at her. "Leave it alone," she whispered. We watched them go, and I turned to Mom with a grin. We'd almost done battle together. I could just see the entry on that stupid IHateJuneNash.com website now. Horrible June has a horrible mom. Maybe she was even horrible enough to get her own page. I felt a tingle of pride. Maybe this was the start of something new for us. That was so cool. If you didn't drink so much, you wouldn't get into bar fights. And it was back to the same old. A few of my favorite words rolled through my brain. "I'll see you later, Mom." I gave Cyrano a gentle push off my leg. "Where are you going, June?" "I'm starving, and a thick, juicy steak is gonna hit the spot." I probably had enough of the 20s left to get a nice lunch/early dinner for one. "We're surrounded by water, and you want red meat?" Mom had caught up to me. It was going to be more difficult to lose her this time. I could already hear myself explaining it to Warren. "Sorry, bro. I tried." "I heard about a nice little place not too far up the beach. Maybe they have steak."
You're not going to let me go by myself, are you? She grinned and slipped her arm in mine. Let's get some red meat and bury the hatchet. Long as it doesn't end up in my neck. She laughed. You're such an odd one, said the tree to the apple. Mom's intel on the food turned out to be spot on. She led us to an open-air cafe a ways up the beach, and it smelled heavenly. The patio was about half full, and everyone was working on thick steaks and giant lobster tails. My stomach growled its approval. Even Cyrano let out a couple of happy little roos. But Mom didn't stop. She led us on past. Aren't we eating here? In a bit. I had a feeling that a bit was going to turn into quite a lot, and I was never going to get my steak. If I had to be stuck here till the end of time, I was getting proper credit. I dug my phone out of my purse and took a selfie, with Mom in the background. Then I sent it to Warren. Or tried to. An angry red exclamation point appeared to one side of the photo and told me delivery had failed. I held the phone up higher and tried again. No luck. Cyrano was tugging a bit, so I gave her more leash and went back to fiddling with the phone, letting her lead me. June, what are you doing? Nothing. There's no cell phone service here. Of course there wasn't. I dropped my phone back into my purse and got a good look around. We were standing beside a dilapidated warehouse that stretched the length of the pier. Wait, how had we gotten up on a pier? Where are we going? Nothing about the warehouse screamed, "Come in, we're open for business, and we have steak." It all felt very run down. And private. It's just up here. Mom unfolded a slip of paper, and I looked over her shoulder. It was an address. In her handwriting, which was atrocious. Is that an 8 or a 3? I didn't think it was either. Excuse me. We both turned. A squat black woman with a rolling cart and a ginormous donut box was trying to get past Cyrano. I pulled the hound and her wiggling nose to one side, and the donut lady went through a door I hadn't noticed. Mom smiled at me. Follow those donuts. The interior was just as uninviting. I followed Mom up a dark, dreary corridor as she read letters tacked beside each door. A, B, C. Now what? I asked. The donuts were nowhere in sight. Mom looked down at Cyrano, and I grinned. Good idea. I let go of the leash, and we followed the hound's nose through 2 turns that brought us deeper into the building, and finally to a door marked M. I cracked it open. Inside, the donuts had been set on a table at the back, where a dozen or so ladies were making their selections. They were an eclectic group. A few black, a few white, some chatting in English, some not. Everybody had a grandma feel to them. One of the ladies began to clap her hands. Mariposa wanted everyone to know that she's off to the mainland for a week to visit her son and his new baby. Kristen was supposed to water her plants, but she fell off the wagon and will be out of commission for a bit. So if anyone can help out... Mom shooed me inside. We're not too late. She grabbed a metal folding chair and joined a growing semicircle. For what? I had no idea. I headed for the donuts. I stacked a couple of Boston creams on a napkin, laid a few old-fashioned on the floor to keep Cyrano busy, and shoved most of a pinked glaze with sprinkles into my mouth. For now, they'd work as a substitute for the steak that I was probably never going to get. Behind me, chairs were scraping the floor. There were a few more claps, and then... Now, who'd like to share first today? My daughter would. I turned and glared at Mom. This is June? Mom waved a hand at me like I was a prize on a game show. And she's an alcoholic. And then she sat down. Everybody turned to look at me. I used my tongue to shove all the donut to one side of my mouth. No, I mumbled around the food. I'm not. Mom stood up. She is. Then sat down. I swallowed and wiped sprinkles off my mouth. I'm really not. Mom stood back up and took her argument to the crowd. 2 days ago, June was so drunk she didn't know she'd invited me here.
lady beside Mom set down the little booty that she was crocheting and raised a hand.
To this meeting?
Mom looked at her like she was an idiot. No, to Key West. She invited the whole family, which is clearly something only an alcoholic would do. I went over to the lady on Mom's right, who was also crocheting. I took in the rest of the circle. Everyone was holding a hook and creating something out of yarn, which seemed odd, because the way Mom was acting, I'd have thought we were at an AA meeting, which was something I clearly didn't need. I waved a finger around the circle. What exactly are you ladies doing here today? Everyone looked at the yarn in their laps, and then back at me. And you call me clueless, I told Mom. She squinted at the group. This isn't the AA meeting? The apparent leader took a sip of her coffee. Why would you think that, dear? You said your friend Kristen fell off the wagon. The lady smiled. She does horse-drawn wagon rides for the tourists. The one next to me started laughing.
And she fell out of it yesterday because she was drunk.
And naked, someone added. The leader shushed them. Yes, Kristen is probably an alcoholic. The rest of us, however, crochet. The lady beside Mom leaned across to pat my arm.
But if you want to talk, dear, we'd love to listen.
No thanks. I'll just be going. Mom stood up to block my path. June hasn't stopped drinking long enough to even have a meal with me. Like that was going to win her the crowd. You're the one who wouldn't stop for a steak. I just don't know what's going on with you. Of course not. You never ask. I felt my hands start to shake. You acted like Mexico never even happened. Either I was having a reaction to the sudden surge of sugar, or I was about to let Mom have it. When I was down there, it was scary, and I thought I was going to die. Many times. Then I come to Key West for some peace and quiet, and crazy Dewzers tried to bury me in the cemetery. They would have if they could have. And Morgan shows me this poem that he found in Crotch Guy's room, and I find out that a murderer on the run named Tegu could be on the island looking for me. And yes, I forgot to mention that I was sold to a drug dealer named Tegu for $50,000, but it was Morgan's fault, and I almost died multiple times, so it was easy to forget that tiny little thing, and I don't even want to hear anything about how the universe is going to implode because I'm bad with details. And then I sat down. I actually felt a little better. Maybe I did need AA. Just without the judgment about my drinking. Mom finally blinked. Who's Crotch Guy? That's all you got out of that? The lady with the booty raised her hand again.
I don't know about the crotch, gentlemen, but if you're talking about Tegu Bresino, his yacht is down in the marina.
What? That couldn't be good. Are you saying that Tegu is here? On this island? Several heads nodded, and I felt the donut I'd just eaten fighting its way back up my throat. I dug my phone out of my purse and stood up. June, what are you doing? Calling 911, Mom. I shook my phone. It wasn't ringing. I told you, there isn't any cell phone service on the island. The lady with the booty raised her hand again.
O'Dane has a satellite phone in his office.
My luck was changing. Who's O'Dane?
He runs the AA chapter.
Mom turned to the group leader. I thought you said there wasn't an AA group.
No, I said we weren't the AA group.
Who cares about the AA group? I yelled. Where's O'Dane's? The woman on my left smiled at me.
He's not here. The AA group went to New York to see a Broadway show.
The woman on my right leaned around me.
What did they go see?
Everybody chimed in with a possibility, which led to an argument over whether Cats was still running. While they all did their best to shout over each other, the lady with the booties drew a little map on her napkin. O'Dane's office was 2 turns in the hall and located inside the loading dock up a flight of stairs. Thanks. She gave me a little wave and went back to crocheting, quite happy to watch the mayhem. June! At the door, Mom caught Cyrano's leash. You're not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. I'm about to get kidnapped again. I reached around her and opened the door. Cyrano plowed on ahead, and I let myself be dragged. Mom caught up with us at the end of the hall. Why would you think someone is going to kidnap you? It's a long story. I consulted the map and turned right. Give me the gist. Fine. Morgan gave a girl a ride. She stole 50 grand. The bad guys wanted it back. They sold the debt to Tegu, but he didn't want cash. He wanted me. Now we're here. He wants you instead of $50,000? She said it like that was a crazy notion. Thanks, Mom. We'd come to a door labeled Muelle. I checked my napkin map. There was just an M. His office should be just upstairs. I twisted the doorknob and stepped inside. The room was cavernous and ended at the ocean, where a long gray steel tube was tied up at the pier. And in the center of the space was that blasted old bronze bed. The guys with the machine guns were new, though. 19. Mom screamed like a 5-year-old, Cyrano rude, and all the guns swung in our direction. There was nowhere to run. We were about to get shot. Mom would live, of course, and tell people it was all my fault. Bikini girl! Motorboat guy stepped out from behind the guns. Mom gave me the side-eye. Great. Now the story was going to be, June knows men with guns who are probably doing shadowy things that involve weird boats and world domination. Motorboat guy gave his friends a put the guns down hand gesture. It's okay. She's with me. I'm not, I whispered to Mom. The guys with the guns didn't seem all that convinced about our okayness, but they did stop pointing death at us. Motorboat guy did a little conference with them, and Mom moved a step closer to me. We'll talk about this later. I was sure we would. And you have terrible taste in men, she mumbled. I really don't know him, I mumbled back. Motorboat's little conference finished with lots of secret handshake stuff, and then he crossed the room to us. Behind him, the guy started taking the lumpy plastic-wrapped pillows of Pot off the bed and over to the long steel boat. He glanced at his watch. I have some time before the ferry. Want to get a couple of beach bales? Mom gave me that look. It's a drink. I looked around for the stairs and pointed. Right now, I need to use the satellite phone in O'Dane's office. Motorboat guy nodded. Groovy. But that's in Loading Dock C. This is A. Of course it was. Where's C then? I held up my little paper napkin map. He took a look and then turned it upside down. There you go. Mom took the napkin away from me. Thank you, young man. We'll be going now. I tried to follow her back to the door, but Cyrano wasn't ready to leave. She was busy watching the brass bed and making little roo noises. She knew her chew toy was somewhere in that pile. Sorry, girl. I bent down to nuzzle her cheek and heard the bullet whiz over my head and smack into the door behind me. I looked up as the Goths were leaping out of a motorboat. A shove reminded me that we needed to move. I didn't have to drag the hound. She was leading the way, following Mom back out the door that Motorboat guy and I both tried to fit through at the same time. Tangled, we tripped, danced, stumbled our way out into the hall, our feet still struggling to find their footing. Motorboat guy went down on his butt and yanked the leash out of my hand, threading it through our massive limbs, finally freeing us. He leaped back to his feet, yanked me to mine, and Cyrano led us after Mom and right past the only clean window in the place. The ocean was right there, with a lovely strip of pier to run on. Motorboat guy fiddled with the locks and got it open. This way, I yelled after Mom. Phone, she yelled back as she disappeared around a corner. I followed a few steps and backtracked to the window. I was going to tell Motorboat guy to take the dog and save himself, but they were already gone. I leaned out, caught a gust of warm, salty air, and spotted him chasing Morgan's hound up the pier. I wanted to leap out the window and join them, but I couldn't leave Mom. Stupid family ties. Another burst of gunfire got my feet moving again. Rounding a corner, I caught sight of Mom as she disappeared up a set of stairs. I would have shouted, but I was out of breath, and I didn't want the Goths to know where we were. I
I kicked up my speed, taking the steps 2 at a time. As I reached the top, a dark figure came into view. The Goths! I got out half a scream before I realized it was Crotch Guy. We were safe. And then he lifted a gun and aimed in my direction. We were dead. I tried to turn, and he grabbed my arm and pulled me toward him, then pushed me past, and I managed to curl into a ball as I tumbled down the stairs. I heard 2 loud pops as my head hit the floor. I was definitely dead. 20. June. I felt a tap on my cheek, and then a slap. Ouch. I was definitely alive, 'cause my head was throbbing, though I might have been blind. It was pitch black. And then, ow, the light of 1,000 suns burned into my eyes, and I threw a hand over my face. Mom's sorry didn't sound all that sorry. I waved her away and leaned back against whatever I was leaning on. As she adjusted her hold on the flashlight, I took in our situation. We were in a small room with walls that looked like cheap plywood. No windows, a single closed door, stacks of beer cans, diet and off-brand. It certainly wasn't O'Dane's office. It felt more like a frat boy's supply closet. A cheap frat boy's supply closet. I shifted a little. Something was digging into my spine. How long should we wait? Mom was crouched down opposite the door, eyeing it, like it was going to spring open any— Wait, she had a gun in her hand. Did you have that before? We could have avoided all that running. The lieutenant gave it to me. Who? Hello, Miss Nash. Crotch Guy leaned into view, and I swung at him, as best I could, from a sitting position. You threw me down those stairs. He put a finger to his lips. Keep your voice down. I think I got the one that chased us in here, but the others are still out there. Let's keep it low-key. And I didn't push you. I helped you get away from people who were trying to kill you. I could have broken my neck. Better than getting shot. Give me the gun, Mom. Shh. Her voice was soft, but insistent. There are armed men, and possibly one woman, who obviously made poor life choices, still wandering this warehouse looking for us. Please keep your voice down. I'd rather not have to shoot someone defending my family. Then she looked over at Crotch Guy. And this nice lieutenant. I fought the urge to stick my tongue out at him, and I had a feeling he was doing the same. I slid myself back to my spot at the wall, and gave Crotch Guy my best I hate Dewzers look, for good measure. This time he smiled at me and offered a bag of sunflower seeds. Want any? I gave in to the urge and stuck out my tongue. Mom tisk-tisked. Honestly, June, you're not 5. I shot Mom a smile. So, how long do we have to sit in here? Crotch Guy shrugged. Until they're gone. I shifted so he was out of my line of sight. Mom, did you make the call? What call? The satellite phone. The whole reason we're up here. She looked away. What? Didn't he have one? Crotch Guy crawled closer to Mom and shook some sunflower seeds into her palm. It was crazy out there. It could have happened to anyone. I wiggled a bit to my right, trying to find a smoother spot in the wall behind me. What could have happened? Mom's shoulders did a little up and down thing. The lieutenant got you into the office, and I found the satellite phone, and then one of those men all dressed in the horrendous black outfits was trying to get in the door, and I was holding the gun, and it— She squished her mouth up and let her eyes drift back to her lap. You shot the guy? My fingers began to tingle. Mom was a killer. She shot the phone. Of communication devices. The numbness in my hand went away. Mom scoffed and got to her feet. My finger came into contact with the trigger a bit before it should have. But you're a crack shot. You and Warren are always at the gun range. She should have been a crack shot. Sheriff Warren Mitchell was a perfectionist about everything he did, or taught. Unless, maybe they weren't really going to the gun range. Maybe they were going someplace else. Maybe— Ew. Maybe the gun range was the new code for having coffee, which they'd used for most of my impressionable childhood. It had taken me and Dewey forever to realize it was code for having sex. Ew. Now the idea of the gun range was ruined for me, too. I leaned back against the wall and wiggled. Somehow, those stupid imperfections had lined up against my spine again. I shifted a bit to my right. We're just going to sit here? Crotch Guy popped open one of the cans of diet beer. We are. So, we did. Crotch Guy kept munching his sunflower seeds and sipping his diet beer. Mom stared off into space, not saying a word, and I finally found a smooth spot of wall to lean against. I let my mind drift to the vacation I should have been on. Me at the drag bar, at a table along the wall with a tray of Zacapa. Hottie on stage, lip-syncing and dancing to some pop song, or maybe singing outright. He looked like he could sing. He looked like he could do a lot of things. He had quite the mouth. Thinking about your boyfriend? What? I felt my cheeks burn. Crotch Guy dug more sunflower seeds out of the bag. I asked if you were thinking about your boyfriend. The smile on your face. He left the insinuation dangling. He's not actually my boyfriend. We just met when he saved me from drowning. Crotch Guy stared at me and continued to chew. Not the drag queen. The guy with the dog. Morgan? He's not my boyfriend either. For a lieutenant, DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, Crotch Guy sure sucked at his job. Mom let out a little like she disagreed, but I wasn't going to get into it with her. The snort from Crotch Guy, on the other hand, had to be addressed. What? He shrugged. You stuck your neck out for him in Mexico. Was that a hint of admiration in his voice? That day was actually the first time I'd talked to him in 10 years. Because of the video thing on public access? Or maybe he didn't suck at his job at all. How did you know about... In high school, I'd helped Dewey out during an appearance on a public access show. He'd sexed a snake, and when certain body parts had popped out, I'd fainted. On live TV. And it hadn't helped my reputation when Morgan kept passing the tape around school. That's a pretty lame reason, Miss Nash. I leaned forward to shake a finger at him, and my spine dug into that spot on the wall. Blast! I spun around. What is that? I couldn't see anything, so I ran my hand over the wall until they found the rough edges of a circle. Hey, I motioned to Mom. Shine the light over here. She did, and I leaned down to squint. Yep, there was a button. I'd have never noticed. It was the same color as the wall. What are you looking at? Mom was trying to see around my shoulder. It looks like a button. I lifted a finger. Click. The wall slid open, and Mom shined the flashlight into the blackness. There was a staircase. Hey, I found a way out. Crotch Guy tossed the sunflower seeds and took out his gun. I'll go first. He motioned for the flashlight. You're not even a little impressed? He didn't answer, but I knew he was, and it was killing him. I made Mom go next. She wouldn't leave the gun, and I didn't want to get shot in the back. It was okay if she took out Crotch Guy. He'd deserve it. The stairs led down to a narrow, dusty corridor, and from the condition of the floor, it was evident that mice had been using it as a toilet since the day the place was built. I was going to need new shoes. Eventually, Crotch Guy found an exit, and we stepped out of the dark and into a cavernous room that opened to the sea. We were back where we'd started, and the sun was going down. The brass bed was still in the center of the room, minus the pot. No sign of the Goths, or Motorboat Guy's friends. Just the boats tied to the pier. We all had the same idea. Speedboat! But I know I said it first. Crotch Guy gave me a little shove. You two get out of here. What about you? Mom asked. I have some unfinished business. Then he hobbled over to the door and disappeared into the hall, leaving us all alone. Though, I guess if the Goths were around, we'd already be dead. Still, Crotch Guy was a jerk. June, Mom called to me. I met her at the speedboat and climbed in. She handed me the gun. "I'll untie her. You see if they left the key." I worked my way to the wheel. The Goths hadn't been traveling lightly. There were shotguns and long canvas bags and floating things, and just lots of stuff all over the bottom of the boat. "Are there keys?" "Hang on." I reached the captain's chair, hit my ankle on something sharp, and stumbled. I threw my hands out to catch myself, and there was a loud pop. What the? A stream of cold water sprayed up into my face, and my feet splashed a growing puddle. I'd killed the boat. "June!" Mom had a hold of my arm and was dragging me out. "Come on, they might have heard." She got me onto the pier, and she gave me a quick mom mode once-over before she squeezed my shoulder and turned me toward the submarine. "Come on." "I'm not getting in that." It looked like a big gray coffin. "It'll be fine." "There's no way." And for emphasis, I put my hands on my hips and smacked the gun against my thigh. Ow. I'd forgotten that I was still holding it. "Give me that." She took the gun and tossed it into the ocean. "Mom!" "I think we're safer without it." She climbed up on the little sub and looked into the open hatch before shooting me a grin. "Nobody's home." And then she climbed in. I followed, only because Warren would have been pissed if I'd have let her go off on her own. Maybe it would feel bigger inside. It didn't. It was cramped. There were 2 shortboards, that I guessed were seats, with a steering wheel and a bunch of dials, levers, and switches that no one had bothered to label. Behind each seat, there was a longer board topped with a thin foam mat, and above those, there was a long shelf, filled with the pot that I couldn't seem to get away from. "Close the hatch, June. I don't want to suffocate. Honestly." She stood up and did it herself. I felt a shiver run down my spine as our only escape route banged into place. I dug my cell phone out of my bag. If I was going to die in a tiny sub with my mother, I was getting credit for it. "Smile, Mom." Click. Oh, June. I sent our selfie to Warren, figuring that eventually the sub, filled with our lifeless bodies, would drift into range of a cell phone tower and the picture would finish sending. "We'll be fine. The criminals were obviously going to drive this back to their hideout, which is probably far away. We just need to get to the other side of the island. There's plenty of oxygen for that." I tried to make sense of the controls. How are we going to know we're not just heading out to sea? "Oh, June." She sighed and raised one of the levers just a bit. The boat shook. She raised it a bit more. The boat groaned. A bit more, and it creaked. It just didn't go. "We seem to be stuck." Mom pointed at the gadgets near me. "Try one of those." It didn't seem like a good idea to start pushing buttons that weren't labeled. And why would you build a submarine and not write "go" and "stop" and "left" and "right" next to all the bells and whistles? What idiots. Or maybe not idiots? These were criminals, probably always on the run from the law. They'd expect the Coast Guard to try to board them. Maybe they didn't like to go down without a fight. What if one of the buttons was a self-destruct? Honestly, June. Had I said that out loud? Mom reached across from me and flipped one of the switches, and the boat zoomed into action. We were off, and going straight. I thought we were going around the island. We're getting away from the dock. We're heading out to sea. I grabbed the wheel and adjusted. The boat went right, and my shoulder smacked into Mom. She cranked the wheel the other way, and her shoulder slammed into mine. I braced myself against the makeshift dashboard and grabbed my side of the wheel. There was no way I was ending up lost at sea with this woman. She tried to slap my hand away. "Let go." "No!" It quickly became a battle for control of the wheel. Right, left, right, left. Clang! The collision was jarring. We were knocked out of our little plywood seats onto the mats behind us. Was that what those were for? I tasted blood and dabbed the back of my wrist against the bite on my tongue. "Look what you did!" "How is this my fault?" Mom had bitten her tongue too.
Well, it's certainly not mine. You're not too old for a spanking, young lady. I'd like to see you try. A rush of cold air interrupted her attempt, and we both looked up. Motorboat Guy's face filled the open hatch. Bikini girl. Another thing I couldn't seem to get away from. Come on up. He leaned out of view, and a flexible ladder dropped into place. Mom went first. I followed a few steps behind. Once I was out of the sub, I could see that we'd hit a yacht. I pulled myself up a step, and the ladder began to twirl. Mom grabbed the sides and looked down at me. June. I paused, one foot on the rung above me, and waited till she'd reached the top. The moon overhead was bright, and as I spun slightly on the ladder, I looked for damage from the collision, and didn't see any. Motorboat Guy sent me a thumbs up, and I went back to climbing. At the top, 2 men grabbed my arms and a good portion of my shirt and hauled me up and onto the deck. Drink, ma'am? I pulled my shirt back into place and looked from the champagne glass being offered to the smiling face of multiple murder suspect Tegu Brasino. Welcome. Blast. I was going to blame Mom for this one. 21. Tegu was smiling, which seemed pretty friendly for a guy who bought people. In person, without a headline screaming about the multiple murder on the run aspect of his personality, he came across as a rather nice guy. I quickly reminded myself that he had bought me to settle a debt. He probably wasn't a model citizen. It's always nice to meet Isaac's friends. I had no idea who Isaac was, so I just nodded. Maybe Mom and I could hitch a ride to shore with Motorboat Guy, who was nowhere in sight. Had I imagined him? I mean, would an international drug dealer like Tegu really hang around a head-banging music video reject? No. Mom and I were on our own. I just needed to find a way out. I tried to glance around as casually as possible. The yacht was something I'd expect a moderately successful criminal to have. It didn't scream endless wealth, but it didn't make me think I wouldn't find champagne stocked in the fridge. There were all the basics, plus some comfy-looking love seats and chairs that ringed a little portable fire pit. Off to one side, a well-stocked rolling bar and an impressive seafood buffet had been laid out. That's where Mom was, loading up a tiny plate. At least she was okay. Oblivious to the danger, but okay. I didn't see anything labeled ship-to-shore radio, but there was a cabin. So if I got a chance to wander, maybe use the bathroom, I might find one. What was 911 to the Coast Guard? I should have asked when I was there. I shifted my weight and gauged our distance to shore. We were anchored too far away to swim, or yell for help. Mom had definitely been taking us straight out to sea. I'd have to save that to use against her later. Further up the coast, a sprinkling of lights showed the way back to the ferry. Maybe we could swim. I looked over the side. How many rungs of that ladder had I gone up? 10? 20? Maybe 20. How many feet would that be? Could probably jump. And live? Tegu leaned against the railing beside me. Don't worry, there's no damage. We both looked down. The guys who'd pulled me onto the yacht were boarding the little sub. One stopped to give us the thumbs up. Then the hatch closed, and they sputtered away. Tegu raised his glass my way. Not only did Isaac get a good price, but you brought the product back to me. I can sell it again. Which somebody was probably going to be mad about. Mom, Warren, the Coast Guard, the people who bought the stuff in the first place. This day just kept getting worse. Tegu laughed a deep, throaty, I'm really rich and the world belongs to me laugh. I'm Tegu Brasino. He gave me a little bow. And whom do I have the pleasure of entertaining this evening? Huh. He didn't seem to know who I was, which didn't make any sense. It had been a couple of months since Morgan and I had been in Mexico, but I was sure they'd said I'd been sold to this guy.
And here he was, acting like I was a complete stranger. Still, just in case, there was no way I was telling him my name. That's June, and I'm Wendy. Mom hadn't been as distracted as I'd thought. At least she hadn't told him our last name. June and Wendy Nash, she added. Blast. I tensed, waiting for recognition to hit his eyes. It didn't. In fact, he didn't seem all that excited about finally getting me in his clutches. It was almost as if he didn't even know who I was. I thought back to that motel room in Mexico.
Tegu's not coming here to collect the debt. He's coming here to collect you.
Maybe that guy had been lying. Tegu made a little motion, and a waiter appeared with a tray of champagne. Of course. Tegu gave one to Mom and traded out his empty glass. She slipped her arm through his, they tapped rims, and she did the flirty eye flutter and hair flip thing. Ew. Teenage girls did that, not moms who were regular coffee buddies with the local sheriff. The waiter was still waiting, so I shook my head. Despite Mom's sudden mood, I didn't want to risk a temperance lecture, especially in front of a criminal. Tegu snapped his fingers and rattled off a bunch of Spanish. Another waiter quickly appeared, carrying a tray of delicate little shot glasses filled with a dark, rich liquid. Oh my. Could those be?
Zacapa?
He asked. I tried to catch Mom's eye, just to gauge how crazy she'd be if I picked one up. She hadn't seemed to notice. She was too busy giggling at something Tegu had said. I just love the name of your boat, she said. It's so clever. Buenas aventuras. Which was good adventures in Spanish. He had to be a Dewzer. Yet he didn't recognize me. The guy with the tray hadn't taken the hint, so I took a glass of champagne and tried to ignore the bulge in his jacket. Maybe it wasn't a gun. I glanced over at Mom, but she was oblivious to the danger. If we lived, I was never going to let her forget it. Come. Tegu motioned me over.
We'll watch the fireworks.
Ooh, maybe that was the distraction we needed to get away, assuming I could get Mom to let go of her new Latin lover. Tegu shouted a bunch of Spanish to no one in particular, and I joined them at the sitting area. They took over one of the little love seats, and I sank into a chair that I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to get out of. If I hadn't been terrified, I could have fallen asleep. Which wouldn't be good. I didn't want to miss an opportunity to escape. It wasn't just the whole he might have bought me thing. He was a criminal. What if those guys with the guns came looking for their pot? I sensed motion to my right, and motorboat guy crouched down beside me. Hey, I hadn't been crazy. He was here.
Glad you made it out okay.
He'd changed into a dark pair of slacks, a light blue silk shirt, and a little man bun, the total opposite of his hair-banging persona. Thanks for waiting, I wanted to say, but I needed a ride to shore. I played it nice. You couldn't stand around all day with that kind of cash. He grinned.
Exactly.
Then he frowned.
Your dog took off.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about Cyrano. Was she headed for the ferry?
She was going in the right direction.
Made sense. The dog was a survivor. It had been a while since we'd parted ways at the warehouse. She might already be back in Key West. And the lady on the ferry knew who she belonged to. She'd call Morgan, he'd call Warren, and the sheriff would alert the Coast Guard to swoop in for the arrest. We were saved. Overhead, the sky burst into sparkly red and green flowers that sizzled and popped. Tegu grinned at me.
I love fireworks too.
I stopped clapping my hands and tucked them under my thighs.
Isaac.
Tegu snapped his fingers at me. No, not at me. Past me. At motorboat guy.
Go find your brother. Felix is missing everything. Sure, Papa.
Papa? Motorboat guy was Tegu's kid? What were the odds? Of all the boats in the waters off Key West, that Tegu's kid would find mine and drop a bunch of pot on it. And then, when I get to shore, Crotch Guy just happens to be there with mugshots to share? Had Mr. Lieutenant FBI DEA cop guy somehow set me up? It seemed pretty far-fetched. Still, he knew that those idiots in Mexico had supposedly sold me to Tegu to cover a debt. If we got out of here alive, the first thing I was going to do was call Warren. It was time Crotch Guy was somebody else's problem. Mom's giggling brought me back to my current issue.
They're really hitting it off,
Motorboat Guy, aka Isaac, said.
Maybe you'll be my new little sister.
Ew. His tone left me feeling a little violated.
Isaac!
Tegu's voice was sharp. Motorboat Guy held onto the corner of my chair, leaned back, and raised his nose to the sky to shout, "Felix!" And then he added a bunch of Spanish. All I caught was mano, a word I actually knew. It was slang for brother. I'd heard it all the time on the set of Dewey's show, Gone Herpin'. Most of his crew spoke Spanish. Our hometown was right on the Arizona-Mexican border, and my brother preferred to work with his friends. Felix appeared after another chorus from Motorboat Guy. This brother had red hair. Motorboat Guy, aka Isaac, noticed me noticing.
"Step, brother,"
he said. Ah. Felix stopped for a glass of champagne, fist-bumped Motorboat Guy, saw me, and squealed. Like a little kid. Or, blast, I knew that look. Like a dewzer.
"I can't believe this!"
He bounced about, nearly taking out the fire pit.
"How'd she get here? How'd you get here?"
He didn't give me a chance to say I drove my submarine into your dad's yacht before he was bouncing again.
"Papa!"
Felix danced over to Tegu.
"You remember when we were meeting in Mexico and I teased that super cool thing I'd got for your birthday?"
I tried to sit up. Did he say Mexico?
"And then things fell apart and we had to—"
He whistled and raised his palm in the air. Then he went back to bouncing.
"This was your present!"
He pointed at me. Like I was a thing.
"Where'd you come from?"
Tegu and Mom finally let go of each other.
"What?" "It's Dewey Nash's sister!"
Felix poked my face with his index finger.
"From the bloopers?"
I almost dropped my Zacapa. What was he talking about? What bloopers? Motorboat Guy, aka Isaac, shrugged.
"I don't watch TV. I'm a reader."
To prove it, he pulled a slim volume of poetry out of a back pocket. Huh. He did not look like someone who'd crack many books, much less carried one around. Felix was bouncing again.
"Gone Herpin! Buenas aventuras!" he shouted.
Then he tried to high-five me. I gave him my "get away from me, Dewzer" look, which he ignored. He high-fived himself and then made a boom noise, and then bounced some more. Mom got to her feet.
"What are you talking about?"
Tegu smiled.
"Gone Herpin is a wonderful program hosted by a young man who travels the globe educating the public about reptiles. He's very knowledgeable."
Tegu put a hand over his heart.
"I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you."
And then he held up a hand, like he was blocking his view of my face.
"Ah, yes, I see it now. I love the bloopers."
Let's get back to those. In my head, I ran through the end credits of Gone Herpin', and just for good measure, the opening ones too. I didn't remember any bloopers, and if there had been some, they shouldn't have had anything to do with me. I wasn't on Dewey's show. I was near the edge, sometimes, close to the camera, but never on purpose. Do they show these bloopers on every episode? Mom pointed a finger at me. Be quiet, June. Then she turned to Tegu. I want to know what your kid means by, I got her for you. I wanted to know what he meant by bloopers. Tegu raised his hands in a wide gesture.
"It's just an expression. Felix is excited about our favorite show. Have you seen it?"
Mom ran her tongue along the inside of her cheek. I have. The wonderful host, Dewey Nash, is my son, and June's twin. Tegu's eyes lit up.
He took her hand and kissed it.
How blessed you are.
Then he gave each of us a once-over.
I see the resemblance.
Which he obviously didn't. There wasn't any. Mom was a lily-white, pasty-faced redhead, and my twin brother Dewey and I were supposedly the spitting image of our misplaced father, who was Greek.
Your kid said he bought my daughter?
Felix bounced some more.
It's not like I planned on keeping her in the dungeon.
I knew there'd be a dungeon.
I just got her so we could hang out.
Mom stamped her foot.
You can't buy people. Tell your kid he can't buy people.
Tegu tilted his head and did a half-shrug.
We don't buy people.
I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or Mom or his kid. It felt more like a statement in general.
But, Papa… No.
Tegu tapped a finger against his palm and started rattling off words in Spanish. I caught pistolas and marijuana and realized he was making a list of all the bad things that he found acceptable, which, from his tone, didn't include buying people. It was nice to know that he drew the line somewhere. Finally, he reverted back to English. From the look on Felix's face, it was his preferred mode of communication.
You need to apologize to Miss Nash and her mother.
'Cause that was going to make up for everything.
But, Papa…
Felix really didn't know how to keep his mouth shut.
I settled a debt and she was offered.
For something that had nothing to do with me. I was tired of standing there being treated like an inanimate object. Mom turned her icy blues in my direction. Oops. I didn't know how to keep my mouth shut either. You had knowledge of this sale, June? Mom asked. Is this why you wanted to talk to Warren? Knowledge is such a vague and encompassing word. Mom closed her eyes and screamed. Loudly. We all took a step back. I have seriously had it with you. She stomped her feet some more, and then started ranting. And maybe speaking in Spanish. Or tongues. I wasn't sure. It was all one long run-on sentence. Some of it was directed at Tegu. Some of it went Felix's way. The brunt, of course, was just for me. I sighed, and waited for it to end. Which happened sooner than I'd expected. After a couple of attempts to calm her down, Tegu threw Mom over his shoulder, walked to the railing, and tossed her into the sea. 22. There was a long scream, and a splash, and then another scream. Tegu and I leaned over the railing, and he shook a finger at Mom.
You should parent by example, not with harsh words.
A few of her favorites, which were mine as well, drifted up to us. How cold is that water?
Like a bathtub, Miss Nash.
Motorboat guy, a.k.a. Isaac, appeared and pointed to something in the distance.
Coast Guard.
Tegu casually leaned on an elbow.
Can I drop you somewhere, Miss Nash?
Like he hadn't just tossed my mother into the ocean. Tempting as it was to stay dry, I'd never hear the end of it if I did. I'd better stick with her.
Would you like a step stool?
I shook my head. I don't think I can jump. Do you mind?
Of course not.
He kissed my hand.
I hope we meet again.
Sure. If nothing else, we'd always have his trial, assuming Crotch Guy ever caught him. And then he picked me up and threw me over the side. The ocean wasn't quite bathtub warm, but I wasn't in danger of hypothermia. I even managed to keep hold of my purse and not land on Mom. 2 wins that would never be acknowledged. Before the yacht zoomed away, motorboat guy, a.k.a. Isaac, tossed us a couple of life rings, complete with whistles and flashlights. I waved as best as I could while treading water. Tegu had been a pretty nice guy, overall. In the distance, the Coast Guard's horn tooted, and I could hear the whoop-whoop of the siren getting closer. There was a full moon overhead, but now that the yacht was gone, I felt like we were way too small for a big boat to see. And they were going pretty fast. I waved the flashlight in their direction and swam closer to Mom, who was fiddling with her wet cell phone. Together, we were a bigger target, right? I waved an arm at the approaching boat. Cyrano finally came through. What? Morgan's dog. She brought back the Coast Guard. Mom gave me her, "Are you really my child?" look, and clicked on her phone's flashlight. The Coast Guard is here because I've been on the phone with them. Which explained the flirting. At least I was, until your friend threw me overboard. He is not my friend, though we had parted on friendly terms. Which brings me back to the fact that you are forever keeping things from me that you shouldn't. Uh-oh. I could see the rant beginning to rebuild its steam. I needed to head it off. Quickly. I can't wait to tell Warren. About what really happened in Mexico? No. About how you're a hero. She narrowed her eyes at me. Go on. You saved the day by pretending to be so mad at me that Tegu asked us to leave. He didn't ask. He didn't shoot us either. You're a hero, and I can't wait to tell Warren. He was going to eat it up, and she knew it. She leaned back in the life ring. Touché, my dear. Touché. The Coast Guard didn't run us over, and I found myself getting hauled out of the ocean by Hottie for the second time in as many days. Warren was waiting on the deck for Mom. He held her face in his hands and kissed her like he'd thought he was never going to see her again. I half expected him to drop to one knee. Morgan was waiting for me, but I didn't get a kiss, which was fine. I didn't think about him that way. Where's Cyrano? For once, I remembered the hound. She's snoozing at Jay's. I glanced over at Hottie, who was looking pretty good in his dive outfit. Lucky Cyrano was probably lounging in his bed. He's pissed, Morgan whispered. I looked up at his face. Oh, yeah, he was. What a sweetie. He was in an intense conversation with a familiar-looking black woman. She leaned to one side to peer at me. Oh, yeah, the lady from the Coast Guard station. Ensign... something or other. The two finished talking, and she wandered over to me and Morgan. How are you, Miss Nash? I glanced down at her name tag. Fantastic, Ensign Dyer, I said. Don't say Hottie. Is Jay okay? I asked. He's regretting our missed opportunity to arrest Tegu Brasino. Couldn't you send another boat after him? We have. And that was the end of the conversation. She bobbed her head at Morgan, and they exchanged a let's get naked later look. Huh. I didn't know they knew each other. I wanted to get some more time with Hottie, to console him, but the Coast Guard people had other ideas. Mom and I were herded downstairs, where we got dry clothes, more Coast Guard t-shirts, and this time, sweatpants. Then we were separated and debriefed, a fancy word for a process involving a lot of questions from a lot of very serious-looking people. They wanted to know all about the pot. Motorboat guy, Rip's murder, the Goths, the gang in the warehouse, and Tegu and his yacht. No one mentioned Lieutenant Crotch Guy. I didn't bring him up. I was saving my revenge for later. I'd see if Hottie could help me figure out who the guy's people were, and then I'd rat him out to Warren, making sure to play up the Mom could have died when Tegu threw her off his boat angle. The sun was just coming up when I found myself back on dry ground in Key West. Morgan disappeared with Ensign Dyer. Something about needing to pick up his dog. Yeah, right. Mom and Warren headed for Matt Faye's houseboat, which was fine. I needed a little time away from her. And from the looks of things, they needed a little time for coffee. Or whatever they were calling it now. I got a taxi to the gas station. I had the speedboat, so at least I wouldn't have to row a kayak out to my island. I paid the driver and headed for the little beach. The chickens were out in full force. Lots of moms, lots of babies, one skinny little rooster having a blast chasing harem number 1 all over the beach. Wait. I could see the beach. The whole beach. And every blasted bit of the beach. Where was Matt Faye's speedboat? 23. In the convenience store, I found the Russian lady on her little stool behind the register. "How are you with the morning?" I glanced at her name tag. Why didn't everybody wear one? "I'm good, Iggy, thanks." How could I ask about the speedboat without actually asking about it? The last thing I needed was her calling Matt Fay and telling him I was losing all his boats. I'd have plenty of time to find them before my vacation was over. I added it to the list of things I needed to chat about with Hottie. "So, Iggy, anything interesting happen yesterday?" Maybe she'd seen who'd taken the speedboat. She shrugged. "You'll needs a kayak?" "Yeah, I needs." She handed me a life vest and paddle from under the counter. Out on the pier, I put a two-seater into the water like a pro, set the paddle and my purse in the back, and then waited while Kokavin took his place in the front. I'd had enough time to rest, so paddling out to the little island didn't jellify my arms completely. After Kokavin flew over to his second harem, I rolled onto the dock, careful not to catch my toe again, and slipped the rope around the pole. This baby wasn't going anywhere. Not that I planned on using it ever again. There were still boats left in the barn. I dropped the life vest and paddle on the floor of the kayak, threw my purse over my shoulder, and hiked up to the house. In the glow-in-the-dark bedroom, I plugged my cell phone into the charger and thought about setting an alarm, but the idea didn't make it out of my brain. I woke up to a light pressure on my chest and the soft purring of a cat. Huh. Matt Fay had a cat. Oh man, was I supposed to be feeding a cat? I reached up to scratch it, and my fingers settled into the weirdest fur I'd ever felt. I opened my eyes. Kokavin was sleeping on me. How did he keep getting in the house? Go away. I shooed him off the bed and took my hobo bag with me to the bathroom, just in case he decided to check for more burritos. After I'd showered and toweled my curls into something manageable, I wrapped up in one of Matt Fay's big fluffy towels, tossed my one and only outfit in the wash, and wandered around the house. There were a lot of books and board games, and more chicken statues. Still nothing in the fridge, because I hadn't bought anything food-related for it. Kokavin was hanging by the front door, giving the wooden roosters a piece of his mind. Funny, he didn't care about the ladies hanging on the walls. I managed to chase him outside, and then wandered around in the sun for a bit. Eventually, the little path led to a patch of weeds labeled the garden. Maybe Matt Fay was one of those people who liked to eat natural stuff, like dandelions and grass. I heard a rooster crow, and I shielded my eyes to watch Kokavin flap up to a tree near the house, then over to the roof, peck at the satellite dish, and then squawk his way over to the... Wait, there was a satellite dish? Back inside, I found a computer in one of the bedrooms, with all the needed passwords in a handy notebook stashed in the top desk drawer. I checked my email first, scrolled through things to do in Key West, and then got bored and went to see if my phone was charged. It was. I tapped into the Wi-Fi, and a zillion notifications popped up. I had a lot of texts, but only 3 interested me. The first was from Morgan. He was in love with Ensign Dyer and was skipping dinner. The second was from my brother. He and Lolly, whoever that was, had gotten to the island at noon and would connect whenever I woke up. The last was from Mom. She wanted me to change tonight's dinner reservation to 7 because Morgan was bringing the new love of his life, Ensign Dyer. Blast. I'd never found a restaurant for the stupid party. I went back to the computer and did a search. After studying pictures and reviews, I'd never hear the end of it if the food was bad, I made a 7 o'clock reservation for 8 people. Just in case Hottie was free. I texted the pertinent info to Mom and Morgan and called Dewey. He answered on the first ring. "I thought you were going to sleep all day." Had I? I glanced over at the clock. It wasn't even 2. "Mom said you brought somebody?" "You know Lolly Stober. She works with Warren." Oh, yeah. Leather Girl. Sheriff Mitchell's new deputy had a thing for metal concerts, leather outfits, and, apparently, my brother. And then he started rambling about the two of them bonding over a massive snake spotted in a field near the Cactus Rose Motel back home. I couldn't tell if he was more excited about the snake or the girl. But probably the girl. He hadn't brought the snake with him. He would have mentioned it if he had.
You didn't propose to her yet, did you? Ha ha. Changing the subject, I hear you're having a great time on your vacation. From the way he said it, I knew that Mom had already told him everything. Trying to bond with her almost got me killed. She means well. Of course he'd take her side. So what's going on? I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. He spent the next 30 minutes running me through his whirlwind romance with Leather Girl, which he started while I'd been in Mexico and continued after I'd gotten home and had been in the next room. Ew. I was a little grossed out, and a little impressed by my noise-canceling headphones. The dryer announced that my clothes were done, and I broke into his monologue. I need to get dressed. You're coming to dinner, right? I made the reservation. And you'll be there, right? With bells on, and hopefully a hottie on my arm. 'Cause there's something I want to talk to you about. What? I want to tell everyone at dinner. You're just saying that so I'll show. You'd better show. Tell me now. Wait for dinner. You're getting married? I'm not getting married. You want me to move out? Yes, but that's not it. Good, I can't afford to. What's the big secret? Just come to dinner. Fine. See you at 7. 40 minutes, and one how to drive a fishing boat YouTube tutorial later, Kokavin and I were slowly approaching the pier behind the gas station. I let the boat drift into one of the open slots on the other side of the kayaks and waved to the taxi I could see waiting near the pumps. Kokavin flew off to harem number 1, and I set off in search of Hottie. And maybe some nachos. Hottie wasn't in the drag bar. I took the stairs to the 3rd floor, just in case he was up in the dressing room. He wasn't. A black man was stretched out on the sofa, reading a book and scratching Cyrano behind the ears. He laid down the novel, and Morgan's hound trotted over to lean against my leg. You're the snake man, sister, right? I squinted at him. Hey, it was the Soul Sister drag queen. He'd been belting out a song the night Cyrano had gone missing. And he'd been amazing. I'm June. I wanted to tell him he was great, but everybody probably told him he was great. Say something different. Something clever. You sing great. Oh well. You looking for Jay? He said it in a tone that I knew all too well, along with an expression I used to practice in the mirror. Hey, it wasn't like I was a dewzer, or whatever you call drag queen groupies. Hottie and I had a thing. He was here, but he left. He's in a pissy mood. He turned the page in his book. I didn't blame Hottie. Tegu had gotten away. Is he performing later? Who knows? Sometimes the queen shows, sometimes she doesn't. And then he looked up and his eyes softened. He did say something about checking out the competition, so he probably meant Ramones. Their drag is usually subpar, but they have a coupon. So, big crowds. Don't forget your dog. And then he went back to his book. There was nothing interesting happening at Ramones. The first drag show didn't start till 8 o'clock, and I didn't see Hottie anywhere. Which was okay. I wasn't a very good conversationalist on an empty stomach. I went outside to Google nachos in Key West and got distracted by a big chestnut-colored horse. He was across the street, blocking the sidewalk, while the cop sitting on him leaned in a window. The crowds were going around them like it was something they saw every day. Even Cyrano seemed nonplussed by it. I guess if you were in Key West long enough, nothing would strike you as weird. The camera on my phone was crappy. I moved us closer for a better shot, then a bit closer than that. And finally, we ran out into the middle of the road, between brakes and traffic, for a quick selfie. A horn tooted, and we darted to the safety of the sidewalk, careful not to get too close to the horse, who was being fed a stalk of celery from a lady sitting at the bar. I went to Key West and had a Bloody Mary with a horse. And beside her drink, there was a steaming plate of nachos. Since there was a horse, they probably wouldn't care about a dog. I marched Cyrano past the bartender, who didn't even look up, around the 10 or so tables that were occupied, letting her stop for scratches now and then, and settled on a 2-seater near the stage. I tied her leash to a chair leg and eyed a notice promising the sing-along experience of a lifetime daily at 4, 8:30, and 11. Perfect. I had plenty of time to eat and get out of there with my sing-along virgin status intact. A guy in an apron and man bun came by. He didn't seem to know me. which was a bummer. I'd have to stick with soda. I ordered nachos, a bowl of water for Cyrano, and a root beer. I really needed to find my ID and my credit card. I was almost out of Morgan's 20s. We got our drinks right away. Cyrano ignored hers and stretched out under the table for a snooze. I settled in with a few games of phone solitaire while I waited for the food. I won 3, thanks to the hint feature, and was about to finish off another with a red 9 on a black 10 when I was bumped from behind and a toothpick fell from above, landing on my screen. Sorry. I looked up at a busty 20-something in a crop top and shorty shorts. Her blonde hair was loose and long, and her tan was dark and disappeared up her shorts when she stood on tippy toes to wave at someone across the room. She was carrying a basket of popcorn and grinning down at me. June, you're back! Where's Morgan? Ah, she knew me. I'd found another scene of the crime. Maybe this was where I'd left my credit card. I'll be right back. Awesome, we're in the same spot. She pointed across the room. I followed her line of sight. Hey, the tables had all filled up, and the crowd had gotten rather rowdy. I glanced at my watch. Still 20 minutes to the sing-along. It would be close, but I could always get my nachos to go. I wove through the crowd to the bar. The horse was gone. Did I leave my credit card here a couple of days ago? The lady behind the taps dropped out of sight for a moment and returned with my card. I didn't think you'd sober up enough to remember to come back. I ignored her and kissed my card. If only they'd had my ID, too. You want Zacapa today? I was starting to love the bartenders in Key West. I wanted Zacapa, but it was probably better to start with a beer. To wash down the nachos. There would be time later for rum. When I got back to the table, 2 new people were sitting there. I glanced underneath. No dog. June! The 20-something was waving from her table in the back and holding up my nachos. Cyrano was already stretched out under her feet. Blast. She'd been fast. She held up a small, distinctive bottle, and her friends motioned for me to join them. I couldn't read the label from where I was standing, but I knew the oval shape. Ron Zacapa XO Rum, 750 milliliters of sweet, smoky happiness, and a special order item from my local liquor store. I almost danced to their table. Turns out they were off-duty flight attendants on a weekend layover and deep into the weirdest drinking game I'd ever seen. The 20-something, who reintroduced herself as Grace, rattled off the names of the others. Do you remember the rules, June? I didn't remember her. I looked down at the table. There was a box of toothpicks and a stack of index cards with some sort of mathematical formula written on the top one. Oops. Grace flipped it to the bottom. The new card read, Top grossing film of all time. Trivia. I sucked at that. Grace held a card up. One of the girls rattled off some movie that I'd never heard of. Grace poured some Zacapa into her glass, and she downed it like a shot, which was the worst thing you could do with Zacapa XO. I died a little inside. This liquid love was meant to be savored. I wasn't going to say anything, though. What if they didn't let me play? The bottle was so close I could almost touch it. Grace picked up the next card on the stack and turned to the girl on my left. What's the capital of Liberia? The girl sucked her bottom lip under her top teeth and started chewing. Tripoli? Grace made a buzzer noise and flipped the card. Wrong! It's Monrovia! There were groans around the table. Oh no, she wouldn't get any Zacapa. Then, Grace poured the good stuff into a glass in front of the girl who'd gotten the wrong answer. Huh. She still got some. We all watched as she drank it down. Then she selected a toothpick from the box and jammed it into her scalp. Everybody applauded and shrieked. Ah, that's what you got for a wrong answer. And it explained the toothpicks in my hair when I'd first met Motorboat Guy, a.k.a. Isaac. Your turn, June. Grace picked up the next card. What's the name of the world's oldest mummy? I grinned and might have fist-pumped the air. My luck was changing. No toothpicks for me. What were the odds that my accidental major in college would give me the answer to my first trivia question? A few months before I'd graduated high school, Mom had been bugging me to pick something to study in college. Dewey had known what he'd wanted to do since he was 5, and that meant I needed to know too. I'd finally shut her up by turning to a random page in a catalog and pointing to a photo of a frozen mummy. And Mom had asked me every semester if we'd seen Ötzi yet. I never did. She'd finally called the school to complain about false advertising. Ötzi the Iceman! I threw a fist in the air, and Grace poured me a shot. I almost squealed with delight as I lifted the Zacapa to my nose. Sweet, smoky, and a hint of oak. Nectar from the Guatemalan gods. I put the drink to my lips, and my head was bumped from behind. My teeth hit the glass, it slipped from my hand, and the delectable liquid ran down the front of my dress. I twisted in my seat to glare up at the trio. 1 girl, 2 guys. All 3 were white and looked like they'd just stepped off the pages of a preppy clothes catalog. The girl muttered sorry, but it didn't look like she meant it. She leaned on 1 foot and looked bored, while the guy closer to her whispered in her ear. The other guy tried to dab at my dress with a handful of napkins, mainly concentrating on parts of me that hadn't gotten wet. I'm okay. I pushed his hand off my boob, and he dropped his cell phone. It landed on the table next to my nachos, and he reached for it. His hands certainly didn't match his clean-cut persona. The nails were dull and dark around the edges, like he'd been playing in dirt, or sucked at using nail polish remover. I looked up at his face. He wasn't wearing a speck of black, and I knew without a doubt he was one of the Goths. And he knew that I knew. Mostly 'cause I gasped and stupidly uttered, "You're one of the Goths!" 24. I reached for my phone, and he pulled me to my feet and hugged me. "I can't believe it's you!" It was almost a shout to the room, and in my ear he whispered, "You're going to walk me out and keep your trap shut because we got your dog." Seriously? Morgan's dog had been kidnapped again? He twisted me enough that I could see the girl and guy disappearing into the crowd near the bathrooms. I couldn't see under the table. Knowing Morgan's hound, he wasn't lying. That dog had a thing for bad guys. Grace stood up, and so did the others. "What's going on?" Goth guy began to lead me away from the table. "Turns out we're old friends and we need to catch up." Grace narrowed her eyes and turned to me. "You know this joker?" "Doggy," the Goth sang under his breath. I let him lead me 1 more step. Maybe I could just elbow him and be done with it. Though, if we didn't show up outside, would his friends hurt Morgan's dog? Grace took my indecision as a cry for help. She leaned back against the table and crossed her arms. "I'm a flight attendant." The Goth moved us another step away. "Good for you." "I do the Atlanta to Key West to Atlanta run." So, I deal with drunks. All day long. They get drunk on the plane because they're on their way to paradise, or they get on the plane drunk because they've just been in paradise. The Goth tightened his grip on my arm. "June doesn't want to make a scene." Geez, the creep knew my name, but Hottie still didn't. Grace crossed her arms. "You want me to make a scene, June?" Cyrano would probably be fine. I nodded, and then screamed. The Goth let go, and Grace and her friends pounced. He tried to run, but they tackled him near the stage, and started taking toothpicks out of their heads to stick in his various body parts. That got them the attention of the bar patrons, who hurried over to take videos and selfies. I went back to the table and grabbed my plate of nachos. The Goth girl had been heading for the bathroom. I checked there first. It was empty. I tried the kitchen next, and then went through a narrow strip of parking lot. Goth guy number 2 was behind the wheel of a little red car. Goth girl was trying to get Cyrano into the back seat. "It's a multi-step process," I shouted. She looked up. "'Cause Cyrano doesn't like getting into cars. Stay back. We're getting out of here, and you're going to let us go." Or the dog gets it. "Yeah." I know something you don't. What? Nothing stands between that dog and her snacks. I set the nachos on the ground by my feet. The hound's muzzle pointed straight up, and the black ball on the end of it bounced a couple of times, and she started whining and wiggling and took off at full speed, dragging her would-be captor onto her butt. The hound raced to the plate and began scarfing down my nachos. Goth Girl screamed a few of my favorite words, and then jumped into the passenger seat, and the car took off. As best as it could. The alley wasn't all that wide, so it was a slow getaway. I had enough time to pull out my cell phone and get a picture of their license plate. Then I called 911. Back inside, Grace's friends were sitting on what was left of Goth Guy number 1. "Cops are on their way," I told her, and we high-fived. "Listen, June, we're catching a flight in the morning, but if you ever want to hang—" Then she wiggled her fingers at me. "Give me your phone. I'm going to add my number." I did, because Grace was fun, and it had been ages since I'd had a friend who had nothing to do with my brother or his crazy fans. She tapped away for a moment, and it's saved. And then she closed the contact page, and my phone returned to the main screen, which was a picture of me and Dewey at one of his snake shows. It wasn't the best shot of him, but my hair had looked incredible that day. Grace almost dropped my phone, and a little squeaky noise escaped her lips. "You know Dewey Nash?" Blast. It had been nice while it lasted. I never got the chance to find Hottie before dinner. The cops had arrived with a lot of questions, and I didn't get out of there until 7:30. I did leave with my sing-along virgin status intact, though. The bar had canceled the festivities. There was no time for a new dress or a babysitter for the dog, so I took Cyrano with me to the restaurant, which turned out to be the only place in town with a no-dog policy. Inside, anyway. They moved us to the patio, and since everybody was already 2 drinks into their evening, nobody cared. I didn't mention the Goths, and no one asked if I'd been assaulted by anyone. The chances that they'd ever find out were slim, but I held out hope. I did get a nose wiggle and one squinty eye from Mom. She could smell that spilled shot of rum on my dress. Distractions from Warren and Dewey kept her mouth shut, but I knew I'd hear all about my failures the next time we were alone. On one side of the table, everybody had arranged themselves boy, girl, boy. Morgan, who'd changed to a button-down green shirt and had kinda combed his wiry brown hair. Mom, who'd gone all in on the island look, and my brother Dewey, who was wearing a dark blue ensemble and grinning ear to ear. On the other side, girl, boy, girl. Ensign Dyer, now decked out in a silky red sundress, Warren, who was giving Mom's island look a run for its money, and Leather Girl. She was currently outfitted in white cotton and had let her long blonde hair, normally controlled in a braid, hang loose. I took the seat beside Dewey, and Cyrano did a lap for love, and then sprawled out under the table where Hottie should have been. We plowed through an assortment of appetizers, and yes, I ate more than my share. It had been ages since I'd gotten a square meal. Since Mom was still in a mood, I decided to stick with root beer. At least until she was gone. Throughout dinner, the chatter stayed generic. Stuff they'd already done in Key West, stuff they still needed to do in Key West, stuff they planned on doing one more time when they all came back to Key West. After Mom had decided which desserts we all needed to share, Dewey clinked his water glass with his knife and stood up. "I have some news." He took a breath and then continued. "A unique opportunity has been presented to me, and I feel like I can't say no." I sat up. This felt big. He let out a slow breath. "This is life-changing." Leather Girl was grinning. Huh. She knew. I'd been replaced. I wasn't my brother's keeper anymore. Was it about his show? Maybe he'd given it up. Maybe it had been canceled. What was I supposed to do? Personal assistants needed someone to assist. I had no skills to do anything else, and I didn't like the idea of working for someone I wasn't related to. They'd have all sorts of requests for things I didn't want to do, like making coffee and returning phone calls. "June?" I looked up. "You're wheezing." Dewey took a moment to squeeze my shoulder. "It's really good news." Then he cleared his throat and pointed a finger at the sky.
I want everyone to look up.
We did.
This time, next year, I'm going to be taking on a temporary teaching gig.
I let out a breath. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Maybe I could make copies and grade papers.
My show is going on a hiatus because I'm going to be training to go up in the International Space Station.
Or not. I wasn't good in small spaces. Mom was the first to her feet, followed by everybody else. There were hugs and kisses and tears and congratulations. I went in search of anybody who could get me a real drink. Morgan found me at the bar, with another root beer. I hadn't been successful without my stupid ID.
I didn't know.
Would you have told me if you did?
Yeah.
Hiatus is just a break, right?
You know it is.
You read about a lot of shows that go on hiatus and then never come back.
You do.
A hiatus is not good.
You know, this screws me up too.
Oh yeah, it did. Morgan worked as a production assistant for Dewey's show, Gone Herpin'. I wasn't the only one out of a job. I'd have to figure out a way to slip all those 20s back into his wallet. Morgan dropped onto a bar stool to my left.
I'm happy for Dewey.
Yeah, me too. So happy. What are you going to do now? He shrugged. But it was a coy shrug, like he had an idea and didn't want to share.
You're not joining the Coast Guard, are you?
He had gotten pretty chummy with the ensign.
No.
You're enlisting in the Navy? He took a sip of my root beer, and then put his hands palms down on the bar.
I think I want to be a PI.
I laughed. Morgan made a face.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Sorry, you did a great job figuring out why Crotch Guy was in Key West. Then I remembered. I'd figured out why Crotch Guy was in Key West.
Forget it.
He got up, and I grabbed a handful of his shirt and pulled him back onto the stool, and noticed that his eyes were the same color as the fabric, a bright, sparkly green. Not that the shirt was sparkly. His eyes were. Was he wearing contacts? I didn't remember his eyes being that green. Or, for that matter, I didn't remember him ever wearing glasses.
June.
He waved a hand in front of my face. I let go of his shirt and smoothed the wrinkles. Listen, I figured out why Crotch Guy was in Key West.
And yet you still don't know his name.
He took a sip of my root beer.
You really need to work on that. In a few months, you're not going to be able to hide behind Dewey anymore, and people aren't going to be so forgiving.
People? What people? Somebody was mad because I couldn't remember their stupid name?
People.
He took another sip of my drink.
So, what did you figure out?
I pointed an index finger at him. You're going to tell me who you're talking about later. Then I glanced around just to make sure Crotch Guy wasn't standing behind me while I talked about him. You remember the guy that left all the pot on my sailboat?
Matt Faye's sailboat? Never saw him, but sure.
He's Tegu's kid.
Tegu? The gangster who bought you in Mexico? He has a kid here in Key West?
He has a couple. Crotch Guy's been following me since I got here. He's been using me as bait.
How?
He got Tegu's kid to put the pot on my sailboat.
Matt Faye's sailboat.
Whatever.
How did he do that?
Who knows, but he knew he could follow the kid back to Tegu and arrest him.
Because you were the bait.
Yes.
Why did he need you? If he knew who the kid was, he could have just followed him back to the dad.
Morgan wasn't listening right. Because I was the bait. He set me up.
You're not making any sense, June. I'm going back to the party, and I'm taking your root beer.
I watched him go, and reluctantly followed. My purse was still over my chair. The chatting stopped. Everyone else looked up at me expectantly. It's been fun, but I'm really tired. I slung my purse over my shoulder. Mom plucked a blob of cheesecake onto a fork and held it out. You haven't had dessert yet. I'm going to bed. You're pouting. I was, but I wasn't going to admit that. Dewey caught up with me outside.
What do you think?
About space?
For starters.
I didn't want to say what I really thought. It's great.
I think so.
He linked his arm in mine, and we started a casual stroll down the main drag.
What about Lolly?
I don't really know her. We'd tried to rescue a snake together once, but there hadn't been much time for sisterly bonding. Two middle-aged guys going the other way lifted their beers in our direction. "Good adventures!" Dewey gave them a head bob and a "how you doin'?" The guys even got a smile from me. They were my kind of Dewzers, the ones that acknowledged my brother and kept on moving. I did glance around to make sure no one else had heard. Last thing I needed was any of the crowd from the cemetery showing up. They were probably still pissed about getting tear-gassed.
Listen, June, I know you're tired, but I want to talk about how we're going to coordinate.
Coordinate what? He stopped and grinned.
That's right, you and Morgan ran off and didn't hear. Gone Herpin isn't going anywhere.
I must have let out a sigh, because Dewey threw an arm around my shoulder and squeezed me.
I wouldn't leave the show without talking to you first.
Okay. I felt better, and almost suggested going back for those desserts that Mom had ordered before his announcement. Almost. But I didn't need to chance another temperance lecture, especially from a drunk woman.
I gotta get back, but let's take some time in the next day or two and talk about the classes.
Classes?
I'm going to be teaching from space. You'll handle the stuff on the ground.
What stuff on the ground? Was I supposed to deal with children?
I'll see you in the morning.
He gave me a kiss on the cheek and started walking backward.
You want to just meet in Mallory Square?
For what?
Check the itinerary from Mom.
There's an itinerary?
Check it.
And then he was swallowed up by the crowd. I could have gone after him, but Mom would have been at the other end of the chase. Instead, I checked my email. And there was the message. She'd sent it while I'd been talking to the police about the Goths. The itinerary for the next 3 days was packed. Meals, tours, and something in the morning called the Conch Battle of the Republic. As much as I wanted to hang out with my brother, and maybe get to know his girlfriend, because that's what good sisters did, there was no way I was spending that much time with my mother and her boyfriend, too. This was still supposed to be my vacation, and I'd earned it, many times over. My index finger hovered over the little trash can button. Would she know? Probably not. I hit delete, and called a cab. The gas station was crowded. Cars were waiting to fill up, and the little convenience store had a line out the door. I followed the lit pier around to the back. Overhead, a string of clouds covered the moon, and I couldn't even see the little island that I knew was in front of me. I stopped at the end. All the boat slips were empty. I stamped my feet, and maybe spit out a few of my favorite words. This was getting ridiculous. 25. The Russian lady, who apparently never got time off, was behind the register in the convenience store. While I waited in line, I tried to figure out the best way to ask if she'd seen what had happened to the fishing boat, without letting on that I'd lost another one. When I finally made it to the front, I didn't even get out the first word of what I was sure was the perfect question. She held up a finger and then dropped down behind the counter and came back up with a life vest, paddle, and key. "Have use of green or blue. They are lights. Next!" Out on the pier, I found a green kayak on one of the lower racks, which the key opened. I guess being Matt Faye's guest had earned me the privilege. I added it to the lobster tail keyring and then wrestled the kayak into the water. I tossed my purse and paddle onto the floor and climbed in. I was getting pretty good at making a fairly wobble-free entry. I ran a hand along the edges of the boat and flipped a switch behind my seat. The water beneath me turned orange and red. Cool. I couldn't see all the way to the island, but that was fine. It wasn't like I'd be going all that far. Or fast. I picked up the paddle and laid it across my lap, not quite ready to go. I felt like I was forgetting something. I tightened the straps on my life vest. No, that wasn't it. I glanced around and stretched my feet out on the seat in front of me. Kinda comfy, for heavy-duty plastic. I could probably lean back like this and still paddle. Why hadn't I done that before? Oh, yeah. Coca Vin. I checked the beach behind me. It was empty. The chickens were probably tucked in for the night, wherever chickens tucked themselves in, which was fine with me. I didn't need company. At all. By the time I'd reached Nickel Key, the moon had made a brief reappearance. I had enough time to tie up the kayak and get about halfway to the house before the clouds took control and the sky went back to black. I used the flashlight on my cell phone the rest of the way. Inside, I dumped my purse on the bed under the glow-in-the-dark ceiling and then wandered down to the computer room. That had to be the bedroom that Matt Fay used when he was in town. The walls were filled with photos of him doing vacation-y things with tall, beautiful women. The closet was filled with suits, which was weird for a vacation home. I struck gold over at the dresser covered in little bobblehead chickens. I grabbed a plain black t-shirt and a pair of pajama shorts covered in roosters. The man had a serious problem. Another drawer offered up a variety of socks. I chose the fluffiest ones. The floors were tile, and despite the summer temperatures, my feet were freezing. I slid my hand down into the deep pockets and wandered to the kitchen for a glass of water, and then headed down to Matt Fay's game room. There wasn't much to do. I wasn't a TV watcher, not that I'd seen a set, and I didn't feel like playing a board game by myself. I knelt down in front of one of the bookshelves. Maybe I could find something to read in bed. And I was in luck. Matt Fay had every book my brother had ever written, 13 in all. Dewey'd been after me forever to read his stuff, which I was having trouble getting around to. In my defense, when you spend all day doing something, you don't want to spend all night reading about it. I grabbed as many as I could carry and headed back to the room with the glow-in-the-dark ceiling. Propped up in bed, I took the first book off the stack and flipped it open. Scorpions. Ew. I tossed it to the other side of the bed. The next one featured a cute picture of one of those giant rats that always remind me of fat, happy dogs. I squished down into the bed and began to read. It started with a sweet story about an old woman who liked to take her giant rat, aka capybara, to an outdoor cafe every day for lunch, and ended with her getting eaten by it after she died of a heart attack. I was going to have nightmares. I moved on to book 3, which was turtles. I could do turtles. I dove into chapter 1 and woke up to a trilling noise and a weight on my chest. I let my eyes adjust to the darkness and looked at the rooster sitting on my boobs and purring. How do you keep getting in the house, Kokavin? Wait, how'd he gotten out to the island? Could roosters fly that far? He snuggled under my chin, and I thought about the old lady and her capybara. I'm not dead, I whispered. Somewhere in the house, there was a bump. Only because I'd just said I wasn't dead. What was that? I sat up, and Kokavin grabbed chunks of my shirt in his beak and claws. Okay. I tried to shake him loose, but he wasn't having any of that. I slipped an arm under his body and pulled him in close as I wiggled to the edge of the bed and swung down my feet. Over at the wall, I flipped the light switch. Nothing. Which was weird. The light had been on when I'd laid down to read. There was a second noise. A scraping sound. Maybe a chair on tile? Branches on the roof. A hungry capybara working his way in through a window screen ready to devour my body. Kokavin must have felt it was option 3. His purr changed to a trill that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It's fine, I whispered. But just in case it wasn't, I grabbed my cell phone, which had no service. Blast. I was sure I'd left the router on. I slipped the phone in a pocket of the slouch pants. We'll reset it. Out in the hall, I flipped the light switch. Nothing. Flip, flip, flip. Had a storm knocked out the power? There was a light clatter from somewhere nearby. Hey, Dewey's sister. It was Hottie's voice. Soft, but playful. And somewhere in the house. I must have left the front unlocked. Hot. Use people's names, Morgan had said. Jay? Come on out, Dewey's sister. A little louder this time. A little more playful. I stroked Kokovin's back. It's okay, I whispered. This is what we humans refer to as a booty call. I padded down the hall, peeking in dark rooms. Where was he? Listening for any sound. finally ending my search in the kitchen. Moonlight spilled in from the open door, coming to a point near the table, where Hottie stood. Oh yeah, I'd left that open so that Kokavin could get out, which is how Hottie'd gotten in. He was holding a long-neck bottle of... I squinted at the label. Yaduris. I'd had it once. They specialized in winter wheat ales, which were basically water.
Would you mind stepping outside?
He asked. You want to go for a walk?
No. I like Matt Fay, and I don't want to get your blood all over his house.
Then he raised his other arm, and moonlight reflected off the butcher knife he was pointing at me. Okay, it was definitely time to reevaluate my infatuation. 26.
What's up with the rooster?
What's up with the knife? Hottie waved it in the air and then pointed to the door.
Just go outside.
No! And I think I don't want to be friends anymore. I casually slid one foot behind the other, trying to pivot enough so that I could turn and run, which was hard to do with a rooster stuck to my chest.
Fine.
He lifted up his shirt, gorgeous abs, and yanked an orange flare gun out of his waistband. I screamed. Kokavin erupted from my chest and flew straight at Hottie. His scream was louder than mine, as the rooster tried to land on his face. His arm swung up, and he pulled the flare gun's trigger. There was a flash of fire and a deafening bang. I screamed, turned, and ran, right into the fridge. I bounced off, shrieked a favorite word, picked a new direction, and raced away. I cornered into the hall and took out a few of the wall chickens as I got my footing. Blindly, I raced along, slipping, kicking, cursing Matt Fay and his stupid chicken obsession. At the end of the hall, I paused to squint in both directions. One way led to the front door, the other, the game room. Which was which? Behind me, I could hear squawks and clangs from the pots and pans as the battle between man and rooster continued. I picked, raced past the bedroom with the glow-in-the-dark ceiling. I was right. Hit the front door with an oomph and tried to twist the knob. It didn't move. Wrong way? I changed direction, and my hand slipped around the cold metal, skidding over an uneven layer of something sticky. I felt for the deadbolt. It was the same. I dug out my cell phone, skipped the flashlight, it would be too bright, and aimed the screen at the knob. It was glue. Hottie had glued me in. What a jerk! But it was okay. I'd just go out a window. Lighting my way with the glow of the screen, I slid a hand along the wall until my fingers hit cool glass. I fiddled for a lock, and felt another glob of sticky. Seriously? I backtracked to the door and picked up one of the rooster statues, calculated the weight in my hands, returned to the window, stepped back, and pitched. The statue flew at the glass, hit with a dull bonk, and came back at me, grazing my shoulder as it sailed past. What? I turned my phone back at the window and noticed a little blue sticker. Congratulations on your purchase! Henry's Hurricane Windows. Impact resistant to 175 miles per hour. Now I officially hated Key West. I turned and walked into the ladder. It let out a metallic rattle. I tucked my phone back under my shirt and held my breath until it was quiet again. Wait. It was quiet. Hottie's battle with Kokavin was over. Maybe the bird had won. But just in case he hadn't, I left my phone under my shirt. No sense in letting the bright screen give my position away. I kept my back against the wall and headed for the front door. Stopped. Remembered the statues. Took tiny steps. I didn't want to whack one with a foot and brushed against feathers? Kokavin? I chanced a look and lowered my cell phone. The rooster pecked at my hand. Blast. Then he trilled and started doing tight figure eights between my legs. He must have won the battle. So where was Hottie?
Dewey's sister.
Blast. I was a jinx.
Where are you?
He wasn't close. Maybe in the game room? I moved along the wall, hit the doorknob with my hip,
bit back a curse, and angled myself to the hall. I could make it to the kitchen. He couldn't have glued the back door shut. He'd been too busy with the bird. Kokavin and I got 3 steps. "Sister!" Then 3 more. "Show yourself!" And made it to the bedroom with the glow-in-the-dark ceiling. I shooed the bird in and eased the door shut. Kokavin trilled, sailed over the bed, and dropped down into the opening of the closet. There was a lot of flapping, and a few feathers drifted out. Then it was quiet. "Kokavin?" I whispered. I ran around to the other side of the bed and aimed my cell phone's flashlight into the closet in front of me. There was a staircase, narrow and steep. I caught sight of Kokavin's tail feathers as he jumped from the ladder to what I guessed was an attic crawl space. Up didn't seem like that great an idea. "Dewey, sister," Hottie's voice, in the hall. But it was better than the alternative. I went back for my purse and pulled the closet door shut before I hurried up the ladder. I didn't see a way to close the steps, which meant I needed a weapon, in case Hottie figured out where I was before I could get out. I sat back on my heels and aimed my cell phone around the space. Matt Fay wasn't a hoarder. There was a whole lot of empty. And Kokavin, way on the other side of the attic, frozen in the light from my phone. He trilled, ruffled his feathers, and zigzagged over to an open window. He pecked a few times at a tipped styrofoam cup and then jumped up on the sill and disappeared out into the night. So that was how he was getting in and out of the house. I made my way over and knelt down in front of the window. The cup was full of cigarette butts. The painters must have come up here to smoke, which seemed dumb, until I looked outside. The sun was just beginning to rise. Reds, golds, and oranges were streaking out across the sky away from the white-hot ball as it rose from the ocean. And it was breathtaking. I sat back on my heels and felt the stress of the last few days melt away. I watched until the sun cleared the ocean and began to rise into the sky, disappearing behind the water trees that circled Matt Fay's island. There was a squawk, and Kokavin appeared on the windowsill. I got another squawk, and he was gone. "I'm coming." Maybe somebody had left a ladder leaning against the roof. Yeah, right. I dropped my phone into my purse and put it just outside the window. I sat on the edge, swung my legs out, and took a moment to get my bearings. The roof was a series of long metal strips that gently sloped to an abrupt edge. I ripped off my socks and shoved them in my purse. I didn't want to slide off. Holding onto the windowsill, I stepped out and moved a foot around. It was dry, and not too slick or hot, but that would change quickly as the sun continued to rise. I took a few tiny steps until I could see past the drop. Grass, trees, ooh, a roof. For something. A patio? I tried to visualize the kitchen. That's what was under me, right? The kitchen? I imagined the window over the sink. Had there been a covered patio? I moved closer. Kokavin appeared, flapped around me like an annoying mosquito, and then disappeared over the edge. A moment later, he appeared on the roof of what I was going to call the patio. Easy for you. I stood up on tippy toes, trying to see better. Could I jump to it? Maybe. It was half the distance to the ground. "Dewey's sister." Hottie. He was behind me, in the window. Blood dripped from gouges on his face and neck. "Jump," he whispered. "What is your problem?" "You, Dewey's sister. You're freaking everywhere." And he might have tossed in a few of my favorite words. "It's an island." Hottie lifted a foot over the sill and sat down. "Freaking everywhere." He shifted his weight, and the other foot came out. "The ocean, the bar, the warehouse." I glanced back over my shoulder. The patio roof hadn't magically moved closer, or gotten taller. Wait. I turned back to Hottie. The bar? Where the Goths had killed Rip? But that meant... You're the competition. It made sense. He'd been angry when Tegu had gotten away, not because the bad guy won. but because the competition was still in play. Another shift of his weight, and he stood up. Jump. It was barely a whisper. Blast. Why hadn't I looked for a weapon? I slung the strap of my purse over my neck into shoulder, and heard my phone clack into something else. Maybe I could nail him in the forehead. He was, 10 feet away? Easy peasy. I slipped a hand into my purse, closed my fingers around my cell, lifted it out. Hottie grinned, then grimaced and spit out a mouthful of blood. No cell service. I shut off the power, Dewey's sister. It's June, you creep! I threw the phone, and overcompensated as I straightened up. My back foot began to slip. I threw out my arms, trying to dig in my toes. It was no use. I turned into the slide, coming at the edge of the roof, fast, and jumped. 27. I hit the roof of the patio with a grunt and rolled, grabbing for anything, finding nothing, and going over the edge. Most of me landed in the last bits of the hedge, scattering a zillion lizards, and I grunted out a little yay. I was alive! But I was covered in little scratches, and I hurt all over. I did a quick is-anything-broken check. Most of my parts still wiggled like they were supposed to, but I could already feel the bruises forming. I rolled to my feet, wished for a soothing shot of rum, and spotted my purse. It was a few feet away, surrounded by everything that had been inside it. Blast. I really had to start zipping that thing. I brushed a stray lizard off my left boob, and I reached down to pick up the purse strap. You really jumped. I looked up at Hottie. He was watching me from the roof. Stay there. I'll be right down. I dropped the bag. I was fine without it. I took off, hobbling along the length of the house, rounding the front corner and heading for the path to the boat barn as Hottie came out the front door. One hand wiping at the blood dripping into his eyes, the other swinging wildly, the knife making a swoosh sound as it cut the air by my nose. I pivoted, leaned and scooped up a handful of crushed rock, tossing it back over my shoulder. There was a scream, a curse. I'd actually hit him, and I spun enough to push myself in a new direction. The beach. It was closer. Kokavin beat me to the pier and was squawking and flapping as I reached the empty pole. No kayak? Come on! I'd tied it up. I had. I squinted in the direction of the gas station. It didn't look open, but there had been curtains in the second-story window. Somebody probably lived there. Dewey's sister. Hottie's sing-song voice drifted down to me. And something else. An engine. A boat? I twisted around, trying to spot it, finally seeing it zoom into view from the other side of the island. A black woman, in a tight short dress, was manning a water cannon. Another half-dozen ladies were sprinkled over the rest of the boat. A couple were black, the rest white. All in short, sparkly outfits. All waved and cheered as they passed within a few yards of me. I waved back, and jumped up and down, and screamed, "Help!" They waved some more and kept going. Blast. Where are you? Hottie's voice. Angry this time. Loud. And nearby. I'd have to swim for it. I leaped in the water, went under, kicked my legs hard, and came back up, spitting out a mouthful of salty ocean. I started dog paddling for the gas station, and trying to see the bottom. Little fishies zipped around my legs. Oh, geez. What else was down there? Sharks? Don't think about sharks. Or the fact that your cheap mother wouldn't spring for swimming lessons because you lived in the desert. I squinted at the shore and made an adjustment to my path. How was I suddenly headed out to sea? Don't think about sharks. I kicked and twisted, trying to get myself lined back up with the ow! My scalp! I'd been bitten by a shark! Wait, something flapped past my head. Kokavin, with more than a few strands of my hair dangling from his claws. What are you doing? Go away, you stupid... A wave shoved the word bird down my throat.
The rooster did another flyby, and then dipped and turned and came straight back at me. I raised up a hand, and he lowered his feet, skidded over my palm, gouging off bits of skin, and landed on my head. Wobbling from side to side, he grabbed clawfuls of my hair to steady himself, and trilled. He kinda sounded happy. Geez. I treaded water, trying not to drown myself or the bird. My hand was bleeding. I was going to attract sharks. I reached up to knock Kokavin loose, and got pecked. I spit out another mouthful of water, and a few favorite words. "You're Morgan's friend, right?" Someone was yelling at me. I kicked my legs until I had done a 180 and spotted the boat. It was back, and drifting over to me. The black drag queen from Eros leaned over the side and waved. She was decked out in navy hot pants, a sparkly gold tank, a beehive hairdo, and a thick layer of makeup that I prayed wouldn't scare the bird on my head. "You were watching Cyrano." "I'm Diana." She dropped a rope ladder over the side and eyed the bird on my head. "Why are you taking a swim with your rooster?" "Hottie's trying to kill me!" I climbed up the ladder, threw a leg over the railing, and stumbled onto the boat. A couple of queens acted like they might have caught me, if there hadn't been a rooster on my head. I found my footing and straightened the waistband of my rooster shorts, and dug a thumb across my forehead, trying to pull stray globs of wet hair out of my eyes and mouth. Kokavin squawked and flew down to the deck to strut around. "I need to get the Coast Guard." For some reason, that made the queens cheer. "Hottie's a bad guy. We need to tell someone." There was a good chance he was still at Matt Fay's compound looking for me. They could catch him if we hurried. "Sure, honey." Diana ran her eyes over my scratches from the hedge. "You okay?" I nodded. "Can we get the Coast Guard?" She grinned. "We will." Then she shouted, "Long live the Conch Republic!" The queens cheered, and the boat roared to life. I was thrown off my feet as we zipped along, just off the shore, and cornered the mainland to emerge onto a crazy scene. Boats, of all shapes and sizes, going every which way. And in the middle of it all, the Coast Guard ship that had rescued me. Twice. A few of the boats were moving in close enough to spray water cannons at the ship, and were getting soaked in return. Overhead, a pair of planes straight out of a 40s war movie were dropping something. Toilet paper? Maybe streamers? Floating down, landing on the boats, the water, the people. Hey, there were people. Lots of them. Crowded along the edge of the marina. More on the pier with rifles and a cannon? The air in front of it exploded in smoke, and the boom echoed. I flinched, and caught sight of a jet ski as our boat turned away from the shore. Wait, was that Hottie? I pulled myself along the railing, scanning the water, searching. And then we were turning again, and I could see Ensign Dyer manning a water cannon on the Coast Guard boat. "Hey!" I waved at Dyer. "Jay's a drug runner!" She adjusted her cannon and soaked us as we zipped past. The queens screamed, and I hit the deck and slid on a wave of water, catching myself at the foot of the stairs. I peeled my wet hair off my face and watched Kokavin float past and disappear down the stairs with a squawk. "Kokavin!" I grabbed the railings, lifted my feet, and slid below. I ended up in a tiny bedroom with about an inch of water on the hardwood floor. Plastic tubs were stacked in two corners, purses hooked on a tall coat rack. Ooh, purses. If they belonged to the queens, maybe there was a cell phone. We weren't too far offshore. Chances were good that they'd work from here. I crawled across the mermaid-themed comforter on the bed and got pecked in the hand. Ow. Kokavin trilled and then pecked at me a couple more times. Blasted bird. "You suck. You know that?" We took a sharp turn, and I stumbled back against the wall. The rooster flapped and clutched the comforter. Another turn, and I stumbled back to the bed, and barely avoided getting pecked. "Stop it!" I stood up, steadied myself, and splashed over to the coat rack. The first 3 purses I checked were empty. The next 2 were full of wadded-up tissues. Ew. The next one had a cell phone. I turned on the screen. It was password protected, but that didn't matter. All I needed was that little emergency button. The boat took another sharp turn. Kokavin squawked, sailed up in the air, and flew at my face. I shrieked and threw up my hands. I flipped the rooster my angry finger and scrambled after the phone that I'd thrown across the room. Getting down on all fours, I spotted it wedged against the wall, between two of the tubs. Shifting in closer, I was just able to reach it with 2 fingers. I pulled it free and lifted my arm. Gotcha!
Got you.
Fingers closed around my wrist, and I was pulled to my feet. Hottie leaned in close, and a scream caught in my throat as he slammed a hand over my mouth.
Where were we?
The welts on his face from Kokavin were still oozing, and he blinked as blood dripped into an eye. He ran his free hand over one of my scratches.
How about I give you a few more scars?
Hottie tightened his grip on my wrist and grabbed a wad of my hair and yelped. He jerked his hand away, and there was a toothpick sticking out of that piece of skin between his thumb and index finger. Huh, how had that stayed in there? I'd washed my hair and gone swimming.
Get it out.
Hottie shook his hand and started to pant.
Get it, now!
Oh, yeah. He had that weird phobia about unfinished wood. That bothers you, huh? I squinted at the gouges on his face and neck. You'd think he'd be in too much pain to notice a silly little toothpick in his hand.
Do it!
He squeezed my wrist tighter. Okay, I will. He loosened his grip just a bit and held up his palm. I grasped the toothpick with my index finger and thumb and wiggled it. Just a tiny bit.
Hold still, it's stuck. Get it out!
His voice was starting to take on a panicky tone. I will. I moved my thumb and my angry finger to a spot further down the toothpick. This might hurt, I hoped. And then I shoved the thing clean through the skin. Hottie let go of me and howled. I hustled to the stairs and climbed to the deck above, spotted Diana, and got out a "Help!" as our boat was hosed by the cutter, and Hottie took me out with a tackle. We slid across the deck, ending up against the railing in a pile of arms and legs. I pulled myself to my feet, kicking at him and screaming as he drew back a fist. It flew at my face, and there was a trill, and Kokavin landed on Hottie's bare arm, claws digging in. He screamed, backed away, and twisted violently, hitting the railing with his chest and disappearing over the side with a scream. Kokavin! I limped over as the rooster flapped up into view. He fluttered around me and settled on my head. I reached up to pat him and got pecked. Blast. Diana joined me at the railing and leaned over to look down at the water.
Was that Jay?
The Queens had wanted to help Hottie back into the boat, until I brought them up to speed on his off-duty activities. Then I got a round of hugs, and Hottie got a life ring. I kept an eye on him while Diana went to radio the cops. I wasn't worried that he'd make a break for it. There was just something nice about seeing him in pain. Kokavin had done quite a bit of damage when the two had gone over the side. Hottie was leaning back in the ring, holding up his bleeding arms and making a lot of noise. Maybe crying? Maybe cursing me. Probably both. I scanned the water for sharks, and didn't see any. Too bad. After a while, a little boat with the Coast Guard colors and Ensign Dyer at the wheel came over and collected him. I got some more hugs from the Queens, and they took me to shore where more uniforms were waiting. As I was ushered to a waiting van, I caught sight of my mom in the crowd. She was working her way over, her arms out, ready to wrap me in a hug, which I needed. She was saying something, but it was too noisy. When she was 3 feet away, I made out the words, "Your phone! Why didn't you use your phone to call—" "Is anyone with you?" my escort asked. "Nope." I slid in the van, and the door slammed behind me. They took me back to the little room where I'd met Ensign Dyer, only this time it was packed with people, all wanting details about Hottie's operation. I ran them through what I knew, which wasn't much. starting with waking up on Matt Faye's boat and ending with Hottie trying to kill me. I was in the middle of my third retelling when Warren showed up, with a guy in a three-piece suit. Hey, it was Mom's lawyer friend, Harrison Kim, all the way from Horseshoe Bend, which meant the jet was probably back. I was more than ready to go home. Harrison Kim slashed the air with his palms. "You're done with Miss Nash. She needs a break." There were a few protests, but Warren ignored them and walked me out to the main room. Mr. Kim stayed behind to do whatever lawyering needed to be done. "Where's Mom?"
"She and the boys went with Deputy Stober to get some food. Why don't you have a seat and I'll go find 'em?"
I went over to a waiting area and sat down next to Ensign Dyer. She looked me up and down, and then handed me Cyrano's leash. The hound was snoozing at her feet, and I slipped it under one of the chair legs.
"You look awful."
"I feel awful. You got any aspirin?"
"Maybe you should stop by urgent care."
"All I need is aspirin."
"Let me look."
She got up and I watched her walk past Crotch Guy, who was leaning against the wall by a little self-serve coffee bar. He waved at me. I stormed over, and he lifted the pot.
"Want some?"
The thick black liquid looked as bad as the stuff back in Ensign Dyer's office. I was bait, wasn't I? He grinned.
"I suppose I should say thank you."
"How did you do it? How did you get Isaac to put the pot on my boat?"
"Oh, Miss Nash, shouldn't we have a few secrets between us?"
"I'm telling Warren."
"I'd think you'd be more concerned about this."
He held out his cell phone. There on the screen was a picture of me, in the water, with the rooster on my head. Blast. That had gone on the IHateJuneNash.com website faster than I'd expected. Crotch Guy dropped the phone back into a pocket. "We're not going to see each other again, right?"
"Miss Nash,"
he said, tipping an imaginary hat.
"As always, it has not been a pleasure."
Then he grinned again and clomped off. Hopefully, for good. The end. Wait, that's not really the end. I finally remembered to ask Morgan about my ID. Turns out I'd used it to rent his scuba gear, which I returned on my way to the airport. Everybody else was staying in Key West, including Morgan, but I'd had enough. My luggage had finally arrived and was waiting on the jet for me. Edith at the charter service had been surprisingly supportive when I'd called. Dewey had probably talked to her first. When we passed the little gas station, I had the taxi go back. Coca Vin was waiting on the beach. He zigzagged over when he saw me and waited as I dropped to a knee. Then he pecked my hand. "I'll miss you too." This has been How to Square Your Grouper, June Nash Mysteries, Book 2. Written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Cassandra Metcalf. Copyright 2020 by Melissa Bonzak. Production copyright 2023 by Melissa Bonzak.